Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Merchant appearance? Where is this merchant supposed to appear? Yang Wu felt an ominous premonition, but soon his attention was diverted by what happened next. Quang! A column of light shot down through the clouds with a thunderous noise, as if tearing the sky apart. It was different from the markings that pointed to the location of monsters or mutants, and it sent shivers down his spine. Is that where the merchant appears? The black column of light descended a few kilometers northwest of the current location. As Yang Wu turned towards that direction, follow-up messages related to the defeat of the mayor filled his vision. Eliminated the mutant. Please choose your reward for completing the process. Much less than confirmed. Reward much greater than. Dullahan's sword, mutant one-handed sword. The length of the sword is proportional to the user's height. Much less than choice, reward much greater than. 3 million karma. Or, grant 30,000 karma to all residents in the area. Now, there's a weapon reward too. Getting a weapon as a reward for defeating mutants was a first. Moreover, it was a mutant-grade equipment, surpassing the early bird, which was a hero grade. I can probably expand the influence of the Swordmaster like Kim Hyun-ho did. Yang Wu quickly chose the latter in the reward selection and completed the process. Pahat. Grant 30,000 karma to all residents in the area. Then, as usual, the golden sphere rapidly spun and soared into the sky, showering golden rain along with a splendid explosion. Swaya. Gyeongbok's strongest sword, Zhong Yangwu 07, gave up his monopoly on 3 million karma and gifted 30,000 karma to all Sangja residents. Soon, 30,000 karma will be paid in the form of commemorative coins. Get ready. Yang Wu grabbed 3 commemorative coins amid the raining golden glow and opened the achievement window. Golden Flood. Summon golden rain in 5 or more locations. 3/5. I can tidy up one achievement if I visit 2 more places. There are 3 more achievements remaining. Nocturnal. Spend a night outside the residence. Jeweler's Touch. Wear 2 rings of hero grade or higher on the index and ring fingers each. 2/4. Complete Orphan. Find and eliminate parents. 1/2. But none of them had a clear strategy, and he was in a deadlock. Moreover, to update the achievement list, he had to achieve existing achievements and clear slots, so it was best to continue moving to the next city for now. Of course, I'll have to meet that merchant or whatever it is. As Yang Wu had this thought, a sharp sound echoed through the air, and a mysterious sword plunged into the ground. See Ping, a scene reminiscent of the first time he received the early bird sword. It was the mutant-grade, one-handed sword, Dullahan's sword. Yang Wu pulled out the problematic black sword with a strange sense of anticipation. Splat. Then, rising from the sturdy handle, a roughly 1 meter long dark blade became visible. It's definitely longer than the early bird, but how can I make it even longer here? Although he swung the sword in the air, as the mayor did, nothing unusual happened. So, get longer. Internally demanding the sword to lengthen. Shearer it. The black sword actually pierced through the air, rapidly extending. How much longer is it? About 5 meters. Upon close examination, Yang Wu estimated that the maximum length of the dark blade was approximately 5 meters. Dullahan's sword, mutant one-handed sword. The length of the sword is proportional to the user's height. Since the length of the blade is proportional to my height, Yang Wu's height was in the mid-170s. In other words, Dullahan's sword could grow up to approximately 3 times the user's height. Then if I get taller, this sword will get longer too. And that height probably... Yang Wu silently placed 1 commemorative coin against his lips. Then, along the outline of his body, translucent dotted lines appeared, and the settings appeared in his field of view. Change character settings. Appearance. Stats. I can probably change the height in the appearance settings. Opening the appearance, a plethora of information poured out, much more than he expected. What was all this? The range of appearance changes that could be made using karma was not limited to just physique, but also included facial features, distribution and color of facial hair, and more. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. As Yangwu moved towards the black column of light, he continued to explore the appearance interface. This is insane. I can even change the default position of the pupils. Even the skin color and texture were changeable. If desired, he could elongate his nose like Pinocchio or protrude a specific part of the forehead to create a horn. Of course, it wasn't completely unrestricted. According to the guide at the top of the interface, penalties were imposed for appearance changes beyond the human category. The standard range for each appearance item is human. If a specific item deviates from the standard range, the karma requirement for that item increases significantly. But if you have an absurd amount of karma, it might be possible to deviate from the human category. Yangwu imagined himself with a height of 4 meters, horns on his forehead, and bright red skin, resembling a giant. A new era has opened where theoretically becoming such a monster is possible. Well, it doesn't seem like they made it for us to do such things right away. Yangwu looked at the presets that appeared below the guide text. For user convenience, we provide 3 types of preset collections. Combat, Charm, Special. What's this again? When Yangwu selected Combat among the 3 presets, a translucent window opened on the left side of his field of view, revealing dozens of body samples. Translator Knight, Proofreader Gun. All of these samples, all in a nude state, represented body shapes within the human category considered advantageous for combat by the appearance system, with a height of up to 2 meters and near-perfect upper and lower body balance. Am I supposed to choose one and follow it exactly? After all, how could an ordinary person meticulously modify dozens of appearance items one by one to find the optimal model? The concept of presets provided a textbook guide to prevent karma from being wasted. As Yangwu focused on each sample, detailed numerical values for each appearance item appeared, comparing them to his current details. My legs are definitely short. The upper body skeleton isn't that great either. It was a bitter realization, but there was also a reassuring aspect. In any case, if the arms got longer, the reach would increase, and if the legs lengthened, the stride, in other words, the mobility would also improve. As Yangwu chose one of the samples that he liked the most, the total karma required to make his current body match the preset was automatically calculated. 2,116,000. 2.116 million karma. The cost for Yangwu, a born 4th grade human, to obtain the best body conditions. For the current Yangwu, it felt like a reasonable amount, but it wouldn't be the same for the majority. The more money you spend here, the slower your ability growth will be. I probably won't be able to afford, considering that his highest stat, strength, was only 600. Was it really wise to give up on more than 2,000 stats? It's difficult. Yangwu's gaze turned to the next preset, Charm. Then, just like before, a translucent window opened, revealing an enormous number of face samples. Probably a collection of handsome and beautiful faces by type. If you had enough karma, becoming a handsome or beautiful person was also possible. Since the location of the merchant was getting closer, there was no time to examine all these faces. After closing the charm window, Yangwu chose the last category, Special. Pat. Once again, a window appeared with several samples, but this time it was completely different from the previous 2 cases. This is what Yangwu saw were samples so grotesquely altered that they could be called deformities, even when referred to as modifications. Arm lengths much longer than the height, or pupils with colors resembling the whites of the eyes, making it impossible to discern the gaze, and so on. Each sample had information about the physical burdens associated with these special forms, and it was undoubtedly a warning. Everything imaginable might be possible, but the cost-effectiveness won't be good, warned the message. Just looking at this is horrifying. When Yangwu closed the special window, A cautionary message appeared before any external changes. All appearance changes are permanent, and some elements may be inherited when the next generation is created. What? It's inherited? Upon reaching this section, Yang Wu began to doubt his eyes. Despite the world being reset, the system where the parents' grade and settings influence the child was still intact. In other words, the born grade hadn't disappeared. It had simply been reset. The people currently surviving were just the first generation, and the achievements they accomplished during their life cycles determined the grades of their offspring. Yang Wu felt a nauseating feeling in his stomach, similar to when he first checked his fate log. However, this bizarre world didn't give Yang Wu the luxury of calming down. A sound similar to some kind of emission came from the sky, and something fell along the black column of light on the other side. Is that the merchant? A merchant falling from somewhere outside the sky. In the past, just witnessing such a situation would have terrified him, and he would never have dared to approach. But the current Yang Wu was a completely different existence from before the reset. Obviously not a person, it's the guy called a merchant. Yang Wu stared at the approaching black column of light, narrowing the distance little by little. The second mutant in Sangju has been eliminated, so basic welfare will be applied to this area. According to the system message he saw earlier, this merchant was also a source of basic welfare, a reward for defeating the mutant. Yang Wu, based on this, was focusing more on what this entity was selling rather than its identity as a merchant. Regardless of where that guy came from, he'll probably offer something helpful to the survivors. However, Fapit, gradually, as Yang Wu caught the sight of merchant into view, he had to admit that he was arrogant. The first encounter with an alien. Unconsciously, Yang Wu drew his sword. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Alien. Intelligent life is believed to exist on celestial bodies beyond Earth. Therefore, the being in front of me must be an alien. I saw it clearly coming down from somewhere in the sky, along with a black pillar of light. And that somewhere is likely a part of the vast universe. So Yang Wu couldn't help but doubt his eyes. That thing was living in the universe. What kind of place was the universe, after all? Yang Wu felt as if his concept of the universe, which he had known, shattered in an instant. Because the actual appearance of the alien was too different from what he had imagined. If the being that appeared had been equipped with advanced gear or had a form like a cluster of light, it might have been understandable. But the real alien that appeared was Koea. Huge rocks emitting a chilling scream. They occupied the intersection of the city without resting, shouting incessantly. Whether it was because of the bizarre sounds or the violent vibrations of the air in the area, Yang Wu saw his sword trembling. These rocks, reaching a height of 4 meters, had a chaotic spiral pattern like clam shells, standing in a row with about the width of a human forearm between them. Koea! The strange screams continued. Yang Wu, holding his sword in front of the rocks about 20 meters away, suddenly realized something. The appearance of these rocks was slightly different, and they even had their own unique tones. In other words, it's not a merchant here, but it's the upper part of the trade. Each of these large rocks was an alien merchant. In other words, Yang Wu was facing extraterrestrial merchants. 1, 2, 4, 5. The total number of rocks that visited Earth as merchants was 5. Anyway, did they come here to trade? What should I do? Amidst the continuous screams, Yang Wu felt his sword gradually calming down. In the meantime, he had adapted to this mysterious scene. But the method of trading with the rocks from outer space was still unclear. Unlike the exchange office he saw on the first day of the reset, they didn't provide rules in his mind, and they didn't seem to use human language, just making eerie noises that felt like squeezing one's heart. Therefore, Yang Wu reluctantly walked towards the rocks. If I try to make contact, they'll show some reaction. Even if they look like rocks on the surface, they must be intelligent beings. It was purely a deduction from a human perspective, but surprisingly, it was a valid thought. Go. As the distance between Yang Wu and the rocks decreased, the sounds they produced began to change. And when the distance between the two sides approached 5 meters, swoosh! The cries that filled the space suddenly stopped as if it were a lie. And then, swoosh. The space between Yangwu and the rocks was torn vertically. Thud. When Yangwu realized that the shape of this torn space resembled an eye, already, within the pitch-black eye hole, a white pupil was rising. So, just an eye of something that was definitely not human, using eyelids to form the empty space. What should I do? Suppressing the instinct to step back, Yangwu stood firmly in place. Then, the white pupil that had been staring straight ahead for a while moved slightly to the side and looked at Yangwu. Ugh. It was at this moment that a system prompt appeared in Yangwu's field of vision. The intermediary requests permission to access data for Zhang Yangwu 07. Do you approve? Requested data. Unique code. Language used. Unique code and language used? Does this mean it's necessary for mediating the trade with those rocks? Through this request, Yangwu could vaguely realize that even the extraterrestrial beings that began appearing after the reset have their own hierarchy or work system. In other words, the I introduced as a mediator is undoubtedly a more powerful being than a human, right? And yet, it is still asking for permission to access that side's data. It didn't even ask me directly. The system just informed that they want access. In other words, Yangwu was unknowingly under the protection of the system. Of course, he didn't know specifically what was providing the protection. It could be the beings from the council that first notified about the reset, or there might be some kind of security program embedded in the Earth itself. Anyway, the important thing is, at least these guys won't be able to harm me. As the thought reached this point, Yangwu felt a bit relieved. The uneasiness that had been creeping up gradually subsided. But to make a trade, permission must be granted for the access to the two pieces of data that the mediator requested. Staring intensely at the strangely white eyes of the mediator, Yangwu approved the request. Data access granted. Then, the white eyes of the mediator flashed for a moment and instantly turned blue. Swat. What happened next was an unexpected declaration. A greetings to the human of Earth, the strongest in Gyeongbuk, Zhang Yangwu 07. Despite the strange voice, the content was very polite. But what could that mean? When Yangwu tilted his head in response to the introduction made by the alien, the other party continued speaking. I am Kubu, the guardian of Tinta and the owner mediating this trade. Is it some kind of universal courtesy to exchange greetings like this? After hearing the introduction of the mediator Kubu, Yangwu nodded silently. The mediation fee for this trade is 20% and is included in the product price. The trading partner is the representative upper part of Churigo. Will you proceed with the trade? As Yangwu couldn't fully understand the content, except for the fact that the mediation fee was 20%, he nodded once again. Churigo? Is that the name of the planet where those rocks live? While Yangwu was having such thoughts, the mediator Kubu blinked his eyes quickly 3 times, and in response, the previously silent rocks began to make sounds. However, this time, the sounds were much lower and more subdued. Yolo, Yuim, Ga. The fact that the tones of each of the 5 rocks were more distinctly differentiated was a noticeable feature. As Yangwu quietly listened to the rock's chorus, Kubu soon spoke. The product list is complete. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Poof. After Kubu's line, something like blue spots suddenly appeared in front of Yangwu and rapidly changed shape, in the form of human characters. SSS. SSSS. It didn't take Yangwu long to understand the meaning of the blue characters. It was a quite straightforward price list. 1 extractor, ancient one-handed hammer. Changes equipment into a slot gem. 40,000 karma. 2's black wind cloak, hero's cloak. Nullifies black magic. 100,000 karma. 3 void, artifact, one-handed sword. Empty slot. Empty slot. 300,000 karma. For a blank check, unique currency. Once it transforms into touched currency. 1,100,000 karma. 5 a serpent of greed, epic compass. Always seeks rarity. Legend achievement 1. Oh my goodness. Not a single ordinary item. Moreover, the prices started from 40,000 karma. Basic welfare, it seems that trading with merchants was not originally intended for ordinary people. Currently, the majority of people are struggling to earn even the 1,000 karma they have to pay as taxes every night. In other words, trading with extraterrestrial merchants was limited to the powerful individuals who succeeded in hunting monsters in this area. Of course, even being Zhang Yangwu, he couldn't afford to buy all the presented items. My current total assets, 104,000. Fortunately, or unfortunately, it could be considered a stroke of luck. If he had invested in his abilities every time he earned money, he wouldn't have saved up even this much. I can only buy one of the extractor or the black wind cloak. To properly use the merchant, I also need to pay attention to cash holding. However, it wasn't as if Yangwu had no income. He indirectly learned how to fill the empty slots on his current equipment. It seems like using the extractor to extract the effects of equipment and transfer them to empty slots. It was a common method seen in games, so understanding it was easy, but the moment there was a more important product than the extractor. That was Tuj Black Wind Cloak, Hero's Cloak. Nullifies black magic. 100,000 karma. Black magic. Probably strange weather that occurs at night. And Yangwu was currently in a state where he had an achievement that could only be accomplished by avoiding strange weather. Nocturnal. Spend a night outside of your residence. With the cloak, I can break the achievement on nights when the black magic rain falls. I must buy that, especially since there was no guarantee that the next merchant he met would sell the same product. Number 3 is useless for me without an extractor, and anyway, I don't have enough money. The same goes for number 4. As Yangwu scanned the list again, his gaze stopped abruptly at the last product. 5 is Serpent of Greed, Epic Compass. Always seeks rarity. Legend Achievement 1. Although it was the highest rated equipment, fortunately for Yangwu, it was immediately purchasable. Bought with a legendary achievement? What exactly does that mean? As Yangwu asked this silently in his mind, the mediator Kubu understood and explained. One achieved legendary great achievement will be completely deleted from your data. As a result, the progress of related subsequent achievements may become impossible, and the number of completed achievements will also be deducted. Then what happens to the rewards received for achieving achievements? I already paid achievement rewards will not be collected. In other words, in exchange for one achieved legendary great achievement, Yangwu could immediately pull in a high-grade piece of equipment without knowing what significance it might hold in the future. It's like betting on the future. If bringing in the equipment now can result in a bigger profit, then it's right to make the trade. If not, it could be a loss. Poof! As Yangwu opened the achievement window, the achievement profile unfolded at the top of his field of view. Your achievement inclination is stubborn. Completed achievements. 4. Caller of the Golden Rain, Legend, first. Forgive your enemies, Hero, number 46. Excellent Social Worker, Legend, first. Golden Fund, Legend, first. Out of the 4 completed achievements, there were a total of 3 legend achievements. However, strictly speaking, the only one that could be sold was Excellent Social Worker. If I mess with the Golden Rain-related achievements, I might even lose the Golden Flood achievement. On the other hand, the achievement Excellent Social Worker, which involves sending mutants away, did not lead to subsequent achievements even after completion. Perhaps it was a standalone achievement. If that's really the case, it will be better to sell it when I can. The number of completed achievements, or whatever, doesn't mean anything if I die tomorrow. Due to constantly spreading the Golden Rain, Yangwu had lower stats compared to other strongest swords. Therefore, it was natural for the Serpent of Greed, which seemed helpful for equipment farming, to catch his eye. I'll waste more time if I think about it further. I'll buy the Black Wind Cloak and the Serpent of Greed. Once Yangwu made up his mind, Kubu blinked and confirmed his intention to purchase. In response, Yangwu approved the purchase without hesitation, and shortly after, 2 of the 5 rocks responded with high-pitched sounds. Kuiai. Pa. It seems like the trade has been successful. In the eerie high-pitched sound, Yangwu saw his achievement profile changing. Strange. Your achievement tendency is stubborn. Completed achievements. 3. Caller of the Golden Rain, Legend, first. Forgive your enemies, hero. Number 46. Golden Fund, legend, first. The number of completed achievements, as acknowledged, decreased by 1, and the legendary achievement, excellent social worker, disappeared. The karma he possessed also decreased to 4,000. Became a beggar in an instant. But before Yang Wu could silently conclude this to himself, his left shoulder and left wrist flashed, and promised items were sequentially worn. Black Wind Cloak, Hero's Cloak. Nullifies black magic. Serpent of Greed, Epic Compass. Always seeks rarity. Wow. Even if the Black Wind Cloak was unexpectedly a thick cloth cloak, Serpent of Greed was enough to surprise Yang Wu. Shit, because it was a real snake. You could see vitality in each greenish-blue scale. While the creature twisted and turned, wrapping around Yang Wu's left wrist, it did not flinch, keeping its head pointed north. Always looks for precious things. Whatever it was, it meant that something precious was in that direction. Now, what I need to do, continue moving to different areas, using Serpent of Greed to farm equipment while clearing Golden Rain-related achievements. If it's north, it's the same direction I was heading anyway. Anyway, sooner or later, I'll reach Seoul. Yang Wu's current location is Sangju, Gyeongsangbuk-do. If he continues north from here, he would reach regions like Munjeong and Cheongju. After that, turning west, he could visit Anseong, Pyeongtaek, and Suwon one by one, or if he chooses to keep heading north, he would go through Yeoju, Ikkeon, and Gyeonggi-do, Gwangju. Then, via Songnam to enter Seoul. Seoul, the largest city in South Korea. What might be happening there now? As Yang Wu stared in the direction of Seoul, Kubu, who had been tearing through the air for a long time, spoke. The transaction is complete. If it was a satisfactory transaction, please designate me as the main intermediary. Main intermediary? If you designate me as the main intermediary, there is no need to reauthorize data access, and the existing 20% commission will be reduced to 10%. The commission is halved, but in return, Kubu will be the intermediary for the next transaction. It seemed not much different from having a main bank for transactions. But the fact that you can designate a main intermediary means there are other intermediaries, right? In the first place, other intermediaries' commissions could be much cheaper. It was a question disguised as a mutter. In response, Kubu remained silent for a while, then blinked his eyes twice. The content of available products varies depending on the intermediary's status. Perhaps he wanted to convey that his status was higher than other intermediaries. But it wasn't the answer Yang Wu was looking for. If you reduce the second-time commission further, I will designate you as the main intermediary. You may not know the significance of Gyeongbuk's strongest sword, but as a trader, my status is by no means low. The latter half of his statement was partly true. Wasn't Gyeongbuk the official strongest in a large-scale area? And that was just on the second day of the reset. It would be hard for anyone to deny that he was a relatively promising trader. Perhaps because of this, Kubu stopped talking again and blinked his eyes. Although it was challenging to perceive any signs from Kubu, who only showed his large eyes, at least for now, he seemed somewhat perplexed. Additional reduction of the commission is impossible. Instead, I will provide you with different benefits as the main intermediary. In the end, Kubu presented his own compromise. It's difficult for an additional reduction, or is it impossible? There must be something. Yang Wu inwardly agreed. Whether Kubu's status was genuinely high or there was a law of intermediaries, it wasn't for ordinary reasons, his intuition told him. If it's a different kind of benefit. In response to Yang Wu's inquiry, Kubu blinked his eyes again. I will show you all the top lists of those who bid at the current time, allowing you to directly choose the trading partner. In other words, it meant allowing him to preview and choose a trading partner among those who bid. Then, was the meeting just one of the randomly selected bidders earlier? As he learned that there might be several types of merchants other than the rock he saw a while ago, a strange feeling ran down his spine. All right, I'll designate you as the main intermediary. As Yang Wu nodded, his vision flashed, and the system message appeared. I have designated Kubu as the main intermediary. Then Kubu personally raised his greetings. Thank you. All transaction procedures have been completed. Please step back. As Yang Wu raised his eyebrows and took a few steps back, 2 of the 5 rocks disappeared, and the remaining 3 began to howl. Qua. It was the same cry he heard when he first discovered the top. Only the rocks that couldn't sell their products remained here. In other words, the latecomer would only encounter the products left by the person in front. Sad. Perhaps having finished his duties, Kubu closed his eyes deeply and disappeared without a trace. So, being an intermediary is a part-time job. The first negotiation with an alien. As a mere human, it was undoubtedly a very rare experience. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 1:29 p.m. Having completed the transaction, Yang Wu immediately started running north. It was to visit the next city, Munjiang. If I'm lucky, I might encounter another mutant in Munjiang. As Yang Wu was thinking this while swiftly crossing somewhere in Sangju, his expression suddenly hardened. It was because the thought of Gimshin City, which had turned into a living hell due to the mutant being left unattended all day, came to mind belatedly. For the majority of people, it was a stroke of luck when a mutant was captured in time. Moreover, it seemed that Sangju City, where Yang Wu currently was, had also started to become a living hell. Save us. At the moment Yang Wu was about to leave the city center, screams flooded in from somewhere. What's this? As Yang Wu turned his head, frightened people poured out between the buildings on the other side. And soon after, following them, Kadoodoo, a lone Dullahan, mounted on a common horse, chased after them. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. That's... The Dullahan was much smaller than Kim Hyun-ho, the mayor, whom Yang Wu had encountered earlier. It was one of the monsters that appeared in today's Sangju City along with the mutants. Because Yang Wu had defeated Sangju's strongest sword Dako Seiwan and his subordinates, the monsters hadn't been dealt with properly. I can't see the monster mark. Is it one that broke away from the group? Yang Wu dashed out like an arrow towards the opposite side of the fleeing people, slashing the Dullahan with a single stroke. Qua. As a result, the people who had been running away, stopping one by one, cautiously approached Yang Wu with uneasy eyes. Thank you. You're our lifesaver. Despite these expressions of gratitude, they continued to scan their surroundings with anxious eyes. It was because they were conscious of the Dullahan, not knowing when it might reappear. In the midst of this, one person who had been staring at Yang Wu's face widened his eyes. Next, he urgently searched his pocket and pulled out a golden coin. It's really him. The commemorative coins that Yang Wu had distributed in the city, engraved with his face. What's right? Are you by any chance? People began to gather, taking out golden coins from their pockets. Is this Mr. Zhang Yang Wu? It seems like it. This person is the newly appointed. The last line omitted the word strongest sword, as they were all well aware of how strongest sword was inherited. However, everyone knew that the newly appointed strongest sword had sprinkled karma in this city and had just saved them. Because of this, people thought of Yang Wu as a good person who would use his power for their benefit. So, without much wariness, they gathered around Yang Wu. However, Yang Wu, on the other hand, shocked. While picking up the commemorative coins left by the Dullahan that died a while ago, he asked this. Why do you still have commemorative coins? You could have used them to boost your stats and fought against monsters. In response, people hesitated, fidgeting with the golden coins. Well, it's too dangerous, you know. What if we got into a fight and died for nothing? Most of them nodded in agreement, sharing similar thoughts. However, Yang Wu found it difficult to understand their attitude. Isn't it better to survive even if only half of you live than all of you dying? Now, there's no one else here to catch monsters for you. Yang Wu's words caused a stir among the crowd. What do you mean? We have Mr. Yang Wu. In response to these confused remarks, Yang Wu furrowed his brow. He knew that if he made up his mind, he could easily slaughter everyone here and collect the commemorative coins. However, he refrained from doing so due to a hint of conscience and a bit of optimism as a human. At least some of them could use the commemorative coins as a stepping stone for survival. But the people in this place had already lost their fighting spirit, only thinking about relying on the strong. If that was the case, was there any meaning in letting them live? They were likely to die soon anyway. It might be better to kill them now and at least gain some money. Yang Wu unintentionally tightened his grip on the black sword in his hand and closed his eyes tightly. Then, click! With lightning speed, he stabbed the black sword into his belt. The movement was so fast that everyone around him twitched, and some sensitive ones felt as if they momentarily sensed danger and took a step back. Do you plan to live your whole life relying on the mercy of others? This is no longer a world where you can do that. Now that there's no law or ethics, the strong can do anything, and the weak can be subjected to anything. The current situation is no exception. Yang Wu, having the power to kill everyone in the audience without facing any consequences, had the strength to avoid revenge. But even Yang Wu, in the past, was once at the bottom of the food chain. He seemed so weak that he could be preempted and attacked, even after obtaining the early bird. After finishing his words, Yang Wu moved through the crowd to head north, the original destination. Everyone instinctively stepped back, clearing the way for him. They looked at Yang Wu with eyes filled with lingering regret. Surviving in a city without the strongest sword was never easy. But the citizens of Sangju were not in the worst situation yet. Chuck, gradually, as Yang Wu firmly stepped on the ground to leap forward. Ping! With the system's unique alarm, the second basic welfare was applied. As of the current time, daily quests are applied in Sangju City. Daily quest. Literally, a mission assigned every day. In conventional games, it is generally used as a device to encourage continuous user logins, so the mission difficulty is not high. At most, it's about killing a few basic mobs or pulling weeds in the village garden. But here, isn't it a reality where the user is constantly logged in? Then, what meaning does a daily quest have in the real world? Well, it's one of the basic welfare systems, so it must be a positive institution. However, contrary to Yang Wu's thoughts, the people behind him were all staring into the void with expressions of fear. Regardless of welfare or whatever, they were all afraid of any changes happening in this world. Nothing that happened so far had been friendly to humans, and even the system that guaranteed the right to survival, like the nighttime lodging, turned out to be a living hell when you actually went to the scene. So, daily quest. What is it this time again? We don't need this. Please leave us alone. No one in the audience was optimistic about the future due to the daily quest. In reality, it was never an easy quest, to say the least. Daily Scout. Mission, approach within 10 meters of the monster. Reward, 3,000 karma. Daily, economic activity. Mission, pay compensation to others and receive karma. Reward, 1,000 karma. Special, relatives cannot be designated as trading partners. Approach a monster? This is some kind of suicide mission. This is not a joke. Sure enough, those who saw the scout quest had a bewildered reaction. It was understandable, as everyone in this place either lacked the courage to fight monsters or remained as civilians. But the second quest seems doable, right? Well, the reward is a bit generous, though. When some mentioned the economic activity quest, the attention of the people shifted there. If you receive karma from someone else, does it count as completion? Do we just need to exchange currency with each other? Oh, should we give it a try? After a somewhat heated discussion, a group randomly selected a trading partner and started exchanging the same amount of currency. The currency used in this exchange was a commemorative coin with Yang Wu's face engraved on it. Until Yang Wu distributed the coins, everyone here was basically penniless. Yang Wu, curious about the results of the experiment, stayed in place and watched without leaving. Let's exchange simultaneously. Should we count the numbers? 2 people attempting the commemorative coin exchange in front of everyone. Even though it was an agreed-upon exchange, one of them was unusually tense. This was because his physique was much smaller than the opponent's. If, by any chance, the opponent only received his coin and didn't give his own in return, it would be difficult to snatch it back on the road. Of course, with many onlookers and even the strongest sword here, such a thing would never happen. Still, from the perspective of the weaker party, he couldn't help but feel anxious. All right, let's count the numbers. The smaller one extended his left hand and counted loudly. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the counting ended, 2 commemorative coins were exchanged, with one in each hand. Oops. Looking at the expressions of the 2 experimenters, it seemed like nothing had happened. Following this, the remaining people who were planning to conduct mutual exchanges as part of the experiment stepped back by a step. It seems simple exchange won't work. It has to be a real transaction. It's mentioned in the quest too, to pay compensation. The commotion inside the venue resumed. Then, the larger of the 2 who had just attempted the exchange made a new proposal. I have 1,000 coins. I'll give you this, so could you massage my arm for a moment? After the trade is over, you must return the coin. Upon hearing this, the smaller person designated as the trader nodded reluctantly, with an expression of discomfort. Although this was also part of the experiment, it didn't feel good to have to massage the other person's arm. Moreover, the received money had to be returned as it is. Let's give it a try. But what can you do? It was the other party who had 1,000 coins. Yes, then. Eventually, the larger person extended his robust arm toward the other party. Soon, an insincere massage lasting about 10 seconds was carried out. Should we stop here? Detecting that the opponent's complexion was gradually stiffening, the smaller person withdrew his arm, and the crimson coin was extended. Then, in an instant, all the attention of the audience focused on the person receiving the coin. A noticeably different expression from the previous experimenter. Subsequently, with a clinking sound, a crimson coin fell from the empty air. Indeed, the quest was completed. Oh, translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. As expected, you have to do something for it. Well, if you agree in advance with each other. Although the atmosphere inside the venue rapidly became tense, Yangwu realized through the subtle tension between the recent traders that, while it was fine as part of an experiment in front of everyone, achieving such harmony with a perfect stranger might not be easy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The ripple effect of daily quests on people's lives seemed more significant than expected. The impact that daily quests had on people's lives seemed to be greater than expected. As I came out onto the road in the northern outskirts of Sangju City, I saw people who would normally be busy looking for jobs looking at each other and engaging in transactions. Of course, not everyone was finding business partners and enjoying basic welfare. Is there anyone who can help me complete my daily quest? Can anyone help me complete my daily quest? I'll give you 500 coins. Looking for a daily quest helper. Daily quests were one-time deals, so those who had already found a trading partner to complete their quest didn't need to risk dealing with another person. Naturally, there were inevitable losers in this situation. If you help with the quest, I'll even add some money. Thunk. Yangwu quickly navigated through the chaotic scene. People in every corner of Sangju City were looking for trading partners for their daily quests, and occasionally, there were scenes of disputes during the exchanges. At least now we can manage the daily taxes, so the survival rate should go up a bit. But it still fell short of the minimum cost of living. The nightly ordeal wasn't just about taxes. It also included the nightly lodging to avoid the abnormal climate. Renting a small motel room, similar to the one Yangwu experienced before, cost a whopping 3,000 karma. Although shared accommodations were available, who would offer a room rented with their hard-earned money for free? Generally speaking, there is no other way. They have no choice but to take on the scout quest. Daily Scout. Mission: approach within 10 meters of the monster. Reward: 3,000 karma. As Yangwu rode out of Sangju City, he looked at the quest prompt on the left with a tired expression. It seemed like all of this was predicted and created as a quest. Why? Why torment people like this? Thud. Finally, a large highway appeared on the right, and a sign bid farewell to Sangju City. Is this the end of Sangju? After Sangju, it would be Munjiang. Since the sun was still high, Yangwu and the trees along the roadside cast short shadows. Unlike the bustling urban area, Yangwu was the only one riding on the highway, allowing him to feel a momentary peace. But even that was short-lived. The strongest sword of Gyeongbuk advanced has appeared. All strongest swords of Gyeongbuk, advanced, will receive real-time information about your location. What? Zoom. Unconsciously, Yangwu made a sudden stop, glanced around, and then resumed running along the road. If it's the strongest sword of Gyeongbuk, advanced, someone has collected 3 strongest sword titles like me. Yangwu was about to add, how already? But stopped himself. It was also true that he, with an unremarkable background, was also the strongest sword of Gyeongbuk, advanced. In any case, someone like me is already traveling between cities, cutting down the strongest swords. Now, someone is receiving real-time information about my location. On the other hand, Yangwu didn't know the opponent's face or name. Therefore, even if there were assassins waiting in Munjeong, he had no way of knowing. Endless truly, if he said that he wasn't afraid of the challenger who might appear at any moment, it would be a lie, but it was a situation he had anticipated. Now, anyone I meet could be an enemy. I have to be careful. As Yangwu pondered this, a noise emerged from the road ahead. A low hum, a mechanical sound to be precise. This is a sound that is difficult to hear on a road on the second day of reset. Who's driving again? The only rolling vehicle he had seen before was driven by the wife of Sangju's strongest sword. Is it her again? Not long after the engine noise was detected, a gray SUV appeared in Yangwu's sight. And it also meant that Yangwu, running on 2 legs, was gradually catching up with that vehicle. Yangwu must have been very surprised to see 2 people driving cars in this crazy world. But in fact, the owner of the car in front of him was probably more surprised than him. Screech. As expected, the SUV's chassis shook violently for a moment, and soon the engine noise changed. It was accelerating to put some distance between itself and the lunatic running on the road in broad daylight. Driving too fast. Is there enough fuel? Watching the receding vehicle again, Yangwu increased the force on the soles of his feet and thighs. Thunk! Then, Yangwu's bare foot mercilessly crushed the asphalt road surface, and for a moment, the widening gap on both sides seemed to be closing again. Worse than a nightmare. Being chased by a man as fast as a car. And this wasn't even a dream. So, Myongo kept alternating between the front windshield and the rearview mirror. No way. A person faster than a car. Current speed, 83 kilometers per hour. For Myongo, this situation already exceeded the maximum speed he had ever experienced in his life. Since he completed his driving test 6 years ago, this was the first time he had taken hold of the steering wheel. Hyung, from the passenger seat, his younger brother Yunho shouted with his eyes half-turned. It meant, can't you go faster? Vroom, vroom, screech. In the meantime, the unidentified monster visible through the rearview mirror was getting closer. Damn it. In the end, Myongo crossed his psychological limit. He unconsciously applied more pressure to the accelerator pedal while adjusting the throttle on the fly. Vroom! The unleashed engine roared, forcefully propelling the car forward. The needle on the speedometer in the driver's seat skipped several marks in an instant, and soon the vehicle reached a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Myongo! A shout, as if coming from the back seat. It was Myongo and Yunho's mother, Myongi, and right on cue, something ominous flew threateningly from the rear of the vehicle. Swish! At the alarming sound, Myongo turned his gaze to the driver's side window, witnessing a black and giant blade shattering the side mirror as it passed by. This is insane. Realizing that the length of the problematic blade was an astounding several meters and that it had just stuck into the road on the other side, Myongo slammed on the brakes with all his might. Screech! The friction produced an ear-piercing noise as the vehicle slid for a long distance, coming to a stop just before making contact with the embedded blade on the ground. Myongo, gripping the steering wheel tightly, still couldn't believe the size of the towering black sword. Not long after, a man with a bizarre appearance appeared, pulling out the sword. What is that? Is that some kind of mutant? Yunho, on the passenger side, instinctively muttered while drawing the axe from his waist. It wasn't surprising, considering that no one in this place, including Yunho, had ever seen a human with such an appearance. Upper body tied with ropes, unidentified handles covered with a black cloak, golden gloves and bracelets that sparkled unnaturally in the sunlight, a blue-green snake wrapped around the left arm, and for some reason, the menacing bare feet. Because of the unfamiliar and chaotic appearance, the three people in the SUV couldn't realize until the end that a noose was hanging around the neck of their opponent. On the other hand, Yang Wu, who clearly looked like a monster. What is this? Surprisingly more peaceful than I thought. Feeling puzzled by the fact that the occupants of the SUV were just sitting quietly in their seats and staring at them. As far as Yang Wu knew, there were only two types of people who could drive a car in this situation: indulging in luxury, a remarkable and influential person, or someone under the protection of that influential person. Therefore, even though the car came to a stop, the fact that there was no preemptive attack from the other side was unusual for him. Shirling. Yang Wu cautiously approached the driver's side after adjusting the length of the black sword as it originally was. Then, thunk, the driver's seat door opened and Myongo walked out with both hands raised. Wait, just a moment. Surrender, surrender. Although Myongo was unarmed, Yang Wu couldn't feel at ease. There were still two silhouettes inside the car. Over there. Pointing inside the vehicle, Yang Wu, Myongo flinched and spoke in a very polite tone. Ah, it's my mother and my younger brother. I'll ask them to come out slowly. Myongo gestured inside the wide-open driver's seat, and the front passenger seat and rear seat doors opened in turn, revealing two more people. Seeing this, Yang Wu had no choice but to acknowledge that they were indeed a real family. The three people's faces were strangely alike. The two stiff-looking men seemed to be around Yang Wu's age, and the woman who came out of the back seat appeared to be in her 40s. A warm and kind-hearted woman, Myongo's mother. What's going on? When the woman finally asked, Yang Wu realized that he had no particular reason for stopping the car. He had thought that the person in the car would be the first to attack, but the actual opponent they faced. Yang Wu alternated his gaze between the middle-aged woman and her two sons, muttering a line that he never imagined would come out of his mouth. I apologize if I surprised you. I'm just. He tried to continue his words, but it wasn't easy. There was no special reason for stopping the car in the first place. On top of that, the opponent looked decent, making the situation even more awkward. Seeing Yang Wu struggling to speak, the woman who had been observing him cautiously asked, "Are your legs okay?" "Yes." Yang Wu received the question and realized that both of his legs were trembling. Chasing the vehicle for a considerable time had exhausted the strength in his lower body. It was also an indication that his capabilities were not sufficient to overtake a speeding car. I wasted energy on something unnecessary. There's still a long way to the next city. With a perplexed expression, Yang Wu glanced at the road extending northward. Then, the woman spoke again. It seems there was a misunderstanding. My kids wouldn't do anything bad. With these words, the woman's eyes shone rather sharply. It seemed like she hoped Yang Wu wouldn't cause trouble for them. Yes, I must have misunderstood. Click. As Yang Wu put the black sword back into its sheath with a troubled expression, the woman finally let out a long breath of relief. In truth, she had been in a very tense state as well. After all, considering the current situation and the fact that the opponent was undoubtedly a skilled individual who could easily take down her two sons, it was only natural to be cautious. Thank goodness. It was a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the eldest, Myongo, approached the driver's side door with a very cautious gesture. This was an act requesting approval from the monster in front of him. It meant that they could now leave this place. In response, Yang Wu, realizing he was still standing in the middle of the road, took hesitant steps sideways. Then, Yinho, who had seemed ready to draw his axe at any moment, opened the back seat door boldly. "Mom, please get in quickly. The road is long." It meant, let's escape before that crazy guy changes his mind. Translator night. Proofreader gun. However, the middle-aged woman, instead of getting into the sedan right away, just stared intently at Yang Wu. After a while, she made a statement that left everyone gaping. If your destination is the same, would you like a ride?" "Mom." Yinho expressed his disagreement with fiery eyes, and Myongo gently shook his head, trying to dissuade his mother. Yangwu, too, couldn't accept the proposal from the woman. No matter how uncomfortable Yangwu's legs seemed, it didn't change the fact that this side was a dangerous individual and an outsider to their territory. If it were me, I would have quietly driven away. While Yangwu wore a puzzled expression, the woman, looking at her two sons, spoke to Yangwu again. Is there harm in helping each other? You mentioned that what happened earlier was a misunderstanding, and who knows what we might encounter next. It was a hint that having this monster join them would be a significant help in terms of firepower. Then Yunho got angry and tried to say something, but then he shut his mouth. Although he had planned to say that he and his brother alone were sufficient, it seemed that it wasn't enough, proven by this monster. Even someone known for being a troublemaker, who frequently got in fights, knew how to distinguish a formidable opponent. And the monster in front of them was such an opponent. Seeing Yunho's defeated expression, the woman turned to Yangwu again. Is it okay if we go together? We're heading to Chengju. We can drop you off if you want. It was overly kind, but in any case, it was a proposal that wouldn't harm Yangwu. It might be okay to travel comfortably for a day. If he followed this road straight up, he would reach Munjiang, and if he continued through the city, he would reach Chengju. Since Yangwu had planned to visit both Munjiang and Chengju, there was no issue with the route. So, in the end, he nodded his head. Okay, I also have some business in Munjiang and Chengju. Let's go together for now. With the mention of having business in Chengju, the two brothers flinched, but they didn't oppose further. As the opponent also expressed the intention to ride together, there was no choice but to accept, knowing that opposing it would be futile. If there's business in Munjiang too, I'll figure out a solution when the time comes. Myongo, thinking about alternatives while opening the driver's seat door. Yunho, still glaring at the unwelcome guest with a discontented face. And Myongi, suggesting Yangwu to take the back seat with a bright smile. That's how the uncomfortable ride-sharing began. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Virum. As the SUV once again began to run with the engine sound, Myongi initiated introductions. I'm Zhang Myongi. Those are my kids, Zhang Myongo and Zhang Yunho. Perhaps thinking that her sons wouldn't act too friendly with a stranger, Myongi introduced them instead. Then, as if it were the fourth turn, she looked at Yangwu directly. Ah, yes, I'm Zhang Yangwu. Zhang Yangwu. As soon as she heard his name, Myongi exaggeratedly widened her eyes. Oh, it's the same Zhang family. Fate must be fate. There were some looks of disapproval from Yunho in the passenger seat, but Yangwu couldn't see it. This was because Myongi immediately threw a question at him. Can you tell me which Zhang family you're from? Maybe we're even from the same main family. Seemingly trying to find any connection to intertwine in a friendly manner. But her plan didn't unfold as smoothly as she thought. Well, I'm not sure. The name was given to me at the orphanage, so it might not be a real Zhang family name. Ah, I see. Myongi, who had been speaking without hesitation, couldn't continue with anything more this time. So, this time, Yangwu brought up a new topic. But why are you going to Chengju? Oh, that? Well, for some reason, Myongi hesitated to speak. The front seat passengers, Myongo and Yunho, also coughed awkwardly, showing discomfort. My kid's father is there. Your husband? It seems like he's out for work. Well, it's something like that. His company is located in that area. With Myongi's last words, Yangwu realized that her husband wasn't simply away for work. There must be something going on, or maybe they're already divorced. If that were the case, it would explain why she suddenly became reserved. Words like divorce and orphanage had a quite close connection, after all. By the way, Myongi tried to dispel the strange atmosphere, made an effort to change the topic. You also mentioned having business in Munjiang and Chengju, right? Do you know someone there or something like that? Well, about that. As Yangwu was about to dodge the question, a new message appeared in everyone's sight. Pat, the current area you are in is Munjiang. The highest ranked, Jiang Chunyong 16 in this area. First place, defense 96 times. Oh, we're already in Munjiang. Myongo muttered while scanning through the windshield, gripping the steering wheel. And Yangwu told Myongi with the name, Jiang Chunyong in mind. Yes, I have someone to meet here. Zhang Chunyong 16, rank 1, 96 defenses. Yang Wu felt the heat inside the car rising frighteningly as the identity of strongest sword was revealed, thanks to Yunho in the passenger seat, who opened his mouth with a rather aggressive tone. Rank 1? Doesn't that mean it's incredibly powerful? Upon hearing this, Myongo, gripping the steering wheel, responded while keeping an eye on the road. Absolutely. It's better not to enter the city if possible. It was not just expressing concern, but an attitude that seemed to be formulating a plan. Even Yunho, in a difficult situation, exuded a spirit that seemed willing to face a duel with the strongest sword if necessary. So, Yangwu reconsidered the strength of the two brothers. Maybe they're stronger than they look. At first glance, the armament of Myongo and Yunho seemed quite poor. Myongo's weapon was undoubtedly a sword pulled from the mountains, and Yunho had only a single-handed axe. Myongi, who was riding in the back seat, didn't even have a weapon. The unmistakable symbol of a strong individual, the early bird, was nowhere to be found. But they might have awakened later, realizing that if they don't become stronger, their mother's life is in danger. Perhaps their mother was a powerful motivation for growth. Yangwu imagined the scene of the two brothers charging into the turmoil of the exchange at the currency exchange office with their mother behind them. Then he asked Myongo, "Have you ever met him before?" "The strongest sword." "Yes, strongest sword." Myongo made a puzzled expression at the unexpected question and then shrugged his shoulders. "Well, not yet. I don't want to meet him. Besides, there's probably only one strongest sword in the area. Would it be that easy to meet him?" With a laugh, Myongo finished his sentence with a light tone. Then, Yunho, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, suddenly asked Yangwu a question. "Then have you met him?" "The strongest sword." In response, Yangwu looked into the other person's burning eyes and then moved his gaze out the window. "No. If I had, I wouldn't be alive like this. If it's the strongest sword, he's probably the strongest person in that city." "Oh, boring." Yunho, spewing out a snort, turned his head back to the front, unlike Myongo, who continued to steal glances at Yangwu through the rearview mirror. Come to think of it, it wouldn't be strange at all that the uncomfortable guest in the back seat was a strongest sword from another region. At first, with a grotesque appearance resembling a mutant and a level of martial arts that was absurdly high, and above all, he had several early birds. This was fairly solid evidence. Unless he had taken them by killing other strong individuals, there was no way he could carry several precious early birds around. So, could it be that I'm carrying a strongest sword from somewhere right now? Right next to his mother. Sigh. As Myongo jerked his body for a moment, the steering wheel he was holding shook, and the car swayed. Thunk! Oh, what's wrong? Why is it like this? While Yunho, who almost bumped his head against the window, grumbled, Yangwu, who had been looking at the sky beyond the window, spoke again. "Hey, right now, strongest sword might not be the problem." "What? What do you mean?" "Yes. What's that?" Checking Yangwu's reflection in the rearview mirror, Myongo realized that the other was looking up at the sky and shifted his gaze to the area above the driver's side window. Then he saw it. Ugh! A beam of light was pouring down into the sky far away, towards Munjiang City. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Current time, 2:11 p.m. Yangwu, checking the time on his wristwatch, raised an eyebrow. "I thought 1 p.m. was the time for monster appearances, but is there a difference in each region? Or it could be that the monsters that appeared about an hour ago haven't been dealt with yet. But considering the number of light pillars, it's too many. Is strongest sword a bit weak here? No, then he should have died sooner." It was a phenomenon that was difficult for Yangwu's common sense to comprehend. In an area where only one strongest sword was holding on so steadfastly, why weren't the monsters being dealt with? Moreover, oh my goodness, as the distance between the vehicle and the city decreased, another red light pillar appeared on the other side. The mutant is also alive. Where the hell is the strongest sword? What is he even doing? Yangwu clenched his teeth, suspecting where the strongest sword of Munjiang City might be hiding. It was a different situation from the time of Gimchin, where there was no proper strongest sword, and the succession of positions kept happening. This time, There was a strongest sword capable of fighting against mutants, but the person wasn't fulfilling their role. It was truly strange. Meanwhile, Yangwu and the Zhang family in the SUV, who had covered their bodies, were heading towards the entrance of Munjiang City. Virum, in the escalating engine sound, Myongo, gripping the steering wheel, glanced at the rear through the rearview mirror and spoke. When we encounter monsters, we need to get out and fight. It would be troublesome if the car breaks down. It was a statement clearly made with Yangwu in mind. Yangwu could run at a speed similar to a vehicle with just his two legs, but it wasn't the case for the Zhang family, especially since they were carrying their mother, a non-combatant. And Yangwu, well aware of this, nodded. Yes, that's not a problem. However, after lifting his head slightly, Yangwu added, what about you two? Have you fought many monsters? It was a question born out of concern for Myongi, who was relying on her two sons for survival. But Yunho in the passenger seat took it as a provocation and got irritated. Why? Are you worried that we can't handle even one monster on our own? Don't worry about it. We've been managing just fine without your concern. Yes, then that's good. Yangwu stopped speaking and closed his mouth. After all, he would soon see firsthand the level of the two brothers' combat capabilities. The monsters on the second day are different from those on the first day. If they haven't raised their stats a lot, it might be difficult to handle. Even if it was Myongo and Yunho, Yangwu couldn't help but feel uneasy, thinking about Myongi, their mother, might be attacked by the monsters. But it wasn't a role he could continue to play for this family. Yangwu could only hope that the two brothers were strong enough. Oh, already. Eventually, a dejected voice came from Myongo in the driver's seat, and the vehicle suddenly came to a noisy stop. Screech! What the hell? What's that now? Yunho pulled out his weapon with a determined expression, matching the timing. Seeing this, Yangwu slightly turned his upper body to assess the situation ahead. Then they saw the imposing silhouettes of the monsters on the second day in Munjiang City. Occupying the road leading to the outskirts of the city were beings with a hefty silhouette. Or, translator knight, proofreader gun. Yangwu unconsciously muttered, and hearing that, Myongi in response, Yunho in the passenger seat intercepted, as if fishing for Yangwu's answer. It's just like a monster in games. Don't worry too much about it. Myongo, shifting gears to neutral, added with a tone similar to his younger brother. They're just weak mobs. It should be fine. But is it really okay? Yangwu, who had encountered a 2-meter-tall goblin as the first monster, couldn't agree with the opinions of the two brothers. Even goblins weren't easy to deal with. Will orcs really feel like weak mobs? Of course, leaving aside creatures like dragons and facing goblins, trolls, orcs, it seemed that the monster system in this world was not significantly different from people's general perceptions. However, the problem was that these monsters were no longer confined to games or novels. Thunk! Meanwhile, Yunho was opening the passenger door with an axe in hand. On the other hand, Myongo, gripping the steering wheel, remained in standby. Yangwu, with a puzzled tone, asked, Aren't you going out with your brother? I'm not much help, and in case there's a problem, one of us needs to survive to bring our mother with us. I see. Having heard Myongo's explanation, Yangwu nodded. In other words, the Zhang family's combatant was only Yunho at the moment, and Myongo's role was to reverse the car if his younger brother died, while fighting and leave the scene. Focusing the stats on one side does have its advantages. Yangwu glanced at Myongi next to him and left the back seat door open, stepping outside. He doesn't like Yunho very much, but he still should pay a fair share of the ride. Thunk! As Yangwu stepped onto the road barefoot, Yunho, who sensed his movements, turned around. What's up? I'm here to help. It seems you're about to fight these guys for the first time. It's not because you're greedy for money, right? Yunho came out aggressively as expected. Of course, Yangwu understood Yunho's position of needing to gather karma to protect his mother. But Yangwu was no ordinary person either. If I really wanted to be greedy, I would have killed you guys first. If I did that, the car would be mine. Don't keep provoking me. Staring at the SUV in the back with a cold expression, Yunho's face finally showed fear. What are you talking about? That's inhumane. That's why you should also maintain some rationality. Don't you understand the situation? Saying this, Yangwu looked past Yunho's shoulder. Suddenly, the disorderly gathered orcs had formed ranks and were walking steadily toward them. The distance between them and this side was approximately 100 meters. What the hell, these guys? A strange sense of frustration washed over Yangwu. Even though they had clearly noticed this side, their cautious approach in maintaining formation, different from the previous monsters that rushed haphazardly, was what caused the discomfort. These guys are a bit, as Yangwu was about to warn Yunho, intending to say more. Thunk! Yunho rushed fiercely toward the orcs. They're moving. We need to... In Yunho's mind, he needed to stop the orcs from approaching the vehicle where his mother was. On the other hand, the orc group remained unfazed, even though they saw someone charging at them with an axe. Not only were they undisturbed, but rather... Clank, clink! They began to pull out large rectangular shields from their backs, readying their guards. Like well-trained soldiers. Yunho, who rushed forward, was momentarily taken aback by their calm movements, and Yangwu, who was following at a suitable distance, also sensed something suspicious. It feels like we're falling into a trap. And sure enough, Virum, one orc on the far right of the formation, blew a horn. Following that, a sinister whistling sound echoed from a distance. Shuang, what the hell is this noise? Yunho and Yangwu didn't need more than a second to directly confirm the source of the whistling. Without hesitation, one orc on the far right blew a horn, and in the next moment, dark points, about a dozen in total, appeared in the sky behind the orcs. Soon after, they rained down towards Yunho and Yangwu. Shuang, it was none other than spears. That must have been a bombardment request, since they could already see long spearheads. Yangwu hastily raised his black sword to prepare for defense. Swoosh! Yangwu's current sensory perception was 100. Even though more than 10 spears were pouring down from above, there was no change in his sensory perception value. Since the opponent hadn't specifically targeted Yangwu, the sensory theft ability didn't activate. Crazy. The moment Yangwu realized this, he quickly raised his shield to cover his head. With a sensory perception value of around 100, he judged that he couldn't parry the falling spear blades in midair. Thud, 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 thump. However, the orc side's bombardment was also poorly aimed, with most of the attacks hitting the ground around Yangwu. Only one spear struck the outer surface of his shield. Crash! Ugh! Tremendous impact surged through Yangwu's arm, spreading across his entire body. If he hadn't raised the shield, he would have been pierced through by the spear. Then, what about Yunho, who didn't even have shield? Thud! As Yangwu raised his head, he saw Yunho standing in an awkward posture about 10 meters away, his legs trembling on the ground, and there were spears that barely missed him embedded in the ground around him. In other words, Yunho was alive purely due to luck. He's incredibly lucky, but there will be another attack next. And then, I'm in danger too. The moment Yangwu thought about clearing out the orcs in front of him before the next bombardment, the orcs moved first. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Simultaneously, they opened their guards and shouted. Wheyo! With a thunderous roar, Yangwu could only wear a blank expression as the orcs charged towards them. Didn't they just say it was an all-out attack? He wondered if he had misheard, but soon the orc commander's words struck like a hammer. Vanguard, raise your shields, execute the infantry, and secure the tanks and remaining humans. It was astonishing enough that orcs were speaking human language, but the meaning behind their words was even more unusual. Infantry? Are they referring to us? Following the recent orders, Yangwu saw two orcs at the forefront of the formation raising their shields. Clang! The term tank likely referred to the SUV behind them, so the infantry marked for execution seemed to be, they must be talking about us, the ones who came to protect the tank. The plan seems to be to kill the infantry and capture the people inside the tank. But why were they trying to capture some and not kill all of the enemy? While puzzled, the immediate crisis demanded attention. Kra, he's dead. The orc vanguard had already overwhelmed Yunho. Yunho, whose spirit had long been broken, stood still as a shield, only to be pushed back by the powerful force. Geez, he's already lost his fighting spirit. Having experienced similar situations through training, Yang Wu knew which lines would be effective. He immediately put them into action. Zhang Yinho, if you die, your mother will. However, Yang Wu himself was also a target for immediate execution by the orcs. Grah! Before Yang Wu could finish his lines, an orc rushed towards him with a menacing shadow. Sensory values have temporarily increased from the original 100 to 134. Sensory values have temporarily increased from 134 to 168. Golden flashes of sensory enhancement messages appeared consecutively, accompanied by the holographic guide of Gyeongbuk Sword Law. Break, break, kill. This is insane. Due to the large number of opponents, finding the optimal sword technique was complicated, but with the rising sensory values, Yang Wu's guide execution ability was close to miraculous. Shearer, swiftly dodging between the creepy iron spikes, he skillfully targeted the orc's necks. His movements were clearly that of a sword genius to anyone watching. Perhaps because of that, when Yang Wu pierced the neck of the fourth orc, someone from behind screamed for help. Yang Wu helped. Turning his head at the spine-chilling plea, he saw Myongi, who had jumped out of the car with a horrified expression. As Yang Wu turned away as if avoiding fire upon seeing Myongi's tear-stained face, he noticed something on the opposite side. Hyuk hyuk! There, struggling desperately between the legs of the orcs, was Yunho, his face covered in blood and bruises, unable to compete with them. Then, soon after, Grah! One of the orcs surrounding Yunho viciously swung a large axe. Swish! From top to bottom, it was a motion similar to someone chopping up a fish, and indeed, the same thing happened in reality. Thunk! The sound of metal hitting the ground echoed as Yunho's head awkwardly fell at an unnatural angle. Yang Wu instinctively knew that Yunho's upper body and head had just been separated, and soon after, Myongi, who was near the vehicle, also learned of this as an orc kicked Yunho's torso. No! Yunho, a scream so piercing that it felt unbearable, emanated from her petite figure. The high-pitched sound was miraculous considering her small stature. Perhaps because of that. Saya. Soon, the familiar sound of artillery from the sky was heard from the other side. These crazy bastards. The orc reinforcements had launched a secondary bombardment in the direction where screams were heard. There was no time to warn Myongi. Boom! Desperately, Yang Wu leaped, grabbing Myongi, who was still screaming, and narrowly avoiding the rain of projectiles. And not long after, quack, 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 several javelins rained down from the sky, hitting the spot where Myongi had been. At that moment, Yang Wu, who had hidden behind the SUV along with Myongi, could clearly see the spears piercing through the front and rear seats of the car. Hyuk hyuk! Fortunately, in misfortune, Myongo in the driver's seat miraculously survived. With both hands raised on the steering wheel, he looked with a pale face at the shattered windows inside the vehicle. Then, the remaining orcs who had been holding their shields over their heads started approaching the vehicle, murmuring to each other. We almost died too. Why did they bombard us without warning? Some human made an incredible noise earlier. It sounded like a distant flute. Foolish creatures. As the voices of the orcs approached, Yang Wu cautiously spoke to Myongi, who seemed absent-minded. The first son is still inside the car. I'll bring him out, so please don't move from here. Naturally, there was no response from her, and Yang Wu emerged from behind the vehicle, drawing his black sword. Swish! Upon noticing him, the orcs, who had witnessed Yang Wu single-handedly dealing with 4 orcs earlier, hesitated and stood still. Moreover, conveniently, there were only 4 orcs left in this place. Hey! Eventually, one of the orcs pointed at Yang Wu with his chin and spoke. Just go. What? Just go. Swoosh! The orc raised his axe, indicating the road behind Yang Wu. It meant that they wouldn't fight him, so he could pass through. What are you saying, you crazy bastards? Yang Wu, seeing several kill marks already applied in his field of vision, prepared to attack with a sharp expression. Then the orcs made a gesture of embarrassment, and simultaneously, Yang Wu's figure shot out like an arrow. Translator, knight. Proofreader, gun. Swoosh. Watch out. Before they could assume a defensive posture, the body of one of the orcs at the forefront crumpled, followed by a squelching sound. Swish! The common blade, now extended to a length of 5 meters, swept through the area. What's happening? PL, please spare us. The startled orcs showed various reactions. Their reactions were so vivid that even Yang Wu, accustomed to fighting monsters in games, could mistake them for real humans in a battle. What is this? It looks so realistic. Yang Wu had always thought that creatures like orcs were artificially created entities for the role of monsters in games, somewhat like NPCs. However, the expressions and eyes of the orcs he just saw held something more than just well-crafted, consumable entities. Perhaps it was an attachment to life or something resembling a soul, which shouldn't be present in entities programmed as consumables. Of course, even this might be a sign that the monsters were exceptionally well-crafted consumables. But what if they were not? If these creatures were truly existing beings, then what were they, and where did they come from? Shayet. In the end, Yang Wu swiftly took down 3 orcs, and just before piercing the neck of the last one, he halted the sword. Thud! The orc, anticipating death and having closed its eyes, slowly raised its eyelids. Again, a very realistic reaction. Instead of attempting to counterattack, the orc, with the blade stopped in front of its throat, looked at Yang Wu with eyes filled with confusion and surprise. You? What? Too shocked to articulate words properly, the orc's realistic response added to Yang Wu's confusion. Yang Wu asked while holding the sword to the orc's neck. What are you? Why did you come here? Yang Wu was quite confused because he had never imagined that the day would come when he would interrogate orcs in his life. We are. Eventually, the last orc moved its large green jaw and opened its mouth. Pioneers. What? Yang Wu was even more bewildered by the unexpected word that came out of the orc's mouth. It was astonishing that the orc had the intellect to define itself as a pioneer, but even before that, pioneer means they have a homeland they left. The orc's homeland. No. Can creatures created by humans as fictional entities, like orcs, have a homeland in the first place? How did you go on a pioneering journey? You're supposed to be imaginary, right? You're orcs. While Yang Wu was speaking, the orc reacted strongly to the word imaginary. You're the ones. You are the beings from imagination. Aren't you the humans from the Carmoli mythology? Though fleeting, a sense of pride seemed to flash in the orc's eyes. At least, it was sincere. From the orc's perspective, in this situation, the protagonist was the orc itself, in a similar position to Yang Wu. What is this? At this point, Yang Wu could only come up with a ridiculous hypothesis. Perhaps neither humans nor orcs were real races that existed. Had they been imagining each other as fictional entities all along, and now they were actually encountering each other for the first time? But there are clearly origins of monsters here. Tolkien created it, and the lore added by D&D and Warhammer series exists as actual history. Of course, this could be the same from the orc's perspective. Didn't their mythology include the appearance of humans? What on earth is going on? A strange sensation crept up his neck. Various questions flooded his mind, but it became increasingly difficult to keep the orc in check. Sutsuk. The reason was soon apparent. Myangi, who had been hiding behind the vehicle, discovered the orc in front of Yang Wu and let out a scream. Yeah, it was a loud scream, as if anticipating a third bombardment, and the orc seemed well aware that this was the signal to abbreviate its own fate. Wait just a moment. With a very pitiful expression, the orc pleaded for mercy from Yang Wu. Please spare me. We can communicate well. Let's resolve this through conversation. However, Yang Wu's blade had already cut through the air. Swat! Swiftly beheading the orc, Yang Wu immediately shouted to Myango in the driver's seat. Start the engine. If you don't want to die here, step on it. Myango, who had been absent-mindedly listening to the peculiar conversation between the two races, regained his senses only after Yongwu's command. Clunk! As he shifted the gear back to drive and stepped on the accelerator with all his might, the rear passenger door swung open, and Yongwu's mother seemed to be thrown about. For a moment, Yongwu felt his chest tighten, but he couldn't protest to Myongo. All he could now do, sigh. All he could do now was press the accelerator with all his might. Quack! The SUV carrying the three of them passed over the orcs and Yunho's corpse, jolting roughly, as if a boat encountering waves. Perhaps that's why. Even Myongo's hands gripping the steering wheel felt damp, as if soaked in water. TL/N. Rip. Where you going? Where you going now? Struggling. Myongi, with a distorted face, wildly scratched the remaining son's arms and shoulders. Yunho is behind us. Where are we going among ourselves? Our Yunho. We need to bring Yunho. Myongi's eyes flickered. She seemed to genuinely believe that the eldest son was abandoning the second son. Was it really so? Didn't Myongi see Yunho's throat being cut? Stop it, Mom. I'm having a hard time, too. Myongo, tears streaming down, held the steering wheel. Yongwu held Myongi's arms as she pounded on the steering wheel. Thump! Otherwise, we would have crashed into the guardrail and all died together. Mom, I'm really sorry, but now is the time. Held by Yongwu, Myongi poured out resentful words before he could finish speaking. What did you do? My child was right in front of me. What the hell? Yongwu, feeling Myongi's arms throbbing in his grip, remained silent, feeling her struggling. He thought he was somewhat responsible for Yunho's death. If he hadn't let him go ahead and attacked the orcs first. If that had happened, Zhang Yunho might have survived. But even if that's the case, he would have died someday. If it weren't for me in the first place, these people would have all died. Yongwu looked out the window with a perplexed face. Then, on the other side of the road, a bundle of arrows shot up. There it is. He finally identified the position of the orc reinforcement that had been shelling them continuously. Myongo. Yes. Did you see that just now? I'll deal with them and leave. So, decide on your own whether to go or wait during that time. If you plan to part ways here, put my things on the ground and go. When Yongwu finished speaking and checked the scabbard on his waist, Myongo's expression stiffened. Now that they had lost Yunho, who was practically the strength of the Zhang family, there was no other choice. Where should I wait? I'll wait until you come. Having heard Myongo's powerless words, Yongwu tapped the back of the driver's seat. Now, Jeek. As soon as Yongwu's words were spoken, the vehicle abruptly stopped. Since we don't know when another arrow will come, it's better to move slowly. After saying this, Yongwu opened the rear door and stepped onto the road. Thud! Then, in the distance, black silhouettes were wriggling. It was the orc reinforcement, which was now a thorn in the eye. The distance between them and here was about 300 meters. Thud! Soon, when Yongwu stomped on the ground and bounced forward, the distance with them quickly decreased. Swish! Yongwu moved with a sound as if the arrow was piercing through the air, and the orcs, who sensed an unusual presence, also responded. Way at! The spear was thrown straight at an unidentified object. However, this time, unlike artillery fire, it was a targeted attack. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the original 100 to 134. The sensory value has temporarily increased from 134 to 168. The sensory value has temporarily increased from 168 to 202. It resulted in a disaster that raised the sensory levels of the target of the attack, Yongwu. Thanks to that, Yongwu could clearly see the trajectory and anticipated path of the spear flying straight towards him. He was clever enough to deflect it before the spear pierced his body. Clang! When Yongwu drew his sword and deflected the first spear, the orcs were so close that he could see their expressions. Ching! When he bounced off the second spear, their bewildered voices echoed vividly. What is it? Human? Kill him quickly. There were a total of 6 in the orc reinforcement. They stood among the pile of spears on the ground, each holding a long spear in both hands. In other words, they didn't have shields to block the attacks. As soon as Yongwu confirmed their armed status, He drew the black sword to its maximum length and swung it. Way-at! A dark and massive trail swept across the orc's wastes, and the sensation of cutting through flesh of the orcs was vividly transmitted to Yongwu's grip. Puddy duck. Rather than saying Yongwu slashed the orcs, it might be more fitting to say that he shattered them. The orcs with their waists split fell to the ground in a staggered rhythm. And then, pop, pop, pop. With the light, their bodies vanished, and crimson coins poured out in their place. Chwark. Oh no. Yongwu realized for the first time that he hadn't picked up the coins that the orcs dropped when they fell earlier. Does this make sense? Do I have to pick up money like this every time a fight ends? He bent over and rummaged through the ground, as if he were picking up ears of corn. All the various emotions that had been squeezing his chest until a moment ago disappeared. And by this time, bud-dud-dud, the SUV of the Zhang family approached Yongwu with a low engine sound. Are you okay? Myongo cautiously asked from the inside of the driver's seat. In response, Yongwu poured a handful of coins into his backpack and looked at Myongo. How about your mother? She fainted. Thank goodness. When we go back, we have to pick up some money again. Yes? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Clang. At the scene of Yinho's death, Yongwu collected a total of 160,000 karma. Adding what he obtained from the support unit, the total karma became 280,000. Now my total assets, 304,000. If converted into attribute points, it would be 304 points. If he invested in appearance changes, he could achieve about 14% of the optimal body conditions recommended by the combat preset. However, Yongwu had one more choice. Munjiang is still in the state where the second day mutant hasn't been caught. And that means, translator night, proofreader gun. If I kill him, a merchant will appear here too. He could have another trade with the extraterrestrial merchant. Thanks to a special agreement with the intermediary Kubu, Yongwu could preview and choose from all the items up for bid in the trade. I don't know what will be available this time, so I should save money if possible. Swoosh. The current location is Munjiang. The highest ranked in this area is Zhang Chunyong 16. Rank 1, defense 96 times. Yongwu glanced briefly at the information about Munjiang's strongest sword, Zhang Chunyong 16, that was still surviving somewhere. What is this? Could it be that he left Munjiang long ago? The red light pillar had gotten quite close by now, so it would take about 10 minutes whether he rode a car or ran to reach the mutant. Are you okay? When Yongwu turned his head towards the waiting SUV nearby, Myongo, who had been in a daze, twitched. Yes? Oh, are you really okay going with me? I'm going to kill the mutant now. But I don't know what kind of creature it is, so I can't guarantee the safety of Mr. Myongo and your mother. Of course, killing the creature would lead to even more astonishing events. So, he omitted the story about real extraterrestrials coming for business. Myongo made a blank expression again. What else could he do besides staring blankly? Since the reset incident, everything had been so surreal, and he couldn't think about anything since hearing Yongwu's conversation with the orcs. We have to go. We have no other choice. Myongo glanced at his mother lying limp in the back seat. He had lost all functions and abilities as the eldest son and the head of the family. So, the best he could do now was to tragically express gratitude that he could at least work as the driver for Zhang Yongwu, a person whose identity was not even certain. If the guy is strong enough to kill even the mutants, their lives would continue as long as he lived. It was practically a life delegation. If everyone's fate had been reset, is this the result they ended up with? Recalling his own fate, which had no significant flaws, Myongo made a bitter expression. If a new fate record was being written, how would this scene be recorded? And what would be the end? Crack! Myongo's contemplation was cut off by the sound of a cracking window from the passenger seat. Startled, he raised his head, and Yongwu was seen pulling out a spear stuck in the passenger seat from the outside. Now that I think about it, this is ours, isn't it? What? This spear was not brought by the orcs. It was a weapon given to people. From the Swords Mountain, Yongwu threw the spear to the ground as he spoke. If that spear had been brought by the orcs, it should have disappeared along with their bodies when they vanished. Can they use our resources against us? It felt strangely unpleasant. Yang Wu pulled out 2 more spears stuck in the vehicle and sat in the passenger seat this time. At this point, Myongo showed a puzzled expression. Now your mother probably won't like this. Lock the back door. In response to Yang Wu's words, Myongo silently locked the back door. So where do we go now? Should we follow that thing? Pointing to the red light pillar visible on the other side, Myongo looked at Yang Wu. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Virum. Inside the speeding vehicle, Myongo finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. Hey, yes. You're the strongest sword, right? From somewhere. Yang Wu, who had been staring outside the front passenger window, turned his head towards Myongo. That's right. A very indifferent tone. Oh, I see. I see. During the moment when silence was about to return, Myongo barely managed to throw the next question. Then, have you faced other mutants before? It was a question that Myongo couldn't help but ask. It was no exaggeration to say that the lives of Myongo himself and his mother depended on Yang Wu's combat experience. So, Yang Wu decided to give an answer that would somewhat reassure his opponent. However, yes, I killed 2, and the other one. He couldn't complete the rest, the part where it was about the mutant waiting to make the sound of a flute while trapped in another world. Because, quack whack whack, somewhere a loud noise, as if a building collapsed, resonated. The timing was perfect as the vehicle entered a roundabout into the city, allowing both Myongo and Yang Wu to see. Don't be scared. Keep going. Dodge it. Dozens of orcs were rushing in one direction. Already, there was a battle going on, with dust in the air and buildings collapsing or breaking in various places. What is this? Screech. Due to Myongo instinctively slamming the brakes, a loud noise was heard, but not a single orc looked back. That's natural. Wawa. The orc horde was already facing a formidable threat. In the midst of facing dozens of orcs, another orc with a vibrant red color was screaming while swinging its weapon. Yuri dead. Facing dozens of orcs, this orc, whose size was unusually large enough to make others look like dwarfs, seemed to be... Could it be a mutant? Why is the mutant fighting with the monsters? Squinting his eyes and surveying the situation, Yang Wu soon found out the reason. It wasn't just the mutants from Munjiang fighting against the orcs. What is this? Squeak. Near the blue muscle mass, there was another presence moving very agilely. Sweet. A slim figure, darkly tanned skin, and contrasting white hair. It can't be. Yang Wu's eyebrows twitched at the unbelievable sight. Zhang Chunyong 16, the strongest sword in Munjiang, was fighting alongside the mutant against the orcs. What's going on? Even as Myungo asked this, he was already putting the gear in reverse. For him, who was just a prey in this world, all mysterious phenomena were something he had to avoid. Therefore, he didn't really want to know why the mutant and the Munjiang strongest sword had formed an alliance. Whether it was valuable information or not, it wasn't clear, but for immediate survival, it wasn't certain if it would be of any help. No, it might even be a threat. Putting your life on the line out of curiosity? That's insane. Just as Myungo was about to step on the accelerator in reverse, Yang Wu, in the passenger seat, spoke up. Wait, I need to get off. What? Myungo questioned with a puzzled expression, but instead of answering, Yang Wu opened the passenger door. Suddenly, the intense sounds from the other side of the scene penetrated into the vehicle. Gah, creak. Most of those sounds were the orcs screaming and falling, and the actual situation was tilting towards the mysterious duo. After all, one of the duo was a mutant on the second day, and the other was the Munjiang's strongest sword with a defense count of 96. On the other hand, Yangwu, the current Gyeongbok's strongest sword, is Zhong Yangwu 07. Rank 1, 0 defenses. Since becoming Gyeongbok's strongest sword, he had not killed anyone, so his defense count was only 0. Even if you combined all the defense count from his time as Gumi's strongest sword, it still didn't match 96. But what caught Yangwu's attention right now was the reason why the duo had formed. If you fought in 96 defense battles, It's not a case where you've become strongest sword by chance. But why are you cooperating with the mutant? Yang Wu observed the two figures rapidly reducing the orcs with great speed. The mutant on the second day seemed to have a height of 5 meters, and each swing of his arm made orcs scatter like pieces of paper, indicating tremendous strength. And near him, the movements of Munjiang's strongest sword, who moved like a lightning bolt, were also exceptional. Swish! Just by looking at the lightning-fast sword strokes and optimized movements, he felt familiar with hologram guides. In other words, it wasn't a situation where one side was weaker and surrendered. Did they agree to team up just to defeat the orcs? No, that doesn't make sense. Even without being strongest sword, there's no benefit for the mutant. Of course, mutants were fundamentally humans, so there was always room for unconventional choices. Even if they chose to become mutants, upon returning, their anger might have disappeared, or they might have been eccentric from the beginning. Or maybe they were just acquaintances. If it was the latter, it was highly likely that he would have to deal with both at the same time. If I make a mistake, I might end up fighting 1v2 again. Swiftly, when Yang Wu touched the necklace hanging around his neck, a tool tip appeared in his field of view. Pumpkin-colored necklace, legendary necklace. Summon a friend. Yang Di. Then, soon after, a notification followed stating that the friend summoning limit for the day had been exhausted. The daily friend summoning limit is 0. The basic usage limit for the necklace was 2 times, but Yang Wu had already used up all the attempts. Once when he first got the whistle, and once during his fight with Sangju's strongest sword. Moreover, the reason why the whistle was used in Sangju was to deal with the strongest sword and the mutant at the same time. But then, in the next city, he encountered a similar, no, even more bizarre situation. Back then, it was an individual battle, but this time there is a high possibility that I will have to fight them both at the same time. Therefore, if there was going to be a fight anyway, now was the perfect time for a surprise attack for Yongwu. Aim for the back. Equals craw. The orcs were currently diverting the attention of the two powerhouses. At this moment, it could have been an opportune time for Yongwu to stab one of them, inflict the pain effect of golden punishment, and use that advantage to handle the battle more favorably. But Yongwu, even though the orcs had dwindled to single digits by now, he didn't join the fight. He knew that the moment he launched a surprise attack, any other potential choices would be permanently blocked. For example, options like dialogue. Is this why the system diagnosed me as a stubborn guy? Thud thud. Yongwu walked at a moderate pace without drawing his sword. Saw save me. Wait. Thanks to this, the mutant and the strongest sword duo were able to deal with the retreating orcs without any interference, and the presence of the intruder was only noticed afterwards. Hutta. What? The blue orc who spotted Yongwu and the white-haired eyes of the elderly man widened simultaneously. At that very moment, the meeting of the two sides became even more dramatic as the corpses of orcs scattered everywhere disappeared, emitting karma. SCHR. Crimson coins scattered in all directions. Some even rolled up to Yongwu's feet, and, to no surprise, the white eyebrows of Munjiang's strongest sword Jing, Chunyong, trembled upon seeing this. It meant not to touch the loot. Munjiang's strongest sword, a title that shone as brightly as the sharp gaze of the old man. Upon seeing the opponent's title, Yongwu slowly spread his arms. Primarily, it was a gesture indicating no intention to fight, but there was also an intention to prevent Zhang Chunyong from immediately retrieving the coins. In the end, if he ended up fighting those two, he planned to take the loot after the battle was over. Do you have any story to tell? This is the first time for such a situation. As Yongwu asked this, he glanced at the mutant behind Zhang Chunyong. Then, a very familiar name entered his field of view. Actor, Zhang Damyong. Zhang Damyong is from Munying. Zhang Damyong, 49-year-old male. He had built a solid reputation as a villain actor for 15 years, gaining recognition, but 2 years ago, he was expelled from the film industry due to a hit-and-run incident. Furthermore, it was revealed that Zhang Damyong was intoxicated at the time of the incident, and if he had taken emergency measures right after the accident, The victim might have survived, adding more controversy. Of course, Jiang Damyung received a prison sentence in the trial, but public anger did not easily subside. It continued to circulate on the internet and other media, and that's why Yang Wu vividly remembered the name Jiang Damyung. In the end, the target of public outrage. Well, it's only natural. Although famous individuals are often more vilified in the first stage screening compared to heinous criminals, Jiang Damyung's case was somewhat different. At the time, he may not have been driving with the level of malice of a murderer, but he hit someone anyway, and because he avoided responsibility for this. Seems like you recognize my child. I'll tell you in advance, I am Damyung's father. That should answer your question about what happened. As expected, seeing that they shared the same family name was enough for Yang Wu to make a good guess. Yang Wu nodded, tightly sealing his lips. In just 2 lines of dialogue, he read a lot from the opponent's pronunciation. Jiang Chunyong 16 looked like an 80-year-old, even though he might not be that old. Until receiving his identification number and title, he would have been just an ordinary old man. Then, suddenly, as the reset started, he would have witnessed the public rejudging his son, who was already imprisoned, in real time. Whether he knew his son would return here, or if it was just for revenge on the world. In any case, the old man with Jiang Damyung as his son ultimately became Munjiang's strongest sword. The defense record of 96 times would now seem entirely different. Did you come here to see my child? Soon, Jiang Chunyong 16 asked threateningly while raising the sword he had on the ground. Ah, his sword was an early bird too. Imagining the opponent who had skillfully overcome the dispute at the exchange counter, Yang Wu cautiously moved his hand to his waist. I didn't know that your child was here. Yang Wu's gaze turned to Jiang Damyung, who stood like a mountain behind him. However, unlike when he crushed the orcs earlier, Jiang Damyung now looked back and forth between the outsider and his father with a face full of fear. At least, Jiang Damyung didn't want to fight with people. What's this? They know very well that they have a significant advantage if they start a fight. As Yang Wu was wondering with a puzzled expression, Jiang Damyung moved his blue chin and opened his mouth. If you didn't come to kill us, please go on your way. We don't want to fight with people. Yang Wu, who had encountered many mutants, was even more surprised. Then, why did you come back? As Yang Wu stammered in surprise, Jiang Damyung pointed with his large finger at Jiang Chunyong 16. I came to see my father. I was curious about what happened to the world. It's not like I came here to kill anyone. Jiang Damyung, saying this, didn't seem filled with anger, nor did he seem like he had lost his mind. Did he really come back purely because he was worried about his father? Is filial piety supposed to be like this? Yang Wu, who had never had a father, could only conceptually understand it. If you're hesitant, just go. Don't waste your precious life. Jiang Chunyong 16, reading Yang Wu's hesitation from his eyes, issued another warning. The fact that he appeared here in the first place implied that he had come searching for the mutant marker. Therefore, Jiang Chunyong was aware that the outsider in front of him was no ordinary person. And indeed, Yang Wu was not just any strongest sword. He was the Gyeongbok's strongest sword. Having the pumpkin-colored whistle meant he needed to collect mutants, and to maintain the position of Gyeongbok's strongest sword, he had to continue accumulating the title. Furthermore, leaving Jiang Damyung like this would make the Golden Flood achievement too distant. Golden Flood, summon the Golden Rain in 5 or more regions. 3/5. Since Yang Wu didn't choose to monopolize karma, his abilities were significantly lower than other strongest swords. Achieving the Golden Flood was crucial for him. If I just pass by here, someone else will come and target your son anyway. As Yang Wu spoke, Jiang Chunyong 16 chuckled. Huh, isn't that just an excuse? Anyway, even if you didn't come to harm my son, it sounds like you did. I won't deny it. I came searching for mutants. However, I don't want to harm your son. Then what do you want to do? This place is becoming uncomfortable. Jiang Chunyong 16's words seemed to be true. Moreover, there had been an enormous aura arising from him since a while ago. At this point, Yang Wu quickly extended his hand toward Jiang Damyung. Mr. Damyung, haven't you heard about the return function before coming here? Hearing Yang Wu's words, Jang Damyung momentarily had a blank expression, then looked down at his own palm. Immediately, Jang Chunyong, 16, who was emitting a formidable aura, took a few steps back, glancing worriedly at his son, who stood at a height of 5 meters. What's that nonsense about a return? No way. After a while, Jang Damyung seemed to recall something. He partially opened his palm, radiating a blue aura. In his hand, a teleportation mark in the form of a door was being created. As expected, Yang Wu's eyes widened. As anticipated, Jang Damyung had learned about the local reconciliation method, the return function, before being sent here. However, in no time, Jang Damyung folded his palm, erasing the mark. Then, he stared directly at Yang Wu and opened his mouth with a slightly different atmosphere than before. But why should I go back? To be precise, it's not returning. That's... Yang Wu tried to explain the parallel world where mutants using the return function would stay, but he stopped talking. In fact, that place was nothing more than another prison, and it was because he realized that Jang Damyung, who had originally returned to take care of his father, wouldn't accept such a proposal. Isn't it you who brought me back from the prison? I'll stay quiet if you don't mess with me first, so why should I leave? His voice was as firm as he clenched his fist tightly. The emotions he had been suppressing for a long time were starting to burst out. I pressed the switch. Of course, it would have happened sooner or later, even if not this time. Even if the two of them genuinely wanted to live quietly in this place, it was impossible with the numerous strongest swords across the country. He was a mutant with a reward of 3 million karma. And Jang Chunyong, being the current strongest sword and the one who handled the first A mutant in Munjiang City, was undoubtedly aware of that fact. So, do you plan to kill everyone who comes looking for you in the future? I really don't want to, but if that's the only way, I have no choice. This is the world we live in now. Jang Chunyong answered in place of his son, and it was a reality that couldn't be avoided. From the first screening, when Jang Damyung chose mutation instead of disappearance and disassembly, his fate was already sealed. Of course, seeing the future was not guaranteed, just because he was Jang Damyung, but there was no way to blame him for coming back to look after his father. Anyway, Yang Wu had to make a choice now. Whether he would leave this place while the two men were still showing mercy, or whether he would risk their lives and have a showdown. It's really not an easy problem. Is it really? Seeing you still standing there, it seems like you've made up your mind. When Yang Wu didn't say anything, Golden Flash finally activated. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the original 100 to 417. Finally, Jang Chunyong took the initiative. I'm sorry. His voice still retained a sense of humanity. However, the sound of the slashing air that flew off at the end was incredibly sharp. Swoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the sword. Ugh! Yang Wu responded to the opponent's thrust, seeing the hologram guide of Gyeongbuk sword law appearing, and quickly assumed a defensive posture. A step back with the left foot. Thud! At the same time, the right hand drew the sword forward. Squelch! The black sword, like lightning, deflected the approaching blade diagonally away from Yang Wu's heart. Thunk! In response to Yang Wu's unbelievable reaction speed, Jang Chunyong let out a sound close to a sigh. He knew that such a reaction was impossible without the assistance of the sword technique support. Who are you? Jang Chunyong looked at Yang Wu with suspicious eyes. Meanwhile, Jang Damyung, who was behind him, rushed out with loud footsteps. Father! Thump, thump! Jang Damyung's movements, filled with momentum, exuded tremendous pressure. In response, Yang Wu, fearing that the battlefield would widen, shouted loudly. Zhang Myongo, run away. Don't come back until my judge. What? It was only after hearing Yang Wu's shout that the two men noticed there was an SUV parked in the middle of the distant road. He wasn't alone. Is that family? Jang Damyung shifted his gaze to the car in one go, indicating that he might be looking for the people inside. So Yang Wu said, if you're curious, go check it out. By then, your father's head will probably be rolling. He delivered a line like a villain. This guy does. However, Yang Wu's words were a lie. Didn't he struggle to hold his ground well in the previous confrontation with the strongest sword of Sangju? Due to the significant difference in their stats, the majority of strongest swords had superior individual combat abilities compared to Yangwu. So if he wanted to go for Zhang Chunyong's neck, Zhang Damyung had to join the fight. That way, he could absorb sensory values faster, creating more variables. Look closely at who I am. Finally, Yangwu tapped his left chest to induce a combined attack from the two father and son. Then, swish, a golden glow flashed above his head, revealing the strongest sword title in units. Gyeongbuk, strongest sword. Gyeongbuk. Zhang Chunyong was aware that a new Gyeongbuk strongest sword had emerged a few hours ago, as an overall notification had been displayed. Also, since Mun Jiang was in Gyeongsangbuk-do, he had considered the possibility of encountering Gyeongbuk strongest sword at some point. However, I met you much earlier than expected. He hadn't anticipated becoming the first opponent in the defense battle against Gyeongbuk strongest sword. The shock Zhang Damyung felt about Yangwu's identity was similar. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the original 417 to 867. Soon, Yangwu's sensory value soared to an impressive 867. Finally, both father and son focused on attacking Yangwu. Zhang Damyung's momentum was tremendous. It was because he confirmed that the opponent was truly capable of killing his father. However, it seemed that their joint efforts had put his father in jeopardy. Feeling a strange emotion, Yangwu easily dodged Zhang Damyung's attack with a heavy movement. Crack! As the large axe struck the empty ground, crimson coins scattered into the air. Simultaneously, more than 10 red coins appeared chaotically in Yangwu's field of vision. Break! Break! What is this? Each symbol was attached to the coins that had just bounced up. Following this, Yangwu's action was faster than the Gyeongbuk sword law's hologram. He immediately understood what to do. Swoosh! Yangwu's sword cut through the air. However, the target was not Zhang Damyung or Zhang Chunyong, but the coins. Ping ping. Translator Knight. Proofreader gun. The coins, rebounding off the elastic blade, shot towards the two father and son like bullets. Be careful. Zhang Chunyong, who had noticed what Yangwu was attempting, quickly took a defensive stance. However, blocking small and fast coins visually while in a state of sensory deprivation was by no means easy. So, how would it have been for Zhang Damyung, who was several times larger than his father? Spurt splatter. His massive body mostly absorbed the flying coins that Yangwu had sent. Ark! Zhang Damyung, opening his eyes to the pain he was feeling for the first time, screamed in agony. This is it. In contrast, Yangwu found a way out and swept the floor with his sword. SCHRRK. This time, far more coins floated into the air than before. Fear crept into Zhang Chunyong's face as he witnessed this. Damyung. Thud, 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 thud. Although it was nothing more than the clinking sound of coins, everyone in the audience couldn't help but shudder upon hearing it. The outcome was clearly visible. Pew, pew, pew. The coins sent by Yangwu horrifyingly embedded themselves all over Zhang Damyung's body, one even piercing his right eyeball. Krah! The pain was immense. Zhang Damyung, dropping his large axe to the ground, clutched his face. Ay! Hearing Zhang Damyung's agonized cries, Yangwu felt a strange emotion. However, he couldn't immediately end the man's suffering. If I kill him now, the sensory values would drop drastically. Then it will be difficult to deal with Zhang Chunyong. It was a devilish thought, but there was no other choice. However, father's reaction exceeded Yangwu's imagination. As strongest sword. Clang! As soon as his son suffered a fatal injury, Zhang Chunyong threw away his sword and knelt in front of Yangwu. Please spare my son. I didn't know it would come to this. At this moment, Yangwu thought Zhang Chunyong might be pretending to beg for mercy, but soon he realized that even the sensory values he took from Zhang Chunyong were fading away. Zhang Chunyong had genuinely decided to sacrifice his life in that brief moment. Oh, old man, was this what a father was supposed to be? Yangwu felt uncomfortable and confused in this situation. If he intended to beg for his life, he should have done so before the battle began. Now, even if he proposed a ceasefire, there was no way Jiang Damyang would comply willingly. So, now there was no choice but to kill him. And for that, I have to kill Jiang Chunyong too. While Yangwu wore a melancholic expression, Jiang Chunyong desperately searched for an escape route, revealing his back to the enemy. Return. Didn't you mention a way to return earlier? He crawled towards his son, stuttering and spoke with a trembling voice. Damyang, Damyang, can you hear me? Come back now. Your father is fine. Jiang Chunyong, who was holding on to his son and pleading, suddenly faltered. He realized that green blood was seeping out his own hands. And around that time, Father, a long shadow cast by Yangwu appeared from behind. Then, swish! With a sharp sound, Yangwu's sword pierced through Jiang Chunyong's neck. In the end, Yangwu decided to kill the father first among the two. Following that, Jiang Chunyong's emaciated body collapsed weakly to the side. Thud! At that moment, Jiang Damyang, who had been crouching while covering his face, barely opened his left eye, feeling an intense sense of nausea. In an instant, Jiang Damyang's pupils expanded. What's happening? Due to his towering height of 5 meters, the body of his father, who lay lifeless on the ground, looked incredibly small. And soon, an incomprehensible line was heard from somewhere. I think it would have been better for your father to witness his son's death than this. What were you saying? Overwhelmed by unbearable panic, Jiang Damyang, whose right eye was impaled by coins, twitched as a strange dialogue unfolded. Quack! Once again, Yangwu made a decisive decision. Kill the opponent before they fully grasp the situation and counterattack. Kwong! Gradually, Jiang Damyang's massive body collapsed, casting a large shadow on the ground. Then, pat! With a flash of white light, a golden sphere was left at the spot where the corpse lay. As the second mutant in Munjiang has been eliminated, basic welfare will be applied to this area. Remaining time until the daily quest application, 20 minutes. Remaining time until the appearance of a merchant, 5 minutes. Followed by the appearance of the system notification. Now, in a little while, somewhere in Munjiang City, an extraterrestrial merchant would appear. Once he collected the scattered coins in the area, there would be enough funds for trading. Everything went well according to the plan, but Yangwu couldn't help but wear a bitter expression. This world has become much more messed up than I thought. However, he didn't ponder whether surviving like this was right or wrong. After all, for the ability to feel guilt, survival was necessary. Yangwu blinked his eyes once and searched for the body of Jiang Chunyong, who, unlike his son, had left his body in this world. As the second mutant in Munjiang has been eliminated, basic welfare will be applied to this area. Remaining time until the daily quest application, 20 minutes. Remaining time until the appearance of a merchant, 5 minutes. Contrary to the grandiose system messages, what Yangwu was doing was not at all dignified. He was crouched on the floor, rummaging through the corpse in every way possible. However, it was inevitable since he didn't know what form the mutant gear that Jiang Chunyong had would take. He's not even wearing a ring. Could it be something he carries in his pocket? Swoosh! He searched through both pockets, but all that came out were a few crimson coins. There's no way he didn't catch the mutant on the first day. If that were the case, what he saw earlier doesn't make sense. Just as Yangwu wondered what this was all about, he raised his head, and in his field of vision, his own wrist came into view. No, to be precise, it was the green snake coiled around his wrist that caught his eye, because the creature's head was bent at a strange angle. Serpent of greed, epic compass. Always seeks rarity, always yearning for the rarest things. Yangwu's gaze followed the snake's head. Then, he naturally saw Jiang Chunyong's face. His face? Is it something worn on the head? But no matter how closely he examined it, there was no equipment on Jiang Chunyong's head. What's going on? It couldn't be an error. Yangwu thought for a moment, and this time, the snake-encircled wrist approached the face of the deceased. Swoosh! Once again, The snake began to turn the head in a certain direction after a few adjustments. Is it the eye? Regardless of what this mutant gear was, the conclusion was that it was somewhere in Jiang Chunyong's left eye. Yang Wu carefully lifted the left eyelid of the deceased with a surprised face. And then he saw it. Something faint was covering the lifeless pupil of Jiang Chunyong. That is to say, it's a lens. A lens. The moment Yang Wu saw it, he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. It was more of an instinctive disgust than fear. Is someone telling me to put a lens, whose origin and grade as a mutation lens cannot be known, over my eye? Moreover, isn't it something taken off a corpse? Surely not. There can't really be something like a mutant lens, right? Yang Wu shook his head and, spreading his index and thumb, brought them close to Jiang Chunyong's left eyeball. Then, he pinched and pulled out something that was lying on the eyeball. Ugh. Then, a horrific situation that Yang Wu had foreseen unfolded all at once. Snap! One-eyed sentinel, mutant cornea. It watches over you while you sleep. The lens in question was indeed a mutant device. Ah, for real. Moreover, officially it was not a lens but a cornea. Although it was extremely nauseating, Yang Wu had no time or reason to hesitate. There was a mountain of things to do besides this. He needed to check the mutant gear left by the mutant Jiang Damyung and also bring down the golden rain in Munjiang City. Wearing this won't make me go blind. Jiang Chunyong was perfectly fine. After taking a small breath, Yang Wu lifted the left eyelid of his own eye. Then, exhaling, he placed the mutant cornea on his eyeball. And then, squelch, ugh, as if it were alive, the one-eyed sentinel stuck to Yang Wu's pupil on its own. What the hell is this? Startled, Yang Wu, unable to close his eyes, screamed, but the one-eyed sentinel showed no reaction. After that short movement, its presence itself seemed to disappear. Perhaps it had completed its attachment. Unknown to him, until Yang Wu fell asleep, there would be no visible movement. Yang Wu stood still for a while, with his face turned toward the ground, eyes wide open, finally gave in. Squish! He closed and opened his eyelid once. However, the presence of the one-eyed sentinel that had attached to his eyeball just a while ago was not felt at all. Is this correct? A mutant cornea? After blinking a few more times, Yang Wu could finally accept the fact that he would carry a substance in his eyeball until his death. If it says it watches over me when I sleep, maybe it examines the surroundings on my behalf when I'm in a sleep state. This would be impossible to know until he falls asleep. Anyway, now the remaining procedure is. It was still about making contact with the golden sphere spinning in midair. Reward for defeating the mutant Jiang Damyung, a mutant on the second day in Munjiang City. Thud. As Yang Wu placed his hand on the sphere, the golden sphere rotated faster, displaying a message. We have defeated the mutant. Please choose your reward for the completion of the process. Much less than confirmed, reward much greater than. Blue blood, mutant drug. 30% increase in strength for 10 minutes. Number of uses, 4. Much less than selected, reward much greater than. 3 million karma. Or, grant 30,000 karma to all residents in the area. After the cornea, now was a substance that needed to be ingested into the body. With a somewhat resigned face, Yang Wu chose the selected reward. Snap! Grant 30,000 karma to all residents in the area. Then, the golden sphere rapidly spun and soared into the sky, followed by exploding in the upper atmosphere, showering down a golden rain. Gyeong Buk's strongest sword, Zhong Yangwu 07, gave up his monopoly on 3 million karma and gifted 30,000 karma to all Munjiang residents. Soon, 30,000 karma will be paid in the form of commemorative coins. Get ready. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Just yesterday, even deciding on the selected reward was difficult, but now there was no hesitation at all. After all, having already attached a mutant cornea to his eyeball and soon to drink Orc's blood, selecting a reward was not a big deal. Tap! Among the golden rain, Yang Wu skillfully grabbed commemorative coins and opened the achievement window. Golden Flood. Summon Golden Rain in more than 5 areas. 4/5. Just one more now. In addition, with 4 titles of the strongest swords in Gyeongbuk, his position had become more solid in various ways. Sure it. After a while, something like a bluish wave appeared in the air and began to take the shape of a palm-sized bottle. It was the mutant drug Blue Blood. I didn't expect there would be doping. Yongwoo put the bottle in his pocket and sighed as he looked at the commemorative coins scattered all around. Isn't there something like automatic picking up? If you can make doping potions, implementing a pickup function should be possible, right? But instead of automatic picking up, something else appeared. Quayang. It was a thunderous sound as if tearing through the sky. Swoosh. Then, a conspicuous pillar of light, nothing other than the merchant's emblem, emerged, splitting the clouds. Is it northeast? This time, it's not that far away. As Yongwoo estimated the location of the black pillar, loud honking sounds echoed from the back road. Virum, a gray SUV, was rushing straight towards him. It was the vehicle of the Zhang family. They had successfully returned without encountering orcs during their escape, as instructed by Yongwoo. Yongwoo. Keeping a safe distance, Myongo parked the car and leaned out of the window, calling Yongwoo. He was asking if everything was resolved. In response, Yongwoo stuck the knife into the scabbard and gestured towards Myongo. Hurry up and pick up the money. We need to move again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Karma, 560,000. After collecting all the coins in the area with Myongo, the total amount reached a whopping 560,000. When converted into stats, it was a substantial 560 points, meaning it was money that could turn anyone into a skilled monster hunter in an instant. Unbelievable. Myongo couldn't easily take his eyes off the pile of coins on the ground. And rightly so. With this much money, it seemed entirely possible to protect his mother on his own. However, did you pick up the commemorative coins from earlier? Huh. Oh, yes, of course. Then let's use that for the travel expenses. Ironically, Yongwoo had no intention of investing money in the worn-out Zhang family. Swish. As Yongwoo swept the pile of coins on the ground into his backpack, Myongo, who had been watching, cautiously asked, Yongwoo, sir? Yes. Are you heading to Cheongju now? Cheongju, the city where Myongo's father, the last member of the Zhang family, lived. However, given the current situation, whether he could tow the vehicle to Cheongju was entirely up to Yongwoo. There were no combatants left to guard the vehicle from monsters and others. Oh well, we have to go to Cheongju, but... With a strange remark from Yongwoo, Myongo made an uneasy expression. Then, with eyes that seemed to ask, could it be? He looked at the black pillar of light visible in the distance. Yongwoo's gaze had shifted in that direction. Something will appear there soon. Yes. So let's just meet that and then move. Meet it. Since Myongo was also looking at the merchant appearance timer, he naturally knew that the opponent Yongwoo wanted to meet was a merchant. However, was that a merchant as commonly understood? Just looking at that ominous black pillar of light. Well, okay. I understand. In the end, Myongo bowed his head hesitantly, contrary to his true intentions. There was no other choice. Feeling this, Yongwoo, despite knowing that comforting Myongo would be of no help, made an effort to reassure him. It won't be dangerous this time. We're not going to fight. Oh, have you met it before? Yes, but also no. I have, but not really. Despite Myongo's bewildered response to the vague answer, Yongwoo had actually stated the truth. Now that he had chosen a middleman, he would likely meet Kubu again, just as in the previous transaction. However, what kind of being would appear as a merchant? Even looking at the ominous black pillar, one could only vaguely guess. Chaglak. After sweeping the last coin into his backpack, Yongwoo checked his current balance in the stats window. Character, Zhang Yongwoo 07. Strength 600, 19 plus 581. Stamina 350, 21 plus 329. Endurance 550, 13 plus 537. Sensory perception 100, 24 plus 76. Asterisk 1000 karma is consumed per ability point. Asterisk available karma 894,000. Current total assets are 894,000 karma. Although investing all of this in stats could lead to significant growth, for Yangwu, who is considered a major adversary for strongest swords in other regions, raising the stats by about 890 points would not yield any significant results. Why? Strongest swords that swallowed even the second-day mutants will appear soon. And if those strongest swords have chosen to monopolize 3 million karma for both quantum choices, the expected minimum total stats would be 6,000. So, for Yangwu, whose current total stats do not even reach 2,000, adding 890 to the stats is meaningless. At best, it might make it easier to deal with monsters in battle. However, if he loses in a confrontation with another strongest sword, what good would it be? I need something that can create a significant variable, like the sensory perception stealing incident. And Yangwu planned to create that variable through the Golden Rain achievement in a transaction with an extraterrestrial upper class. Quorum. Meanwhile, the time remaining until the appearance of the merchant was approaching 1 minute, and cracking sounds started emanating from the black pillar, as if preparing to reveal the presence of another dimension. It seemed like the beings from another world were getting ready. In response, Yangwu slung the backpack onto his back and pointed towards the SUV. Let's go. Meet the extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial? Are you saying he's an alien? Is that what a merchant is, an alien? In the moving car, Myongo asked this. Soon after, he realized he had asked a foolish question. It was only natural for a being descending from a column of light beyond the sky to be an extraterrestrial. Yes, strictly speaking, he is an extraterrestrial, but Yangwu, who received Myongo's question, mumbled unclear words. While the merchants are indeed extraterrestrial, they feel different from what people commonly refer to as aliens. If you had to find a different term, otherworldly beings would be more fitting in terms of expression than aliens. Moreover, through conversations with orcs, who were thought to be mere monsters until now, it was revealed that they, too, were beings from a different world with their own homeland and a sense of purpose. Then, aren't all monsters, including orcs, also aliens? What's the difference between those who come as merchants and those who are monsters? Why is someone a merchant and someone else a monster? It was also puzzling that so far, only extraterrestrials playing the role of monsters were familiar to humans in appearance. Why are only monsters like goblins and orcs extraterrestrial beings? His mind became murky, but he knew that pondering about it now would be futile. I'll probably find out something if I keep on living. Soon, the merchant appearance timer that had been in view disappeared, and the black column of light on the other side flashed with thunder. Kururung. Finally, a merchant arrived in Munjiang City. At the sound, Myongi, who had been unconscious all this time, opened her eyes wide. Yu Yinho, calling out the name of her deceased second son. She woke up with a look as if she had been having a nightmarish dream, even in her sleep. But the reality was just as harsh. Realizing that she was still in a nightmare, Myongi burst into a pitiful cry. Kururung. Another timely flash of black light, beating against the body. Yangwu grabbed the front passenger door handle upon seeing it. Stop the car. What? I'll go first. Bring your mother along and follow me. Is it okay? The subject of Myongo's mentioned okay was naturally himself and her mother. Yes, the distance is not far, and there are no monsters around. If anything happens, honk your horn. With these words, Yangwu opened the front passenger door and rushed out. Since trading with the merchant is on a first-come, first-served basis, he made a decision. As a city where the strongest sword and the mutant collaborated to organize the monsters, there wouldn't be many survivors. Of course, among them, how many would dare to come to him through the familiar column of light? Still, it's unknown. There can be as many variables as possible. Yangwu crossed the city at high speed, heading straight towards the direction of the column of light. Then, not long after, people running frantically from the opposite side came into view. Survivors in the area were on the move, avoiding the merchant symbol. People are quiet. Perhaps because recently he had conversations with orcs and engaged in unrealistic dialogue. Yang Wu felt a warm feeling swelling up when he saw people. However, the people on the opposite side. Huh, what's going on here again? Just like when the Zhang family first saw Yang Wu, he felt discomfort from them. This time, he wasn't carrying a bundle on his back, but anyway, the fact that he was stepping on the ground barefoot and wearing strange equipment looked very strange. The unnaturalness of his movements also contributed to it being unbelievably non-human. Even people who had built up enough stats to confront monsters couldn't imitate such movements. However, it took a few more seconds for everyone to realize after he had passed. Oh, wait a moment. The man who had just passed like a fleeting arrow had a face exactly like the one engraved on the coin that had fallen from the sky earlier. Sweet. Ignoring the gazes that regarded him like a monster, Yang Wu entered the spot where the merchant had landed. Unlike the crowded main street where people were running in a line, there were few people near the column of light. But there were definitely people. Oh, what's that? Hey, who's that coming? Damn, startled me. A fairly hostile reaction from the three individuals. They were a small group of humans and the only ones lingering around the merchant. It seemed they were debating whether to approach the merchant or not. In response, Yang Wu positioned himself stealthily between the black column of light and the trio and casually asked, "It hasn't started yet, right?" Started? The one who gave a reflexive and blunt response was the man in the lead among the trio, wearing accessories. Whether by position or the early bird in his left hand, this man was the leader of the trio. As Yang Wu stared at him, the end of the early bird, which had been aimed at him at a threatening angle, subtly lowered. Feeling uncomfortable due to the sudden intrusion of an unwelcome guest, he didn't realize he had involuntarily recoiled because Yang Wu's movements a moment ago were so unusual. If it hasn't started, let me use it first. Without stepping back or picking a fight, Yang Wu headed toward the black column of light, leaving the three individuals behind who couldn't do anything. Hey, look at this. The man, who belatedly twisted his expression, tried to chase after Yang Wu, but the other two urgently restrained him. Are you crazy? Quick, look at this. Swish. What the two colleagues thrust in front of the man's eyes was, oh, a golden coin. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, Yang Wu, having previously experienced trading with extraterrestrial merchants, was not particularly afraid of the column of light or merchants from outer space. No, he was rather impatient. Where did Kubu go? I thought I would see him again in the next trade. Kubu, the chief mediator of Gyeongbok's strongest sword, Yangwu 07. According to his promise, Yang Wu could pay only half the commission from the second trade onwards and see all the top bidders in the trade. So, taking the risk, he dealt with the mutants in Munjeong City in the first place. What if the merchant has already arrived? What will happen? In the meantime, the distance between Yang Wu and the black column of light had shortened to around 10 meters, and by this time, the silhouette of the merchant inside the column of light began to be faintly visible. I don't know what it is, but it's incredibly huge. Just as Yang Wu was about to narrow the distance with the merchant, he suddenly heard a tearing sound between him and the black column of light, and the mediator in question, Kubu, appeared. Greetings again, Earth's human, the strongest in Gyeongbok, Lord Young Yangwu 07. Black eye sockets, white pupils, blinking eyelids to manipulate the air. It was definitely him. I am Kubu, the owner of Tinta, who is mediating this trade, and the guardian of Darrow. Kubu introduced himself with great pride, just as he did during the first trade. Then, next, the mediation fee for this trade is, would you like to see the list of top bidders and proposal details? He presented the special treatment promised during the last trade. Yes, please show me. As Yangwu nodded his head in response, Kubu blinked his eyes widely and added some kind of warning. Except for the mere union that has already arrived here, you will directly communicate with the remaining 3 top bidders, so it might be a bit inconvenient for you. Inconvenient? As Yang Wu questioned this, the color of the black column of light suddenly changed to red, emitting an incredible noise. Kiai Thian, this is insane. Not only Yang Wu, but also the trio who were at a distance covered their ears and screamed at the sound, reminiscent of scratching a blackboard. Ah, what on earth are you doing now? Turn that off quickly. However, could the request of an ordinary human be heard? The cacophony continued, and Yang Wu, even at a distance, had to cover his ears until it became unbearable. Translator night. Proofreader, gun. Within these mentally grating sounds, there was some meaning hidden. It felt like reading an advertisement board inside a fast-moving subway, but there were definitely several meanings being conveyed at regular intervals. Life, concealment, peace. Despite the threatening sound, the actual meaning contained within was quite friendly. Life, concealment, peace? What exactly does this mean? While Yang Wu was pondering this, he looked at Kubu, but this time, there was no particular reaction. Perhaps it meant that he could only provide assistance up to this point. If he had intended to provide assistance, he wouldn't have allowed direct communication with extraterrestrial top bidders in the first place. Life, concealment, peace. After confirming that there were no hidden meanings, Yang Wu spoke to Kubu. Okay, that's enough. Please connect with the next top bidder. Upon hearing this, Kubu blinked his eyes without saying anything, and this time, the color of the column of light turned purple, pushing the surrounding air away. Wait a what? Ugh! Although Yang Wu recoiled at the discomfort, it was not as agonizing as before, but rather sent shivers down his spine. What is this? This time, it seems like there's no meaning at all. Wait a what? The air was pushed away once again, and this time, too, no discernible meaning could be detected. What is this trying to achieve? Ultimately, as Yang Wu was about to move on to the next top bidder while rubbing his temples. Wait a what? At the same timing as before, the air was pushed out with the same intensity. Thanks to this, for the first time, Yang Wu felt something familiar from the extraterrestrial top bidder. The reason was none other than, this is breathing. Wait a what? Yang Wu finally realized. The opponent was appealing that they, too, were beings that breathed like humans. Wait a what? The anonymous opponent continued to push out air as if only the sound of breathing was being transmitted. It could be considered a very delicate marketing strategy, couldn't it? Can we also check the remaining merchants and decide? When Yang Wu asked this, Kubu moved his white pupils to look at him. If you wish, it is possible. Yes. Then please proceed to the next one for now. Understood. Upon Yang Wu's request, Kubu blinked his eyes widely once again. War. Yang Wu's order was received by Kubu, who blinked his eyes again. Wark. The third merchant seemed suspicious from the start. The column of light burned instantly, emitting tremendous heat. These crazy bastards, did they really come for a trade? Yang Wu closed his eyes, gasping for breath. The heat was so intense that it felt like his eyeballs would melt. Wait a what? However, just like the intense heat, the meaning within was also clearly discernible. What the unknown opponent sent was more of a sense of pride than a message. Ferocious nature, desire for power. Although it was unknown which race they belonged to, it was evident that they were highly combative individuals. Therefore, most of what they offered for sale was likely related to combat. Ugh. And next, after barely understanding the basics, Yang Wu hurriedly called the next merchant. Warat. At that moment, the heat sweeping through the area vanished, and the column of light changed back to black. It was because the last merchant present was none other than the Mir Union. Gyujuk. Finally, a faint sound, like rolling stones, emanated from the black column of light. And then this. The last trader is from the Mir Union. They waited for quite a long time, but do not find it unpleasant. Kubu provided direct interpretation. It was probably a special privilege for the initial winner. If it hadn't been Yang Wu in this position, wouldn't the Mir Union have been the only top bidder for this trade? I apologize sincerely. Yang Wu sent a genuinely apologetic look inside the column of light. Then the gigantic silhouette of the Mir Union's merchant, or perhaps not just a silhouette, but an actual shadow, writhed. Gyujuk, Gyujuk. Maybe it wasn't just visible as a silhouette, but rather, its appearance was a shadow. Yang Wu thought for a moment. The Mir Union has been engaged in interdimensional trade for a tradition spanning 800 million years from Earth's time. They are distinct from petty traders dealing with loot obtained by chance and miscellaneous items for sale. They offer low prices and high quality. Kubu began an elaborate interpretation. No, what I actually heard was two words like Rolling Stones, and it's interpreted like this. However, the Mir Union's message did not end there. The Mir Union mainly handles goods useful for offsetting consumables and special situations. Prices are low, and the quality is good. Can't you just show me a list of items? Since you're here, Yang Wu asked, but Kubu promptly refused. This trade has already begun with a rebid. Therefore, directly disclosing the trade contents is prohibited by law. Whatever it was not allowed. Yang Wu, with a puzzled expression, gazed at the silhouette inside the black column of light, but eventually averted his eyes. Then, too bad, but that person will have to go back empty-handed. Please call the merchant who only let us hear their breathing earlier. Are you sure? Yes. As Yang Wu nodded again, Kubu blinked his eyes. As per the request of Yangwu07, the Mir Union will return, and we will call the wandering merchant of Altak. As Kubu finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly erupted from inside the black column of light. Gyujuk, Guk. Even without listening to the interpretation, it was easy to guess the meaning from the tone. Perhaps that's why Kubu didn't bother conveying it and proceeded with the merchant change. Peeing, with a refreshing departure sound, the Mir Union's merchant was sucked up above the column of light, and the wandering merchant of Voltak. After hearing the official name of breath sound through Kubu, Yangwu realized something. The peddler that the Mir Union had targeted earlier might be the trading partner this time. The Mir Alliance is a traditional merchant that has been engaging in interdimensional trade for as long as 800 million years in Earth time, and is of a different class from a miscellaneous merchant who sells loot obtained accidentally. Given the name Wandering Merchant, there's a high probability of selling acquired loot. It could also be a group of thieves. The reason Yangwu thought of a group of thieves was due to the completely different entrance sound from the delicate image when they only exhaled. Gah! Already for the second time, the sound was unmistakably reminiscent of a war trumpet. I feel uneasy. Gah! With the third sound, a pillar of light filled with a vivid violet descended from the edge of the sky. Suya, Kwang. In the blink of an eye, the wandering merchant of Altak set foot on Earth, a total of 3 of them. And as Yangwu slowly looked at the 3 beings who had risen, his eyes widened. Huh. Indeed, the breath sound they emitted earlier was not false at all. At least in appearance, they were surprisingly similar to humans. With 2 arms and 2 legs in positions similar to humans, their lengths were also similar, and most importantly, they had eyes, nose, and mouth on their faces. The only difference might be that their skin was close to translucent, revealing veins and nerve bundles inside. But paradoxically, because of this, they felt even more human. As Yangwu stared at them in daze, one of the merchants who felt his gaze grinned at him. Oh my, they're just humans. Wearing scale-like armor all over, they seem to be a more degenerate version of humanity. Can I have a conversation with those people? Yangwu, driven by curiosity, asked Kubu, but as expected, a negative answer came back. A contact beyond the trade procedure is not allowed. Then, as if urging them to proceed with the trade, the dealer hurried the transaction with the scheduled procedures. The mediation fee for this transaction is 10%, included in the product price. The trading partner is the wandering merchant of Voltak. Will you proceed with the transaction? Oh my. Having found merchants resembling humans and soon to browse the items they sell, Yangwu thought that if he were a scientist studying the universe, he might have had a heart attack. Yes, let's trade. As Yangwu gave the final approval, Kubu rolled his white eyes. The product list is complete. What happened next was a somewhat familiar phenomenon. A blue blot appeared in front of Yangwu, quickly taking on some form. It was the form of human characters. Sui. Oh. As warned by the Mir Union, the products of those who sell any loot were somewhat lacking, but instead, they were very interesting. One a morning star. Ancient Scroll. Activated in the Open Door state. 80,000 Karma. 2. Kekadite. Hero's Gem. Slot. 10% Magic Resistance. 93,000 Karma. 3. Golden Goblin. Relic Slave. Stores items in a pocket dimension. Picks up things that turn into money. 350,000 Karma. For Grey Rock. Unique Shield. Reduces block damage by 40%. 510,000 Karma. 5. Antinomy. Epic Necklace. 50% Fire Resistance. 50% Ice Resistance. 1 Legendary Achievement. Like the previous trade, a total of 5 items. Among them, what caught Yangwu's attention were the Golden Goblin and the last item, Antinomy. Is this insane? A necklace with 50% fire and ice resistance. Yangwu immediately thought of dragons. Of course, even if he wasn't the one who experienced the reset, anyone who went through it would probably have had the same thought. The first type of mutation that occurred in this world was the dragon. A new monster type, dragon, has been added to this world. Chable Chairman, Kong Hongtae, has now become a fire dragon threatening everyone. Moreover, when Kong Hongtae returns someday, he will most likely breathe fire. If there's a fire dragon, there might be a water dragon or an ice dragon. Therefore, Antinomy was considered equipment to deal with higher-level monsters that could emit fire or ice. The only problem was, now I don't have any more legendary achievements to sell. Currently, he had a total of 3 legendary achievements. However, all of them were consecutive achievements related to the golden ratio, making it impossible for him to touch them. It's a shame, but there's nothing I can do. Yangwu stared at the antinomy, which had become like a picture of a rice cake. One consolation was that from now on, ridiculous options might appear in epic grades. If I had known, I should have saved at least 1 achievement. Yangwu glanced at Serpent of Greed, the epic compass he had purchased with a legendary achievement in the previous trade, with a bitter look. Serpent of Greed, epic compass, always seeks rarity. The only income he had obtained from this little trinket so far was finding a lens hidden under the eyelids of Munjiang's strongest sword, Jiang Chunyong. In reality, it seemed more like a waste of money than an investment. There's no way to get a refund. As Yangwu watched the Serpent of Greed flick its tiny tongue, he suddenly felt a sense of unease. Because, Schwit, this little trinket was looking in a completely different direction from when it started the first trade. What's going on? Why did it suddenly change direction? As Yangwu was thinking this, it didn't take long for him to realize. The products. Since the extraterrestrial product list appeared in front of Yangwu, the snake had changed its head direction. In other words, right now, it's looking at the rarest item among these. But there was a problem. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Schwit. What the snake was looking at was not the highest grade epic necklace antinomy, but the 2 grades lower golden goblin. Why? Isn't it simply based on absolute value? Yangwu tilted his head, but instinctively thought the snake's judgment would be correct. The basis for this was none other than the origin of this trinket. Anyway, this thing is also epic-grade equipment. So, wouldn't the efficacy of this equipment be similar to other epic-grade items? Since the option always seeks rare things had the effect comparable to 50% resistance to fire and ice, it would probably be equivalent to other epic-grade items. Anyway, there must be a reason why it's looking at artifacts instead of epic-grade equipment. Like it's a perfect fit for me or has ridiculously good cost-effectiveness. Moreover, antinomy wasn't affordable right now. My current total assets, 894,000. Even after buying the Golden Goblin and the unique shield Grey Rock, there was still a bit of money left. Let's buy the Golden Goblin first. As Yangwu pointed at the tooltip of the goblin on the product list, Kubu blinked his eyes. I purchase processing complete. Payment will be deducted. Phew. In an instant, Yangwu's body shone, and his karma decreased to 544,000. And simultaneously, Schwit, the Serpent of Greed, turned its head again. Upon this, Yangwu quickly turned his gaze in the direction it was looking. Once again he was surprised. What the snake judged as the second most valuable item among this trade was neither an epic-grade necklace nor the unique shield, but the lowest-grade item. One a morning star, ancient scroll, activated in the open door state. 80,000 karma. The lowest grade item. It was an ancient scroll called Morning Star. What is this scroll that has the serpent acting like that? Yangwu was slightly interested in the ancient scroll, a type of item he had never seen before. However, since the price was not negligible, and buying this would mean he couldn't afford the unique shield, he didn't have any intention to purchase it. It's an epic grade item, so it's excluded for now. Is it really better than the unique shield, Gold Goblin? Are you sure? Although Yangwu asked this, of course, the snake didn't provide an answer. Damn it, it was once again time to make a choice. Since those who completed the trade couldn't come back later for repurchase, if there was anything needed, it had to be resolved now. Therefore, following the snake's opinion, buying the ancient scroll means missing the opportunity to purchase the unique shield. Conversely, buying the shield means losing the chance to buy the mysterious scroll. Buying a shield isn't a bad choice, but who knows when another shield will come up. While Yangwu mumbled to himself, he had already firmly decided to follow the snake's opinion. Rather than trusting the snake itself, it was more about trusting the power of its grade. Like his instinctive bet of 3 million karma on golden ratio in the first binary choice. It was a bet based on intuition. Even if this bet fails, it won't be a significant loss. I can use the remaining money to improve my abilities or physique. Yangwu confirmed the purchase of the ancient scroll, Morning Star, and as before, Kubu blinked, deducting an additional 80,000 karma. Phew! Now Yangwu had 464,000 karma left, and the next item the snake looked at was 2 Kekadite, Heroic Gem. Slot, 10% resistance to abilities. 93,000 karma. It was a heroic grade gem for slots. With this, it became clear. It's not just looking for rare things. It also considers my situation. The Serpent of Greed seemed to act like a personal shopper. If I buy Kekadite now, will it point to antinomy? Following, Yangwu confirmed the purchase of Kekadite, and once again, a product disappeared from the list. Schwit. As Yangwu purchased Kekadite, the snake turned its head again. However, this time, the snake didn't look at antinomy. Is it looking north again? Does that mean there's nothing more to buy here? Yangwu could only understand it that way. At this point, it meant he wasn't going to buy equipment that could break the golden ratio achievement. That seems to be the end of the trade. Expressing his intention to end the trade, Kubu closed his eyes deeply and sent a farewell. I thank you. All trade procedures have been completed. Please step back. Suet. Kubu, the mediator, disappeared quickly, melting into the air. However, since not all items were sold yet, the wandering traders of Voltac remained inside the glowing pillar. Of course, the products they were selling now were only the unique shield priced at 510,000 karma and the epic necklace requiring a legendary achievement. In essence, except for those who had saved up karma like the strongest swords from other regions, they couldn't afford to use it. Well, is that all? As Yangwu turned away after completing the trade, a trio that had not left the scene called out from a distance. These individuals, who had adapted well to this world enough to confront two creatures, still found the sight unfamiliar and frightening. Do we have to fight with aliens or something? Nevertheless, considering that they were ordinary people commuting to and from work just 2 days ago, their perspective was quite progressive. In response, Yangwu saw the traders inside the glowing pillar kicking out a large stone box, which was probably their own product package. Who knows? In my opinion, Grugyuk. The stone box began to move slowly in Yangwu's direction, making strange noises. I think the door is still open now. Open door. This word has 2 literal definitions. First, opening one's domestic market to allow other countries to freely engage in trade or economic activities. Second, leaving the door open for anyone to come and go without restrictions on entry. And looking at the current situation, the meaning of open door applied in this world was both of these. Even now, strange monsters are invading under the pretext of being pioneers, and those beings from outer space are appearing out of nowhere and conducting business. Moreover, none of this was approved by humanity. The only thing that the majority of humanity unanimously agreed on was that something was wrong with the world and something had to be done. But how did it come to this? Yangwu scratched the ground noisily, staring blankly at the approaching stone box. Thud thud. The box that eventually arrived at Yangwu's feet showed little movement for a while. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud noise, it opened its lid. Clang! Surprised, Yangwu drew his black sword like lightning, and the trio watching him from a distance also flinched, each taking a combat stance. But what appeared from the box was Crunch, a small goblin carrying only its body size. Moreover, its skin was golden. This is... As Yangwu unintentionally pointed at the goblin with his finger, the goblin looked up at him. Keck! Then, a tool tip appeared in Yangwu's field of vision. Thunk! Golden Goblin, Relic Slave. Stores items in a pocket dimension, Picks up things that turn into money, With just that eye contact, the Golden Goblin became Yangwu's possession. And Relic Grade Slave. Is this really an item? It just looks like a living being. Meanwhile, the Golden Goblin was rummaging through the shattered stone box with its small hand. And then, whoosh, it seemed to have found something. It was none other than Kekadite, Hero's Gem. Slot, 10% magic resistance. It was a slot-specific gem that Yangwu had purchased along with the goblin. A tiny black gem the size of a human thumbnail. Kit, confirming that Kekadite had transferred to Yangwu's possession, the Golden Goblin, carrying it on its shoulder, spread the tip of the bag it had on its shoulder. Then, the Golden Goblin gestured as if asking if it was okay to store this item in the bag. Confirming with the owner before putting it in. So, is that like a pocket dimension bag? Yangwu nodded towards the goblin, curious to see how the pocket dimension worked. The goblin tossed the Kekadite into the bag, and in that moment, whoosh, the interior of the bag, glimpsed through the tip of the bag, transformed into a space resembling the universe. Yangwu, peeking at it, felt a momentary sense of disorientation so strong that he took a step back. What was that just now? Yangwu blinked, looking at the bag again, but the goblin had already tightly closed the bag's tip. Crack! The goblin, locking the bag, looked up at Yangwu and made a sharp sound, seeming to be a sharp warning. Although no one translated or explained, Yangwu instinctively sensed that it was some kind of warning not to look inside the bag when the pocket dimension was open. Kit. Next, the goblin found and held up Yangwu's last item, the ancient scroll. After placing the bag on the ground, this item, despite its name scroll, was not paper, but a grayish stone slab. Morningstar, ancient scroll, activated in the open door state. As it was the size of a large encyclopedia, Yangwu had to receive it with both hands. Thud! What is this? Deeply engraved on the stone were hieroglyph-like symbols, but naturally, they were unreadable. However, there was no guidance or information appearing in Yangwu's hands, the owner. Externally, it looked like just a useless large rock. But the merchants of Altak had priced it at a whopping 80,000 karma, and the Serpent of Greed, an epic compass, also claimed it to be a rare item. The tooltip only mentioned that it activated in an open door state, so Yangwu couldn't understand not only the usage of Morningstar, but also what kind of item it was. Crunch. He tried biting the corner of the slab secretly, but it remained silent. Or does it activate automatically in specific situations? In the end, Yangwu couldn't find a solution until the SUV of the Zhang family appeared on the other side of the road. BRR. At first, it was an approaching SUV with a quite loud engine noise, but not far away, the sound suddenly quieted down. It was because they belatedly discovered something inside the black pillar of light. Hey, Mr. Yangwu? As always, Mayango parked the car from a distance and only extended his head, calling out to Yangwu. Are you okay? This was also a question about whether he and his mother will be safe. Upon this, Yangwu glanced briefly at the trio, still standing in place, and then moved towards the Zhang family. Then, Kikit, the Golden Goblin, who had been circling the box debris, surrounded Yangwu, and ran after him. And all of this seemed revolutionary in the eyes of the trio. Mr. Zhang Yangwu. So much so that they rushed towards him, pushing commemorative coins engraved with Yangwu's face and name into his hands. Turning at the sound calling him, Yangwu saw that just 10 minutes ago, those who used to show him hostility were now standing with polite demeanor. "What are you doing?" Yangwu asked with a raised eyebrow, and the man in the leader-like outfit among the trio bowed deeply. "Please take us in." What? He had received requests for help or temporary shelter before, but the phrase, "take us in," was a first. Whether colleagues or subordinates, I won't accept such requests. As Yangwu replied, memories of parting with Yechan, which already felt like a long time ago, flashed through his mind. According to Yechan's judgment, it was difficult for Yangwu to form a party. For ordinary people, fighting monsters would be nearly impossible without increasing their party size. However, as the strongest sword, Yangwu was different. Translator Knight, Proofreader Gun. His main opponents were not just monsters, but much stronger mutants and the strongest sword from other regions. Therefore, unless they were strong enough to help in battles with them, party members would be a burden. No, a weakness. Don't talk nonsense, and think about surviving on your own. Your chances of surviving are higher that way than traveling with me. Although Yangwu stated it firmly, the man in the leader's outfit seemed dissatisfied. "No, we are weaker than you, of course, but we can follow you and learn at least. Whether you learn or not, you'll die within today or tomorrow." In gaming terms, it was like a user who had just finished the tutorial following a high-level hunting ground user. Swish! After finishing his words, Yangwu was about to continue walking towards the Zhang family, but the man who had been continuously bowing behind him raised his head and pointed at the SUV. "What about those people? Are you saying those people will die within tomorrow because of Mr. Yangwu too?" It was an undeniable point. Upon this, Yangwu slowly turned around. Then, in a subdued voice, he spoke. "Yes, one person has already died, so they're expected to fall apart soon." The pupils of the three individuals widened significantly. However, the man in the leader's outfit was not usually persistent. "Then please let us stay with you until we part ways." At this, dissent arose within the trio for the first time. Why go to such lengths? Just being with him is dangerous enough. Let's stop here. The other two were not only scared by Yangwu's words, but also had no desire to follow someone else by clinging desperately. It made sense, as the three of them had been doing quite well on their own so far. Yangwu had refused their joining for the same reason. However, the man in the leader's outfit was looking far into the distance. We might have a chance to see how someone like that operates and moves from a distance. We need to understand how the world works to find a proper way to survive. While saying this, the man pointed at the SUV of the Zhang family once again. It's not like we gain nothing. If we join that vehicle, we gain mobility. It's not a losing choice at all. But how do we know those people want to be with us? That's also unknown. Another member immediately countered, but the man gestured that there would be no problem. Are there people who don't want to live? No, right? Already one person has died, and soon Mr. Yangwu won't be there either. They won't refuse our request to join them. Although continuously attaching Mr. felt burdensome, Yangwu found the man's last opinion strangely convincing. If, according to the previous agreement, they were to part ways in Chengju and go their separate paths, the Zhang family without combatants would practically be as good as dead. It was quite selfish, but it was an opportunity to unload the burden on his mind. "Okay, if the condition is to join them when I part ways with you, I'll allow you to travel together for a while." Yangwu, who had been firm until now, suddenly changed his stance, and the man in the leader's outfit's expression brightened. On the other hand, the other two members looked more serious and expressed resentment. "I'm not interested. Essentially, we'll be following that guy. We know he's an outstanding person, but if he can't take responsibility for our lives, there's no reason to follow him." Sizzle. The atmosphere inside the vehicle changed, and the composition seemed different. With the two stepping back, it no longer looked like a trio. Yet, the man in the leader's outfit was obsessively fixated on Yangwu to an unusual extent. I want to know how that person fights and what thoughts guide him. If you're going to stay here, I'm going, even if I'm alone. What? Then it's just the two of us. By declaring their departure so simply, it seemed they weren't family. Now that it had come to this, Yangwu was also intrigued by the man. However, since he couldn't drag out the time, he intervened in the conversation of the trio. I'm leaving now. If you really plan to follow, decide now. Saying so, Yangwu continued walking towards the vehicle. The man in the leader's outfit adjusted the backpack on his shoulders and moved along. The other two, once the man stepped back, made blunt remarks as a farewell. Crazy bastard. Don't regret it just before dying. At the same time, Yangwu, who had arrived at the SUV, opened the rear seat door with a surprised look at Myongo. Spare a seat for one more person, will you? Let him sit in the front passenger seat. Yes, of course. However, Myongo's gaze was not on the new member, the man in the leader's outfit, but on the golden goblin that had bounced onto the back seat with Yangwu. Yangwu, excuse me, but what is that? Looking around the back seat with the rear-view mirror, Myongo cautiously asked. At the same time, Myongi, who was startled, pressed herself against the opposite window. What kind of monster is that? In response, Yangwu handed the artifact, Morning Star, to the goblin he was holding. It's my slave. You can store your belongings with this little guy now. However, kick it. For some reason, the goblin did not accept the certificate that Yangwu handed over. Why is that? Yangwu handed the item once again, but the goblin, like before, did not react. The reason became clear when the man in the leader's outfit climbed into the front passenger seat. Sure, AAT. Suddenly, a gray slate, or rather a sooty slab, began to emit white smoke and break apart when a man stepped onto the seat. Oops. Realizing something, Yangwu went out of the vehicle holding the crumbling slab in his hand. At that moment, the slate that had maintained its outline so far scattered into the air. Myongo, who extended his head only as far as the driver's seat window, the man in a stylish suit trying to see Yangwu from the passenger seat, and Myongi, who still looked dreadful, all focused their attention on Yangwu. With all eyes on him, Yangwu saw a new message appear in his field of vision. Achievement unlocked. Advertisement model. Achievement grade. Artifact. Achievement rank. First. Advertisement model. Yangwu, receiving the gaze of those around him, looked at the dust-like particles of the shattered slate that had soared to the dark sky. What did I advertise? Just as Yangwu had this unsettling question, a faint timer appeared at the top of his field of vision. Time until advertiser arrival, 4 hours and 30 minutes. Soon after. Time until advertiser arrival, 4 hours 29. What's this again? Just now, after achieving the achievement of being an advertisement model, a timer appeared indicating that the advertiser is coming with follow-up measures. So what does this mean? Is it really about that advertisement? Then, the certificate I used earlier. Yangwu thought of the ancient certificate Morning Star, which had disappeared without a trace. It was a dreadful thought, but considering the situation, it seemed to refer to the star of the advertising world. In other words, the earlier certificate was used to promote something somewhere. There must be an extraordinary model here who attracts advertisers. Yangwu was somewhat flustered by the unexpected development, but he already knew that, once the timer appeared, it couldn't be reversed. Speaking from experience, even meeting an alien merchant, there's no way I can't get an advertisement, Yangwu said courageously to himself, but his fingertips couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was a different kind of unfamiliarity, a fear that felt unlike the numerous obstacles he had faced so far. Advertising. If something in the universe is willing to advertise, who on earth would advertise what and why? And how would they want to advertise? Through an ordinary human, no less. Yangwu stopped his futile thoughts and checked the timer. Time until advertiser arrives. 4 hours, 28 minutes, and 19 seconds. In about 4 hours and 28 minutes, the existence of the advertiser will arrive. This time, there's no mark. Could it be that the advertiser is coming to find me in person? Yangwu looked around the clear sky. It was absurd that the advertiser would appear where the certificate was used after a whopping 4 hours. No, it couldn't be. Considering the situation, He couldn't just sit here calmly. In the end, Yangwu gestured towards Myongo after a brief hesitation. Myongo, start the engine. Let's head to Chungju for now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Virum, inside the vehicle that started moving toward Chungju. Myongo, as usual, kept his gaze fixed forward, pretending to concentrate on driving, while Myongi looked outside the window with lifeless eyes. And the new figure in the vehicle, Mr. Yangwu, unable to endure the silence that had lasted for several minutes. The tall man opened his mouth with difficulty. In response, Yangwu, who had been looking at the goblin, turned his gaze towards him. Just call me Yangwu. Oh yes, Yangwu, sir. Come to think of it, we haven't even introduced ourselves yet. Right. The man relaxed his expression as if relieved after hearing Yangwu's words. I'm sorry, I don't have much experience. As you may know, my name is John Yangwu. After saying this much, Yangwu glanced briefly at Myongi, who was sitting closely on the opposite side of the back seat. The cold wind was blowing again. Given the situation, it was difficult to expect a cheerful self-introduction. On this side is Miss Zhang Myongi, and the person driving now is her son, Myongo. As Yangwu gestured alternately between Myongi and Myongo, who felt it, quickly introduced himself. I'm John Myongo. Nice to meet you. Oh yes, I'm Kim Jongsu. I'm from Anong, and I'm 29 this year. Kim Jongsu. Despite the imposing aura emanating from his tall stature, he was the youngest among them. How old are you two? Are you both brothers? Kim Jongsu asked cautiously, extending his neck downward. The conversation, each person with a sword at their waist, was unbelievably casual in tone. I'm 34. Oh, you're indeed the older brother. When Yangwu revealed his age, Jongsu wiped his chest, as if relieved. Then, for some reason, Myongo, who had been constantly watching, belatedly disclosed his age. I'm a bit older. I'm 37. Oh, you're the big brother. Then Jongsu, trying to change the atmosphere, suggested that the youngest should handle the driving. In reality, he was doing his best to become an official member, risking his life to join this party. So, Yangwu couldn't help but ask, Jongsu, why did you follow us? The situation wasn't bad when we were with our colleagues. Upon Yangwu's question, Jongsu's expression, which had been smiling, stiffened for a moment and then relaxed again. Oh, that. Then Jongsu began an odd story. Are we facing extinction? Everyone inside, including Yangwu, raised their eyebrows at this abrupt remark. However, Jongsu continued without paying attention. Actually, you could say we're almost in a state of extinction. On the first day, humanity lost almost half. Moreover, most things have turned into monsters. The first day, referring to that first day when famous people were brought down through voting and even the public engaged in remote killings, tearing each other apart. At this point, Myongo, who had been quiet until now, spoke. But half of us are still alive. Myongo's tone carried a nuance of hope. On the other hand, Jongsu shook his head. There's probably less than half left now. Most people must have died from monsters or bandits. So what? Are you trying to say that the remaining half will eventually die? In reality, until recently, I thought so, but Jongsu said this much and then looked at Yangwu. After seeing Yangwu, my thoughts changed. It's not that the world is ending. It's just changing. Changing? Myongo asked, but Jongsu's gaze was still on Yangwu. Yes. Now, instead of going to work, we make money by hunting monsters. Myongo could not easily continue speaking. It was an idea he could never accept, as he did not even have the fighting power to face monsters. According to Jongsu's claim, Myongo has no ability to make money. So isn't he a so-called incompetent person? Well, that's... When Myongo was about to retort, Jongsu smoothly continued speaking. This is reality. Starting tomorrow, when taxes start to be collected in earnest, those who don't have the ability will have to find a way to make money, no matter what, whether it's begging or becoming a slave. It was a grim outlook, but Yangwu couldn't help but agree with Jongsu's thoughts. There was no need to look far. Even today, people were commodifying their unique services and selling them. But I didn't think that way. I had confidence in dealing with most monsters. But after meeting Yangwu today, I realized one more thing. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. What is it? This time, Yangwu asked, and Jiangsu's gaze quickly swept over Yangwu's entire body. I have the ability to make money, but just like office workers have bosses, people who hunt monsters also have bosses. Then Jiangsu pointed at Yangwu with a cunning gesture. Not only monsters, but also experts who destroy mutants. You can call the strongest sword the final boss. In my view, sir, you have the potential to threaten even someone like me. You're a person with real power. Threaten someone like me? Yangwu thought at this point that Jiangsu must have threatened or been threatened by someone else before. Such thinking naturally led to such an idea. By the way, we met in Munjiang, and Jiangsu was from Enong. Enong is an area that can only be reached after passing through a couple of cities from Munjiang. In other words, Jiangsu must have experienced various events during his journey from Enong to Munjiang. Well, as you may know, there's one strongest sword in each city. In other words, he was about to say, I'm just one of dozens of strongest swords. But Yangwu couldn't continue his words because Jiangsu's eyes flashed, and he couldn't continue the conversation. That's right. There are probably only dozens of strongest swords at best, right? Besides, sir, didn't you do business with aliens without blinking an eye? You're not an ordinary strongest sword. It was true, but it felt strangely distorted. Yangwu, feeling embarrassed, just grinned, and Jiangsu spoke on his behalf. So, I've decided to follow you and learn for at least a day. I think you will become a great person. In a world where all of humanity is dying, what greater compliment could there be? However, Yangwu, who had already glimpsed malice in Jiangsu's eyes, didn't feel good about it. For just one day, we part ways in Chengju. As Yangwu spoke, looking out the front window, Jiangsu blinked for a moment and then took a deep breath. No, Chengju, isn't that the way we're going now? Just then, a sign pointing to Chengju direction appeared on the road, and Myongo, who was holding the steering wheel, also confirmed it. That's right. My father is there. He said Yangwu will accompany us until Chengju. This damn! Jiangsu managed to swallow the curse that was about to come out reflexively, then quickly asked Yangwu. Anyway, until you finish your business in Chengju, you have time, right? You need to find Mr. Myongo's father and do something else. So there's time, right? Yangwu recalled what he had to do in Chengju. First, I have to find and kill the mutant, and probably during that process, I'll meet Chengju's strongest sword. After that, I'll wait for the merchant to appear and make contact. Although he currently has a limited amount of extra karma, depending on the situation in Chengju, he might be able to replenish karma by sweeping away monsters. Mr. Myongo's father. He might still be alive. I can't search every city with him. If I can't reunite with him immediately, my role ends there. After organizing his thoughts to some extent, Yangwu opened the status window. Character, Zhang Yangwu 07. Strength 600, 19 plus, 581. Endurance, 350, 21 plus, 329. Durability, 550, 13 plus, 537. Sensory, 100, 24 plus, 76. Asterisk 1000 karma is consumed per 1 stat point. Asterisk available karma, 371,000. Contrary to Jiangsu, who considered Yangwu the best among strongest sword, the reality was that his relatively weak stats were covered by various equipment and Gyeongbok's sword law. If he encounters a true powerhouse at any time, he could die, with only 370,000 left. Meeting a merchant won't yield much value since I can't buy anything. So, how about investing karma in abilities or physical appearance this time? While Yangwu was deep in thought, Myongo, in the driver's seat, nodded and reported. We're about to enter Chengdu soon. There was a slight sense of difficulty in the tone. Then, Jiangsu in the passenger seat also looked out the window and showed a puzzled reaction. Oh, what's this? By this time, Yangwu was also looking at the distant view of Chengdu City through his car window, so he could understand why the reactions were strange. Current time, 3:46 p.m. There was not a single pillar of light falling in Chengdu. Even if there are monsters, have they all been eliminated, including mutants? If that's the case, Chengdu must have adapted to the reset world in some way. As Yang Wu felt an inexplicable excitement and watched out the window, a pillar of light that had not been visible from a distance began to come into view. It was pitch black. It was a black pillar of light indicating the merchant's location. Indeed, there were no mutants in Chengdu. Someone had already killed the mutant on the second day and even called the merchant. And the mastermind was probably Pat. Soon, as the vehicle approached the entrance to Chengdu, the area status notification changed. The current area is Chengdu. The strongest in this area is Xin Yangju 22. Rank 3, 2 defenses. Rank 3, 2 defenses. Yang Wu carefully examined the record of Chengdu's strongest sword engraved on the regional status board. He has committed murder twice since becoming the strongest sword. Given the low frequency, he might not be a reckless person. Since the defense count of the strongest sword is also the murder count, the probability of a wicked person having a high defense count is high. On the contrary, someone who refrains from unnecessary murder would naturally have a lower defense count. This time, the mutant is also dead. Hopefully, there won't be a need to fight. Of course, it wasn't that there were no variables at all. For Yang Wu, it was necessary to meet the merchant who had come to Chengdu. However, what if the strongest sword does not welcome contact with the merchant and outsiders? What should he do then? Yang Wu shifted his gaze from the corner of his vision to the notification that had been flashing since earlier. You have one unclaimed achievement reward. Do you want to claim the reward? It referred to the reward for achievements accomplished using ancient certificates. Was it a relic-grade achievement? Anyway, it can't be used when trading with a merchant. Yang Wu sighed with disappointment and approved the reward claim again. Then he immediately realized his mistake. Snap! Suddenly, a familiar sound rang out from the empty space inside the vehicle. Oh no! Pop, pop! In front of Yang Wu, 10 blue coins appeared in a row. With 10 blue coins, it amounted to a whopping 500,000 karma. Yang Wu's eyes widened at the unexpected income, but another surprising event occurred. Kite! The golden goblin that had been crouching quietly between Yang Wu's legs suddenly bounced up like a bullet. The goblin, right in front of Yang Wu's eyes, swiftly swept away the 10 coins that had materialized in the air and gracefully landed in place. Even Myongi, who had a gloomy expression, was taken aback at this moment. Jiangsu, who had barely sensed the movement, alternately looked between Yang Wu and the goblin with a bewildered face. What? What was that just now? I didn't see it properly. Of course, even if he had turned around in time, he wouldn't have fully seen the goblin's movements. Even Yang Wu, the Gyeongbok's strongest sword, hadn't properly followed the goblin's trajectory just now. It picks up money on its own. Well, that's only natural. Golden Goblin, relic slave. Stores items in a subspace. Picks up things that turn into money. In gaming terms, it could be considered a pet with an automatic acquisition function. Yang Wu silently watched the now calm goblin and brought the belongings he had scattered around the back seat to the goblin's vicinity. The goblin then looked at Yang Wu and quietly opened its subspace pouch to sweep up his belongings. It doesn't pick up everything visible. It prioritizes my possessions as the top priority and only collects things that have been instructed. So, if you instruct it, will it bring things that are certain to be someone else's? With this thought in mind, Yang Wu immediately asked Jiangsu, Jiangsu, do you have any coins? Anything will do. Oh, of course. You should always carry cash. As Jiangsu shrugged his shoulders and took out a crimson coin from his pocket, Yang Wu gave a command to the golden goblin. Bring that. The goblin, just like before, shot up at an incredible speed. Kite. It shot out like lightning, snatched the coin caught between Jiangsu's fingers before he could react, and returned to Yang Wu before he even realized. Huh? What? Jiangsu showed a delayed reaction, looking puzzled. In response, Yang Wu took a coin from the goblin and bounced it back to Jiangsu. Sorry, just experimenting. It's okay. It startled me a bit, though. Jiangsu's face was quite red. He had been momentarily and significantly flustered. After all, how could someone not be surprised when an otherworldly creature suddenly appeared and took away money? The world is changing in a very strange way. Myongo, who had been observing the back seat through the rearview mirror, interjected with a subdued voice between the two. Then he pointed to his chin and gestured somewhere in front. It seems like Chengju has become strange too. Yes. Having heard Myongo's words, Jiangsu turned his head to look outside the car window, and Yangwu also observed the situation between the front two seats. Then their eyes widened. People were visible from the city entrance. Of course, Yangwu had encountered an elderly gang of bandits in Sangju, but Chengju was different. Whoa, what's that? Jiangsu exclaimed, his mouth wide open because there were so many people. Just by what could be seen immediately, there seemed to be at least 100. They didn't look like a gang of bandits, just scattered around in different places. Yangwu, have you ever seen something like this before? Myongo, referring to the scene of several people in the driver's seat as something like this, meant that such a sight was not common in the post-reset world. To this, Yangwu tilted his head and said, "Well, I've been to a few cities, but I've only seen part of that region. Anyway, it's a peculiar sight. So many people gathered like that. Perhaps it was related to the absence of mutants and monsters in this area. In that case, were there also so many people inside the city? Slow down a bit. Let's try talking to the people on the roadside." Responding to Yangwu's request, Myongo gently applied the brakes, decelerating. People spread across fields near the entrance to the city began to turn their heads one by one. And it was only at this point that Yangwu realized these people were not welcoming outsiders. Despite everyone looking at the SUV they were riding in with curiosity, it seemed they were constantly scanning the sky. They're waiting for monsters. They're all people who came out to earn money. Only now did shivers run down his spine. In this waiting line in front of him, there were even several boys who looked like they could be middle school students at most. How should I put it? It's incredibly bizarre. Myongo also felt uneasy in the scene of people standing in fields, wielding weapons. On the other hand, Jiangsu remarked, "Seems like they're ready to catch monsters as soon as they appear." He reached a similar conclusion as Yangwu. After all, Jiangsu was an early bird holder. As a person who had been aggressive from the beginning of the reset, his response was natural. All those people came out to catch monsters. Myongo found it hard to believe, raising his eyebrows as he glanced at the people. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Jiangsu casually supplemented. Well, we can only see it in hindsight. They survived because they actively fought, right? Jiangsu's right hand was already near the early bird at his waist, probably preparing for any unexpected attacks. Since there were many people around, it might be a precaution against potential surprises. "Mr. Myongo, please slow down ahead." At Yangwu's request, Myongo stopped the car. Then, people who had been merely watching from a distance began to gather along the roadside. Seeing this, Myongi, who had been peering out of the car window, exclaimed and pulled away from the window. "Is this okay?" Myongi's eyes began to tremble, as if she had seen orcs. At times like this, what could be said to reassure her? After a moment of thought, Yangwu pointed towards Myongi's side of the car and said, "Check to see if your husband is there." Chengju seems to have handled this situation well. Then, as Myongi unconsciously looked back at the car window, Yangwu opened the opposite door and stepped outside. Tap! The entrance road to Chengju was made of smooth asphalt, and when Yangwu stepped on it barefoot, the color of his skin stood out prominently. Perhaps it was because of this. Some of the Chengju citizens who had been surrounding the car and making noise suddenly showed surprised reactions upon seeing Yangwu's bare feet. "This person is barefoot. Really, he's barefoot." Some of them even asked, "Why is he barefoot?" However, the majority seemed to understand. When the body's output exceeds a certain level, it becomes difficult to wear shoes. And this meant that Chengju's strongest sword also walks barefoot. Inverting this again meant that many people survived even after seeing strongest sword barefoot. Yangwu usually hid his titles, so his head was currently bare, but the citizens of Cheongju seemed to already perceive him as a strongest sword. "Welcome!" Someone in the crowd suddenly threw out a welcoming phrase. Then, others followed suit, each uttering awkward lines. "Welcome! Welcome to Cheongju. Nice to meet you." Then, the bravest among them, who was closest to Yongwu, finally brought up the main topic. "But why did you come to Cheongju? May I ask?" As this remark was thrown out, the commotion outside the vehicle, which had been filled with contextless welcoming phrases, suddenly fell silent. In fact, everyone wanted to ask that question. In response, instead of immediately answering, Yongwu looked around for a moment and then threw out a question. "Most cities I've passed through so far were reduced to ruins in just one day. But this is different. Depending on what you hear, he had a pretty scary line. How can we know whether these barefoot foreigners directly reduced those cities to ruins? Perhaps that is why the faces of Cheongju citizens, who were smiling brightly on the outside, hardened. Yeah, everyone is doing their best." This answer was also given by a brave person. "We think this will end one day. So, we're doing our best to normalize the city." City normalization. It was the first future-oriented expression I had heard since the reset. I don't know what the secret is, but Cheongju established reset measures faster than other cities and started putting them into practice. It's really unique. Are all big cities like this? Yongwu glanced at the black pillar of light that was still shining in the distance. He had planned to go to Cheongju only to meet the merchants, but he thought it would be a good idea to meet the strongest sword in person as well, if possible. The current area is Cheongju. The strongest in this area is Shin Youngju 22. Rank 3, 2 defenses. Yongwu's gaze was fixed on the black pillar of light, and the brave one who noticed this looked uneasy as he withdrew. It was time to reveal why he had come here. Yongwu, looking at the cityscape of Cheongju on the roadside where the car was heading, opened his mouth. "I came to meet Cheongju's strongest sword." "Oh, emergency." Before Yongwu's sentence could be completed, everyone, including the brave one, was shocked and hurriedly ran towards Cheongju. As everyone feared, they assumed that an outsider had come to succeed Cheongju's strongest sword. And the method of succeeding strongest sword was only through murder. Thud! The sight of 100 Cheongju citizens running across the field looked like a herd of gazelles fleeing from a lion. What is this?" Myongo got out of the car with a bewildered expression due to the unexpected situation. Meanwhile, Jiangsu in the passenger seat also got out of the car, but unlike Myongo, he had a very amused look on his face. "Well, it's already fully fortified here. Wouldn't it have been like this in the old days, too?" "The old days?" Myongo, who didn't catch the context, tilted his head, but Yongwu remained silent, as he seemed to know what Jiangsu was talking about. With almost all objects turned into stones now, there was no way to communicate, not even a phone call. So when an emergency occurred, how would they notify others? By foot. It had to be done by people running to spread the word. Of course, it depended on Babal surviving and reaching the destination to function properly. But since Yongwu didn't come a fight, he didn't want to harm people unnecessarily. Anyway, Cheongju's strongest sword will come this way soon. Let's go out to greet him too. If humans and cars were to compete in a race, who would win? Yongwu could run as fast as a car, but the citizens of Cheongju crossing the field didn't seem to be that fast. Virum, Yongwu's SUV, which had started late, quickly overtook them within a dozen seconds. The Cheongju citizens, seeing the SUV passing them, screamed in fear. Even people running on the road quickly moved aside when Myongo's horn echoed loudly. So, to anyone unfamiliar, this scene seemed like, "It seems like we're really going to attack Cheongju." Myongo, sitting in the passenger seat, looked out the window and smiled as if enjoying the situation. He was enjoying the sight of people feeling threatened and fleeing. On the other hand, Yongwu lightly tapped the headrest on the driver's seat and told Myongo, "Please slow down a bit. If by any chance we hit someone, it could be troublesome." Unlike Myongo, who was in high spirits, Yongwu had no intention of causing trouble in this city. So, even if Cheongju's strongest sword came out in a somewhat angry state, he planned to try resolving it through dialogue as much as possible. Of course, if they swing a sword at us out of the blue, there's nothing I can do. While Yangwu was casually playing with the black sword, an early bird tucked into his belt, Myongo in the driver's seat side. Oh, there's something ahead again. People, people. Yangwu listened to Myongo's words and leaned forward to look ahead through the windshield. Then, indeed, people were visible, just as Myongo had said. 3 people fully armed with swords and shields, wearing police uniforms. These 3 were blocking the road in a line, and behind them, a toll gate painted in blue stood like a fortress. They're using the toll gate as a checkpoint. As the SUV approached slowly, the 3 people in police uniforms near the toll gate looked at each other in confusion. The toll gate was originally a facility to collect vehicle tolls, but since the reset incident, they hadn't seen any actual cars passing through. How did you come to Cheongju? Finally, one of the 3 approached with his arm resting on the handle of the sword still in its sheath, looking puzzled. At this moment, Myongo was about to answer with the window rolled down when, "Emergency! Emergency!" a desperate voice echoed from afar. It was none other than the front of the citizens group that had been racing at full speed since earlier. What? The police, who belatedly realized that the SUV in front of them was the cause of the emergency, shouted at Myongo with a harsh tone. "You, what's going on? Turn off the engine and get out of the car right now." Clang! The police drew their swords one by one, but Myongo didn't flinch in the driver's seat. Because, suddenly, Yangwu in the back seat was getting out of the car instead of him. "We didn't come to fight. Is Cheongju's strongest sword, Mr. Shin Youngju, here? We just came to see him." Yangwu spread his empty hands, showing he had nothing, and expressed that he had no intention of fighting. However, the excitement of the police did not subside. What the police were looking at right now was still the running car with the engine running, the outsider with the early bird, and the dozens of citizens shouting emergency instead of screaming. Currently, on Yangwu's side, the police were still facing the running vehicle with the engine on, the outsider with the early bird, and dozens of citizens shouting emergency instead of screaming. Unconsciously, they reacted, "This guy, turn off the engine and get out. You, lie down. This is your last warning." The police, harboring hostility towards Yangwu's group, resorted to excessive defense. It was the result of a clash between instinctual fear and the obligation as checkpoint officers. In the midst of this, one overly excited police officer even showed an intention to strike the front of the SUV with his sword. Swish! Subsequently, Yangwu had no choice but to move and push the problematic police officer away like lightning. Thunk! Oof! Because the incident happened so quickly, the other 2 policemen only realized what had happened after their colleague fell to the ground. "What's going on? Ouch!" Then, almost simultaneously, their gazes turned towards Yangwu. The sensory values have temporarily increased from the original 100 to 122. The sensory values have temporarily increased from the original 122 to 141. It was the counterattack from the Cheongju police. However, the combat capabilities of the 2, confirmed through the theft effect, were pathetic. At best, they had experience dealing with a few monsters. As a result, the hologram of the Gyeongbuk sword law that appeared shortly after indicated that both of them could be killed within a single move, displaying a kill mark. However, instead of following the guide, Yangwu acted solely based on his judgment. Without using a sword, he emitted the strongest sword's prestige. Whoosh! When Yangwu unleashed a golden wave while glaring from his eyes, the 2 police officers trying to confront him froze in place momentarily. Ouch! It was due to the pain resembling their hearts being squeezed, caused by the impact of the prestige. Soon, Yangwu's low voice penetrated their ears. "Where can I meet Cheongju's strongest sword?" As Yangwu withdrew the prestige with these words, one police officer hesitated and sat down in place, letting go of his weapon. The other one, fell to the ground and vomited while left lying down. He turned out to be someone with a very weak mental strength. Yangwu, avoiding the puke that began to spread on the ground, took a step back and told the police officer he had pushed shoulder to shoulder earlier. As I mentioned earlier, we didn't come to fight. Where can I find the strongest sword? With an embarrassed look, the opponent raised his hand and pointed northeast. Probably at the Konkuk campus. Konkuk? Are you referring to Konkuk University? Yangwu knew that Konkuk University was a school located in Seoul. He looked puzzled as he gazed northeast, and the police officer nodded. There's a branch here. If nothing unusual happened, he should still be on campus. I see. In the phrase, he should still be on campus, Yangwu caught a glimpse that Cheongju's strongest sword had earned the trust of the citizens. Yangwu sensed that Cheongju's strongest sword was trusted by the citizens from the phrase, he should still be on campus. Would you mind coming with us? What? Since the navigation system isn't working, we need someone to guide us to the school. The police around looked uneasy. Seeing this, Yangwu shrugged his shoulders and casually added, if we can't find a way easily, there might be more incidents like this on our way to the school. It's better not to create unnecessary variables. Yangwu's mention of incidents like this referred to the series of events involving confronting another police officer or Cheongju citizens by force and asking for directions. Translator Night. Proofreader Gun. And in this process, if unintentionally a bloody incident occurred, it wouldn't be a tragedy, but rather a threat. The opponent seemed to understand Yangwu's intention, and with a stiff expression, he reluctantly nodded. Clank. When Yangwu picked up one of the police officers who had blocked the car at the toll gate and got in the back seat, everyone in the left side of the car opened their eyes wide and asked, what's going on? Who is this person? Well, sir. However, the most surprised person was the police officer himself who succumbed to Yangwu's threat and volunteered to be the guide. Hey, what's this? Pointing with his finger, the police officer couldn't get on the back seat and indicated beneath the seat. Key? There, a golden goblin, a high-class slave with golden skin, was crouching. He's my slave. We don't have time, so get on quickly. As Yangwu, who had already gotten into the car, gestured somewhat forcefully, the helpless police officer had no choice. Swoosh. As he stepped on the back seat, the goblin, frowning, moved to the opposite side, and Myongi also avoided the goblin and stuck to the car window, coughing slightly. An uncomfortable and eerie situation in many ways. Nevertheless, once everyone, humans and monsters were seated, Yangwu gave the signal by tapping the headrest on the driver's seat. Should I just follow the road straight ahead for now? Myongo asked while checking the rear-view mirror. Then, the police officer, rubbing his neck, looked at Yangwu. It would be more convenient to go back a bit and enter through Munkang-ri. No checkpoints, and it'll be easier. What if I just go straight ahead? Well, the police officer looked uneasy at Yangwu's question. Taking the highway might be more comfortable, but there's almost no time difference between going through Munkang-ri. In fact, going through Munkang-ri might be faster due to possible delays at checkpoints. Is there another toll gate? Why is there another checkpoint if we go up? As Yangwu asked this question, the true intentions of the police officer finally surfaced. There's a densely populated area. There's also a national university nearby, so there are a lot of people. Therefore, there's a significant police presence. So, it's better to avoid people as much as possible. Police presence? Where everything had turned to stone, it was unclear why there were so many people near the national university. Even disregarding that, the fact that it was a densely populated area with a significant police presence was a cultural shock for Yangwu. In the cities he had seen before, there was not even a basic system of law, let alone law enforcement. In the current situation, how can law and order be maintained? Most of the police should be much stronger than ordinary citizens. Isn't that nearly impossible? And even if that were possible, who would control the police who are powerful enough to maintain security? If any of the police were to deviate, the order would collapse in an instant. Oh well, in response to Yangwu's questioning gaze, the police officer wiped sweat off his forehead and avoided eye contact, looking towards the driver's side window. Then suddenly, the eyes and mouth of the police officer widened as he let out a surprised exclamation. However, it seemed more like a reaction of joy than surprise. Upon seeing the police officer's reaction, Yangwu subtly realized who was approaching from distance. No way. As Yang Wu turned his upper body and shifted his gaze to the driver's side window, he saw a silhouette rapidly approaching at a considerable speed. Pabababat. The distinct sound of friction echoed, indicating that the person was barefoot, pushing the asphalt consecutively with each step. Just like the figure on the other side, Yang Wu, who was also used to running barefoot on the road, could be sure of it. Chengju's strongest sword came to find me in person. But how? Even though no one should have been able to leave the area yet, how did someone inform her? Pappet. In the midst of the confusion, the silhouette was already close enough for Yang Wu to recognize the facial features. At this moment, Yang Wu was surprised once again. Contrary to expectations, Chengju's strongest sword, Xin Yangju 22, was a middle-aged. What? Yang Wu looked blankly at the approaching Chengju's strongest sword, with her hair fluttering in the air. Contrary to the fearsome strength, the actual appearance of strongest sword was surprisingly slender. Her arms were so thin that it seemed doubtful if she could properly wield a sword, and her thin lips and dry cheeks gave a frail impression. Of course, judging combat power based on appearance in a world where ability points exist was a futile act. However, aside from that, on the first day of the reset, wouldn't she have overcome the chaos at the money exchange with that weak body? While Yang Wu was fumbling for the first day of the Chengju Strongest Swords reset, which was not easy to picture, the other side made the first move. Swish! The opponent swung his arm while looking at the SUV that Yang Wu and his group were riding and threw the sword. Ik! Hook! Myongo and Myongi, who recalled the moment they first met Yang Wu, screamed in shock. Even Jiangsu, who had shown a calm demeanor so far, looked at Yang Wu with a bewildered expression at this moment. On the other hand, Yang Wu, he silently watched as the thrown sword flew like an arrow and stuck on the left side of the road. Yang. He had noticed that it was not a sword thrown at a person from the beginning. What's this? Is she trying to see how we react? Moreover, what the opponent threw was an early bird. It was a provocation that was very expensive unless there was a way to remotely retrieve it, like having a belt similar to a remote control. Since the strongest sword has come personally, there's no need for you to guide us so hard. When Yang Wu casually spoke after taking his eyes off the early bird stuck in the ground, the police officer who had been stiffly standing in place belatedly regained his composure. Then, as if fleeing, he opened the back seat door and rushed outside. Ta-ta! The direction the police officer ran away was none other than behind Chengju's strongest sword, and Yang Wu, after seeing this, slowly got out of the car. Chuck! Yang Wu's bare feet touched the common asphalt. Then, the eyebrows of Chengju's strongest sword, who was closely examining the car from a distance of about 30 meters, twitched slightly. It was because there was nothing floating above Yang Wu's head that indicated the status of strongest sword. In contrast, strongest sword Xin Yangju 22, like other strongest swords, had a splendid title above her head, attracting Yang Wu's attention. If she assumes the role of the city's public security, she might have taken the golden route. Was she such a reckless character? The artifact tattoo stealth mark, which allowed hiding the title, was given as a reward when Yang Wu first opened the achievement system through the golden ratio. At that time, it was thought that the reward was given to anyone who opened the achievement system. But looking at the fact that all the strongest swords encountered so far did not know how to hide the title, it was likely a special reward for the golden ratio. In other words, the strongest sword in front of him probably chose to monopolize 3 million karma with a high probability. Well, if she took the golden route, she should be wearing some golden equipment or something, but I don't see anything like that. Yang Wu looked at the Chuanju's strongest sword, who wore an unbelievably businesslike outfit. Black slacks, a navy shirt, and a watch with the petrification released on her left arm. Of course, she was also barefoot and held a long sword in her right hand, making her appearance quite awkward. For what I heard, you were looking for me. Strongest sword, who opened her mouth first after a while. Suddenly, the tone was mild compared to when she threw the sword. In response, Yang Wu nodded and greeted. Yes, I'm Zhang Yang Wu from Gumi. As I mentioned before, I didn't come here to fight. As Yangwu tried to continue his words, glancing at the police officer hiding behind Chengju's strongest sword, Xin Yangju 22 raised her left hand slightly and intervened. Sorry to interrupt, but what's your number? Excuse me? Your number. The number after your name. She was asking for the identification number assigned based on the order of contact with the exchange office among people with the same name. For example, if the name of the strongest sword is Xin Yangju 22, it means she was the 22nd Xin Yangju in the country to contact the exchange office. In other words, the smaller the number of this identification number, the more daring the movements on the first day of the reset could be considered. Checking if I'm a dangerous person. Yangwu felt that the opponent was a very cautious person. 7. Zhang Yangwu 07. Zhang Yangwu is a common name, but you worked very hard. Number 7. Chengju's strongest sword. Hearing Yangwu's number, pondered the number 7 and showed an unknown smile. Then, she took a few steps to the side and glanced into the SUV. Are they your companions over there? Yes. They're not people I've known for a long time. I borrowed the car on the way here. Oh, I see. Looking at Yangwu's bare feet, who said he borrowed the car, Chengju's strongest sword cast a fleeting glance. Then, she bowed deeply towards Yangwu and introduced himself. I am Judge Xin Yangju 22 from Chengju branch. Her long hair extending towards the ground created a slightly eerie atmosphere, but for Yangwu, it was quite surprising. To bow without hesitation to someone who may be an enemy and who is much younger than you. Although I'm a strongest sword, I'm doing my best to maintain order in this area. I apologize for throwing the sword earlier. From my perspective, I needed to see how Mr. Yangwu would react. It's okay. Yangwu was greatly surprised by Xin Yangju's background. It was amazing enough to break through the exchange zone with such a small physique, but to be a judge as well. So, is she receiving support from the citizens? It seems that she's not just supporting the city with strength alone. Her personality seems extraordinary. Many things have happened, but considering that it's only the second day since the great upheaval called the reset occurred, everyone's still held onto the values and systems of the previous world. Mr. Yangwu, what about you? You were giving your introduction, but I cut it off in the middle. All right. A strongest sword from Chengju, the guardian of order in Chengju City. After learning about Xin Yangju's splendid background, it was difficult for Yangwu to speak out. Following the opponent's introduction format, there was nothing particularly outstanding to present here. Zhang Yangwu, who worked at a display factory in Gumi. Somehow, he became a strongest sword in Gyeongbuk, and in order to achieve achievements, he defeated mutants and is heading to Seoul without a clear purpose. There was no impressive profession, and he didn't have a lofty sense of purpose. When Yangwu could not easily continue his conversation, even after he began to rumble, Xin Yangju spoke with a gentle smile. Are you feeling a bit pressured because I'm a judge? It seems like I said unnecessary things. Don't worry about it. Then, glancing at the peculiar-looking Yangwu, she asked, How old are you? Yes, I'm 34. I worked at a display factory in Gumi. Oh, I see. Gumi has quite a few factories. It must have been tough for you, especially coming from Gumi, which is quite far from here. After finishing this sentence with a friendly smile, Xin Yangju quietly looked at Yangwu. It was time to get to the main point. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Yangwu slowly opened his mouth in response. I'm sure you're curious about why I came all the way up here. I guess so. Nodding, Xin Yangju narrowed her eyes. Yangwu pointed to the SUV behind him. Well, they mentioned that their family is here. I wanted to help those who I was indebted to, and at the same time, help them find their family. Family. To the surprised expression of Xin Yangju, Yangwu briefly explained the reasons for coming to Chengju, from leaving Gumi to encountering the Zhang family on the highway, killing mutants on the way to Seoul. Then, Xin Yangju looked at the SUV and said thankfully, Fortunately, we conduct a head count in front of the City Hall every day at 7 p.m. Not everyone attends, but anyway, you could try finding the husband there. 7 p.m. is 2 hours before the start of the nightly quest. Yes, that's right. When we gather at that time, we inevitably end up renting a house near the City Hall. It's a measure to create a densely populated area. It helps with maintaining public order, and I always sleep near the city hall, contributing to security. Ah, I see. Yangwu marveled at Chengdu City's management system, which was different from other cities. Of course, the outskirts of the city might become blind spots in terms of security, but it was much better than the entire city becoming lawless. Chengdu City found the best practical solution. Now, shall we hear why Mr. Yangwu came to see me? What business could there be when there are no mutants here? After Shin Youngju subtly exerted some strength in her body and asked, Yangwu looked at the sword held in the opponent's hand. You might think this is ridiculous, but I wanted to know why you were willing to take on something like this, so I asked to see you. This? What is it? Shin Youngju had a face that didn't immediately understand Yangwu's question. In response, Yangwu gestured with his arm around. Chengdu City. In essence, you're volunteering for people who are complete strangers. It's certainly a good thing, but I've never seen a strongest sword of this type, so I found it fascinating. You must have met many strongest swords so far. A significant tone of inquiry. It was not an illusion that Yangwu felt the will to survive from the opponent. However, the alarm to detect an attack by the golden flash did not ring yet. The opponent still maintained composure. Citizens see me as just a stranger? It's true. Depending on the perspective, it might be accurate to say that I am doing volunteer work. However, after a brief pause, Shin Youngju looked up at the sky. I had to do it. Yes. The first strongest sword was just a criminal, and the second was too narrow-minded. If I had left them alone, the strongest sword himself might have survived somehow, but the city would have collapsed. You consider the city's preservation very important. When Yangwu responded this way, Shin Youngju's expression suddenly became very cold. Of course, if monsters are pouring down every day and there is no order in the city, what would happen? Well, Yangwu knew the result, as he had witnessed it firsthand. If a strong figure emerged, a dictatorship would begin, as in Chengdu City. In the worst-case scenario, the city could face extinction due to a single mutant, as happened in Gimchen. Of course, it originally started as witch hunting, so I don't expect wisdom from people. In a way, it's like living in a world that suits their level. Then, Shin Youngju added with frustration, but I'm not like that. I wasn't a person vile enough to throw votes in witch hunting, and I lived sincerely. I had no reason to share the punishment with others. Yangwu had nothing to say in response. He understood Shin Youngju's perspective. She asserted that she hadn't lived badly enough to deserve such punishment. If there had not been a reset, or even if a reset had occurred, if there had not been a senseless witch hunt, this world might have been a little more normal. However, the situation took a turn for the worst, and Shin Youngju ended up having to deal with it. To take control of her own destiny rather than leaving it to others. The third strongest sword. If her claim about not participating in the witch hunt was true, her growth assets would be the massive karma obtained through currency exchange. How she managed to escape the exchange and bring that money with her is still unknown. Nevertheless, it was clear that Shin Youngju was an extraordinary individual. Many citizens of Chengdu City must have willingly joined the witch hunt. Despite that, she faithfully fulfilled the role of guardian of Chengdu City. You're truly remarkable. Compared to a judge like you, As Yangwu was about to lower his head, a new figure suddenly appeared from the SUV belonging to the Zhang family. It was none other than the Golden Goblin, a unique slave. Keat. He jumped out of the car to stick close to Yangwu, his owner, when Yangwu didn't appear in his sight for a while. Then, when he stuck to Yangwu's leg, Shin Youngju's eyes lit up. What's that? Could that? Yangwu. Yes, it's like a pet. A pet. Although Yangwu introduced him as just a pet, Shin Youngju found it hard to believe it literally. She, too, had experienced facing extraterrestrial beings. Do merchants sell living creatures too? This is the first time I've seen something like this. While Shin Youngju gazed curiously at the goblin, she soon shifted her gaze to scan Yangwu from head to toe. Finally, the things that the alien possessed began to be visible again. A snake wrapped around his forearm, a golden bracelet, a black cape draped over his shoulders, a belt that looked different from standard issue, and on the belt there was another black sword along with the early bird. Not to mention the charm hanging around his neck and the ring on his finger. Shin Youngju unconsciously counted the items that seemed like artifacts, and then, inadvertently, her eyes widened. She started looking at Yangwu up and down once again. Yangwu, who was about to bow his head in embarrassment, closed his mouth when he saw Shin Youngju's eyes. Her eyes were familiar, the same gaze he saw in the eyes of the thugs during the incident at the currency exchange. Ugh! Detecting a sinister glint in Judge Shin Youngju's eyes, Yangwu instinctively stopped himself from reaching for the hilt of his long sword, realizing his hand was already near the scabbard. However, the awkward silence settled in as Judge Shin Youngju had clearly observed his movement. Ah, did I stare too openly? I'm sorry if it made you uncomfortable. There are so many unfamiliar gadgets here. Quickly shifting the atmosphere, Judge Shin Youngju offered a clumsy line, then redirected the conversation, looking towards the SUV of the Zhang family. You came to find their family in Chengdu, right? So, Yangwu, are you planning to stay here until then? Oh, that. Yangwu's gaze momentarily touched his wristwatch and then shifted to the timer at the top of his field of vision. Current time, 4:10 p.m. Time until advertiser's arrival, 3 hours, 56 minutes, and 31 seconds. Time is running out. The lodging will start again from 9 p.m. Since the population check in Chengdu was scheduled for 7 p.m. to observe the Zhang family's reunion, he had no choice but to stay here for the night without a break. Of course, as long as order was maintained in Chengdu, a peaceful night was guaranteed. The problem is those advertisers. They might be extraterrestrial monsters for all we know. Yangwu didn't want to involve Chengdu in the ominous event of the advertiser's visit. Regardless of the advertiser's personalities and tendencies, their appearance alone would undoubtedly cause significant chaos in Chengdu. Moreover, he was uneasy about Shin Youngju subtly coveting the equipment he had. Considering the responsibilities she held, it was natural for her to have a strong desire for power. So, in the end, Yangwu chose to continue heading north as originally planned. No, I plan to move right away. I want to reach the next city before the lodging starts. I see. Too bad. I had quite a few things I wanted to ask you, Yangwu, as it seemed you have more worldly experience than me. Shin Youngju's mention of worldly experience probably referred to the world after the reset. In reality, Yangwu, who had traversed various regions, had much higher experience points than her, who had been confined to Chengdu. If I had the leisure, I would have learned a lot from Judge Nim. Still, we'll probably meet again someday. As Yangwu tried to leave with these words, Shin Youngju pulled out the early bird she had stuck into the ground, asking before him, "Do you have other business? I thought you came here to meet a merchant, seeing you have so many pieces of equipment." I did think about it. Since the other party brought up the merchant topic first, Yangwu, somewhat flustered, looked towards the dark pillar inside the city. Would it be okay with you? If you allow, I would like to meet the merchant. Of course, I bought everything that can be bought, and it will disappear tonight anyway. It was the first time Yangwu learned that even the merchant had a limited stay. After a moment of thought, Yangwu nodded towards Shin Youngju. Then, I'll ask for your permission. Okay, but there's one condition. Condition, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 4:31 p.m. Finally passing through the toll gate and entering Chengdu City, Zhang's family's SUV was still full. This time, instead of the police, Chengdu's judge, Shin Youngju, was in the back seat, as her condition for Yangwu to accompany her until the merchant's deal was done. Yangwu had no reason to refuse Judge Shin Youngju's condition, as he anticipated being under the surveillance of Chengdu's strongest sword during his stay in Chengdu. In fact, it was somewhat surprising for the Zhang family, as they were in a position where they had to make Chengdu their base for their lives, unlike Yangwu. And finally, Jiangsa said, if things go this way, do I no longer need to stay with my Ongo? We've already achieved a peaceful coexistence here, haven't we? He was contemplating using this situation to break free from the agreement with Yangwu. Isn't that right, big brother? If you're going to stay here for a long time, you don't really need a bodyguard, do you? When Jiangsu asked casually, Myongo nodded his head, somewhat flustered. However, this was partly sincere. Before Chungju's safety, Jiangsu himself was burdensome. With his large build, excessive toughness, and an intimidating presence that felt more like a gangster than just a younger brother. There was nothing easy about him. Indeed, right? Yangwu, what do you think? Confirming that Myongo's head moved up and down, Jiangsu then looked at Yangwu. However, the fierce gaze he had when looking at Myongo was nowhere to be found. No, instead of fierceness, there was even something close to awe in his eyes. Of course, even in Yangwu's eyes, there was no way Myongo could handle Jiangsu. But that didn't mean Yangwu would easily abandon the agreement with Jiangsu like this. Moreover, his statement about not making someone a burden was also genuine. If you two have reached an agreement, it doesn't matter how you decide. However, that doesn't mean I'll take in Mr. Jiangsu. Having a companion imposes many restrictions when moving. When Yangwu said this decisively, Jiangsu's expression sank with disappointment. In the meantime, a rectangular, robust building appeared on the other side of the car window. It was none other than Chengdu City Hall. There's City Hall Square. If your husband is still in Chengdu, he probably set up near here. Xin Yangju pointed to the spacious square in front of the City Hall and explained. Myongi gazed at City Hall Square with a complicated expression. Even though it wasn't the meeting time yet, there were quite a few people in the square. Unlike those in the open field at the entrance of Chengdu, most of the people here were sitting or lying on the ground. Oh, are they waiting for monsters here too? Jiangsu muttered, looking at the crowd gathered in the square. At this, Xin Yangju shook her head. No, most of the people gathered here are just killing time. From my perspective, it's a ticking time bomb. A time bomb? Myongi asked, raising her eyebrows. Translator, night. Proofreader, gun. It was because she was wondering if there might be her husband among the crowd, scanning through the crowd with her eyes. Yes, most Chengdu citizens are trying to earn more karma in any way possible at this time. Whether risking their lives to find monsters, challenging daily quests, or even picking up useful items, they do anything. Every day at 7 p.m., a temporary market opens along with the gathering time. Xin Yangju explained that even petrified items, pointing to the crowd in the square, Myongi asked, and Xin Yangju's expression coldly changed. They are people who are not implementing even minimal safety measures. When their money runs out, they have no choice but to die. Will they accept it willingly? Those people wouldn't be strange if they turned into robbers at any moment. Of course, there were some people performing daily quests, but that alone was not enough, Xin Yangju added. It was not a big problem for now, but only solving daily quests wouldn't address issues beyond room and board, taxes, and fees. For example, the problem of food. It's been almost 2 days since the reset started. In other words, most people have been starving for 2 days already. So how is Chengdu managing food? Aren't there food supplies in places like supermarkets or department stores? This question was thrown by Yang Wu, likely due to witnessing people fighting in front of a mart in Gumi earlier. In response, Xin Yangju's gaze lifted to the sky. There's nothing to manage. Everything, including marts and whatnot, was looted during the chaos of the first strongest sword era. As Yangwu sighed, Xin Yangju gave a wry smile. However, even if you have food, you can't eat it without karma. In the end, you have to bring it out through the market. But even petrified food can be traded with karma. So those who looted during the first strongest sword era would have benefited the most, right? At Yangwu's remark, Xin Yangju squinted her eyes. I don't want to admit it, but that's the truth. It's a realistic limitation. However, even if we forcibly collect all the food owned by individuals, it would cause even greater chaos. Perfect collection is impossible from the start. Anyway, it was a flaw that Xin Yangju couldn't deny. And in reality, she wanted to talk about something else. Well, shall we end this conversation here? Since we've arrived at the square, if you're okay with it, let's go see the merchant right away. With these words, Xin Yangju opened the back seat door, and the bustling sounds of the square rushed into the vehicle. Are we really parting ways like this? I feel a bit unfair. Turning around with a voice that seemed to express awkwardness, Jiangsu looked back. In the meantime, Yangwu followed Shin Youngju out of the car. As they did, Myongo quickly got out of the car and bowed towards Yangwu. Thank you for everything. Is there something to be thankful for? It hasn't been all good, and I'm also indebted to Mr. Myongo and your mother. By the way, would it be okay if Mr. Jiangsu is not with you anymore? He seems like someone who would go his own way sooner or later. Yangwu glanced at Jiangsu, who was just getting out of the car, and said so. Myongo, in turn, awkwardly smiled. I think it'll be okay here. Besides, Mr. Jiangsu is ultimately a stranger after all. It was a relationship that couldn't last long anyway. Then, Myongo's gaze shifted inside the vehicle. Seeing Yangwu turning his eyes in that direction, on the back seat, Myongi bid farewell silently. Mother, take care. Thank you for your help. This was probably the last conversation shared with the Zhang family. Yangwu greeted Myongi politely and then hurriedly followed behind Shin Youngju, who was already a few steps ahead, heading towards the direction of the black pillar of light. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 4:52 p.m. Not long after leaving City Hall Square, Yangwu sensed something strange. Thump, thump. Shin Youngju, who was running ahead, didn't match the pace on this side and was moving at her own pace. Of course, now, there were no other companions, and there were only two people with the status of the strongest sword, so it made sense for them to move at high speed. But still, no matter what, as an outsider and formerly a guest, is it okay to run ahead so recklessly? So, in Yangwu's thoughts, this couldn't be seen as anything else. Could she be trying to gauge my abilities? Given the situation, that seemed to be the only interpretation. And if that were the case, Yangwu was making it clear that his abilities were significantly lower than those of strongest sword. If Shin Youngju increased her speed a bit, he would easily fall behind. Is it too fast? Almost there. Shall we slow down a bit from now on? Shin Youngju, looking back for a moment with a worried tone, asked. In response, Yangwu forced a smile and looked at the black pillar of light that had already come a few steps closer. No, it's okay. We're almost there now. As he looked around, he felt that there were no people near them, unlike the surroundings near City Hall. Perhaps the area near the merchant was a kind of restricted zone where even people trying to catch monsters couldn't approach. Well, merchants only sell products on a first-come, first-served basis. It wouldn't be surprising if a restraining order was issued with the authority of the strongest sword. So why did Shin Youngju readily allow a foreigner to do business with a merchant? So, Shin Youngju had stopped a little way ahead. When Yangwu caught up with her, he couldn't help but notice the unique discomfort in the air. Shoo! Finally, the feeling of discomfort specific to the merchant spread through the air, and the view that had been hidden by large and small buildings suddenly opened up. They had finally arrived at the intersection where the merchant had settled. And at the right moment, Shin Youngju, who had been running ahead, stood firmly in place. Tap! Then, she raised her hand and pointed towards the pillar of light in front. I hope there are still useful items left. Yangwu pondered Shin Youngju's words as he walked towards the pillar of light in front of him. Currently, the total amount of karma he possessed was 871,000. With this money, I can probably buy top-notch equipment. Of course, Shin Youngju would have seized good items in 9 out of 10 cases, but Yangwu still had a chance. It was thanks to his intermediary, Kubu. There's a variable. The merchants here have already completed one transaction. The benefit provided by Kubu, Yangwu's intermediary, was to show the merchants who had bid on the transaction and allow him to choose the desired target from among them. But what if Yangwu contacted the merchant who had already completed the bidding and finalized the transaction? Would Kubu still show a new list of merchants, allowing Yangwu to choose the trader he wanted? I should look into it now, as long as no unexpected events occur. Turning around quietly, Yangwu saw Shin Youngju following him at a suitable distance. Her expression was calm, and the golden flash showed no signs of hostility, but Yangwu couldn't relax. If he were Shin Youngju, he would not let this outsider live and leave. No one around. It's the perfect place for a secret murder. If I strike during the transaction, her reaction will be slow. Having come this far, she must have noticed that his abilities were lower, So if she lowered her morality a bit, this situation would be an unparalleled opportunity for Shin Youngju's growth. And with that gained power, she could more firmly defend Cheongju City. But even so, if she did not continue to pursue him until the end, then I have to admit it, I've been looking at the world too harshly. Yangwu thought this way while pulling out the black sword and early bird from his waist and thrusting them into the ground. Clang! In case Shin Youngju had to endure a surprise attack from behind, these swords were called upon for a counterattack. Seeing this, Shin Youngju, who had been watching, asked with a puzzled expression, "What's going on all of a sudden?" "It's my way of showing respect. It's a bit weird if someone who came for a trade is holding weapons, isn't it?" Ignoring her expression of bewilderment, Yangwu turned away and walked towards the pillar of light again. About 20 meters or so, the distance from the point where the sword was stuck into the ground to the pillar of light was about 20 meters. Swish! When he touched his chest, he felt the dagger he had put in his pocket. If Shin Youngju's movements were faster than expected, he planned to pull out the dagger before the sword returned. Even a slight touch of the sword should be enough to gain an advantage. Golden Punishment, Legendary Bracelet. Inflicts pain on the enemy. Cumulative Golden Ratio. 4. Yangwu, who is undoubtedly confident in his 12-level increase in abilities, believed in the tremendous pain that the Golden Punishment would inflict. Wasn't an effect that even the extremely enraged mutants couldn't properly contain? Ooh. When Yangwu finished preparing himself mentally, the distance between him and the black pillar of light decreased to about 10 meters, and finally, the figure of the merchant began to appear. Squeak! From the other side, it seemed that Yangwu's presence was felt. It started making an eerie sound, and soon, ugh! Even Yangwu, who had experienced numerous battles, momentarily hesitated at the sight of a grotesque being that seemed to freeze even him, protruding part of its body beyond the pillar of light. Swoosh! It was a giant cockroach, a common sight on Earth. The only difference was that its body length seemed to easily exceed 5 meters. If it couldn't come out completely beyond the pillar of light, a long antenna that should have been straight was noticeably bent along the wall of the pillar. Good heavens! Yangwu muttered with a horrified tone, and Shin Youngju behind him spoke in a subdued voice. "I still can't get used to it. Every time I see that, it scares me. We can't predict what else might happen in the future with things like this." In Shin Youngju's voice, Yangwu sensed fear for the first time. "But you still managed to make the trade. Judge, what did you buy from the merchant?" At Yangwu's question, Shin Youngju, after a moment of blank expression, burst into laughter. "The merchant? I've been feeling this since earlier, but Yangwu, you're really a unique person. Maybe it's because you're young." Then she pointed her finger at the merchant in the form of a wheel. "Check it out yourself. I didn't buy much." Squeak! The merchant wheel emitted a cry in response. At this, Yangwu took a deep breath and began walking towards the pillar of light. Soon, the space between him and the pillar of light split, and the intermediary Kubu appeared. Smoothly, "I'm honored to meet you again, the Earthling, the strongest in Gyeongbuk Province, Mr. Zhang Yangwu 07. I am Kubu, the guardian of Tinta and the owner of Daro, who is mediating this transaction." Kubu's usual greetings. But this time, he blinked his eyes twice before starting to look around. It was the first time Kubu had examined the trading scene, probably because in the previous 2 transactions, Yangwu was the first trader. However, this time, someone else has already been here. There is a record of the transaction. Seeing Kubu's awkward expression in his voice, Yangwu asked, "Is the trade still possible? Or has the commission changed?" "The trade is possible. The commission is also unchanged, but the trade target can be changed." As Kubu was about to continue his answer, he suddenly rolled his eyeballs and looked somewhere. Then, "Be careful." Yangwu unexpectedly spat out a warning line, but he seemed to know the reason. The golden flash that had been silent until now displayed a warning message at this moment. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the original 100 to 866. Crazy. The sensory value increased by a whopping 766. This meant that the opponent who had ambushed had a sensory value of 1532. And in this vicinity, there could only be a presence with such high abilities. Swish! Turning his head backward, Yang Wu saw Judge Shin Young to 22 rushing towards him with a golden glint in her eyes. According to the hologram guide of Gyeong Buk's sword law, the opponent's blade had already reached his neck. As the hologram advised only evasion without attempting a counterattack, Yang Wu twisted his body in accordance. Thud! Then, Shin Youngju's thrust came very close to Yang Wu's neck. Judge! Yang Wu rolled backward to increase the distance, but it was in vain. Shin Youngju's movements were much faster. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. I'm sorry. Before Yang Wu could even pull out his dagger, Shin Youngju's sword cut through the air. Quack! A sharp pain in the abdomen. Yang Wu immediately realized that something was seriously wrong. Even if it wasn't just the pain, his upper body was tilting forward against his will. No way. There was no need to look down. The intensified pain and the floating sensation in the air explain a lot more than could be seen. His body had been severely damaged by the recent blow. Among the misfortunes, the good news is that the senses he had taken from the opponent had not yet left him. Although not certain, he felt like he could still move his arm, and his mind seemed intact enough to think this far. Ah! Yang Wu screamed, a sound of either determination or agony, pulling out the two swords that were stuck 20 meters away. At the same time, he drew the dagger he had kept in his pocket and swung it. Swoosh! Since his head was already crashing into the ground, the dagger only swung near the opponent's ankle. However, Yang Wu's final struggle had a significant effect. What is this? This is because he succeeded in diverting Shin Youngju's attention, even if only for a moment, to the point where she realized a little too late that two knives were flying at her from behind her back. Swoosh! Huh! Shin Youngju, who had belatedly realized the meaning of the holograms that were blinding her vision, was already swinging her sword to parry the early bird. This was purely a reflexive action. The early bird, catching the sunlight, flashed as it swung. So inevitably, quack, she didn't even see the common knife that had just passed through her chest. Having experienced significant damage to her body for the first time in her life, Shin Youngju didn't know what to do as she saw blood flowing from her chest. Yang Wu. She was so helpless that she asked for help from Yang Wu, who she had cut to pieces just seconds ago. However, Yang Wu was busy watching the strange scene where the black sword returned to its original position after completing its mission. He was lying on the ground, pouring out blood from his lower body. It was almost done. For some reason, consciousness remained clear. Yang Wu felt intense pain and a burning sense of injustice simultaneously. Then, as Shin Youngju collapsed to the ground, unable to support her body any longer, Yang Wu finally paid attention to the chaos. Judge, you're not dead yet, right? He asked because Shin Youngju's legs were trembling, but there was no response. Perhaps, due to experiencing the pain inflicted by the golden punishment, she might not even have the strength to speak. When Yang Wu reached this conclusion, a genuine sense of apology overwhelmed him. I'm sorry. If I had the strength left, I would have killed you quickly. Now, I can hardly move my arm, and I'll die soon too. Upon closer inspection, Shin Youngju's trembling had decreased compared to before. She was also dying. Whoever it is, the next person passing through here will be in for a surprise. As Yang Wu tried to open the inventory window for his last attempt before death, a small silhouette appeared in the distance. It was none other than the relic-grade slave, the Golden Goblin. He had been observing the battlefield from a safe distance when the fight began. Oh, here. Although the goblin confirmed Yang Wu's consciousness, it only looked around without coming to help. Well, I guess you'll be free when I die. Anyway, I lost. It seemed this was the end. Perhaps it was difficult for a strong as sword, who was born as a level 4 human, to live a long life. I couldn't even survive for 2 days. If it weren't for the reset, I might have lived for 3 years. Name, Zhang Yangwu. Role, level 4 extra. Function, background, maintenance crew. Creation, April 8th, 1992, 11:41 p.m., edited due to unintentional deliberate intervention. Annihilation, November 7th, 2028, 8:36 p.m., fatally assaulted by a drunk passerby while returning home. Yang Wu recalled his once repulsive fate record and chuckled bitterly. Then, as he attempted to slowly close his eyes, Pong! Suddenly, a car horn blared from somewhere, jolting him awake. It wasn't far away. Even the characteristic vibration of a car transmitted through the ground. Although he was now too exhausted to turn his head, he could easily guess who the person was without seeing. Hyungnim, where are you? Jiangsu, who had cast aside the Zhang family, was approaching. Jiangsu. Yang Wu called out to the unexpected visitor with an uncertain voice. Kim Jiangsu, a 29-year-old native of Anong. Although it was not their first meeting, their relationship was not close enough to expect loyalty. Also, when he thought about it again, he wondered if it would be helpful if someone came to see his body cut in two. Hyungnim, where are you? I really can't see. Jiangsu, who had arrived near the scene, discovered Yang Wu, whose upper and lower body were separated, and abruptly stopped. Squeak! He then stuck his head out of the driver's seat in disbelief to double-check. Hyungnim, yes, I'm here. Jiangsu, startled, jumped out of the car and stood still for a while, blinking his eyes. It was an unexpected sight, to say the least. A giant cockroach trapped inside a pillar of light, and in front of it, a giant eyeball floating in the air. But more chilling than that was the fact that Yang Wu, whose lower body had been cut off, was speaking and alive. No, how on earth are you alive? Well, it seems it's not easy for a person to survive like this. Or maybe it's because I've increased my stats a lot. Even so, this doesn't make sense. How long have you been like this? It was only now that Yang Wu realized how long he had endured to an excessive extent. And the reason became clear after he opened the inventory that he had neglected until now. Pahet, Slime Core, Mutation Bracelet. Regenerative power increases dramatically. The Slime's Core. A loot taken from the Sangju province's strongest sword, Dako Seiwan 01. It was the Dako Seiwan who, despite having his head and body torn apart, had managed to survive with his breath attached. Oh my, so was this. The phrase significant increase in regeneration likely meant this level of effect. Could it be that if I continue like this, the severed parts will heal? It was a plausible guess. Originally, he should have died early on due to excessive bleeding or shock. Of course, the amount of blood he had already lost was considerable, but if he attempted to stitch it up now... Hey, Jiangsu. Yes. If it's okay, could you bring my leg and attach it under here? What? After Yang Wu's response, Jiangsu opened his mouth wide and trembled in disbelief. Then, as if greatly shocked, he muttered while holding Yang Wu's lower body with both hands. So if I do that, will your body really stick together? Maybe. So, you mean you just want me to stick this back on? Yes, for now. With his weakened energy, Yang Wu nodded his head, and Jiangsu followed suit by nodding his head. Next, Jiangsu brought Yang Wu's lower body closer to the upper body. Sly-eyed, sly-eyed. Now, all that remained was to align the two cut surfaces properly. But when Jiangsu came this far, he suddenly stopped moving. Jiangsu, as Yang Wu called out to Jiangsu, who seemed more static than he expected, a calm voice flowed out from him, unlike before. If I don't stick it, will you die like this? Well, that's true. Yang Wu sighed deeply. Yes, that would happen. But I won't resent you even if you leave me to die. I would have thought the same if I were in Jiangsu's position. That's right. If I hadn't come here, Hyungnim would have either withered away without a word or been stabbed by some ruthless guy. While saying this, Jiangsu glanced at the early bird attached to his waist. Then, still emitting a formidable presence, he shifted his gaze towards the alien merchant and mediator Kubu. You can't even imagine how weird I feel right now. After Jiangsu finished speaking with a loud gesture, Yang Wu closed his eyes, thinking that he was about to draw a sword. However, all Jiangsu did was attach Yang Wu's lower body back together. Clunk. Do you really expect it to stick together on its own like this? Damn, I feel like I can't live properly in a world like this. Jiangsu spat out a skeptical line, But before he finished speaking, Yang Wu could sense that something was happening. Ugh! The sensation of heat surged from the spot where Jiangsu had attached the lower body. Of course, it was unclear whether the body was actually attached or if an infection was progressing, but something was happening for sure. Just in case, did you align the front and back properly? Yang Wu asked out of curiosity, and Jiangsu, after momentarily blanking out, laughed. Check it for yourself when you stand up later. And at that moment, KKNG, Youngju, who had been lying there as if dead, finally twitched his fingers and truly died. Chengju's strongest sword has been acquired and merged. The title merge message appeared in Yangwu's field of view as evidence. Following that, system messages about the current status of titles continued to appear. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. You have acquired 1 title in the Chengju region. You possess 4 titles in the Gyeongbuk region. The current Gyeongbuk's strongest sword is Yung Yangwu 07. Rank 1, 2 defenses. Titles from different regions are collected separately. As Yangwu stared at Youngju's corpse on the ground, Jiangsu, with a deep voice, said, "This distinguished lady finally initiated a fight, huh? Unlike earlier when she pretended to be gentle. She must have thought about it until the end. She had a lot to lose." Just as Yangwu said, Youngju lost too much as the price for her failed bet. Even if another mutant comes down to Chengju tomorrow, can they defend against that monster without the strongest sword? Without the strongest sword, it'll be difficult to maintain order in this city. Originally, the region status window should have information about the strongest sword, but now it looked more like a warning message. Currently staying in the area of Chengju. There is no strongest sword in this area. Nevertheless, the majority of Chengju citizens couldn't even imagine what that status window meant. Chengju's strongest sword had gambled with the lives of the citizens. In any case, due to this incident, Chengju was expected to return to lawlessness, and there was a high likelihood that it would be ruined by mutants. How about it? Does the body seem to be attached a bit? Jiangsu, feeling bored with waiting, sat on the ground and asked. In response, Yangwu, unconsciously examining his waist, stood up abruptly, surprised. Jiangsu, too, widened his eyes. Yangwu's upper body stood straight, supported by the waist and abdomen. Just a moment ago, wasn't this the person whose upper and lower body were separated? This was an impossible situation. What the hell? Jiangsu exclaimed in amazement as he sat down, and Yangwu, with an unbelieving expression, raised his top to inspect it. Swoosh! Then, it became apparent that the flesh on the cut surface, while not completely healed, was sticking together. No, this is... While Yangwu struggled to find words, the suturing process continued. After a while, a severe hunger struck. As the body reattached, even the internal organs that had lost function began to restart. Is this really happening? If so, you can't consider it human anymore. As Yangwu sat and examined every corner of his body, the golden goblin, which had been observing the situation from a distance, hurriedly approached. It had noticed that Yangwu was recovering. This guy, Jiangsu, made a gesture as if kicking with his foot, but the goblin ignored it and placed a pouch next to Yangwu. Kit, you're quite an opportunist too. Yangwu briefly looked at the now polite goblin, then turned his gaze to Jiangsu. But Jiangsu, why did you save me? It was a chance to become the strongest sword. That's true. At Yangwu's words, Jiangsu shrugged. Then, he glanced at Yangwu's recovering body in real time. Well, if I had to give a reason, I didn't want to live like this. I clearly realized it when I saw that body really sticking together. By like this, he meant living in a state where it was ambiguous whether he was human or a monster. You seem to be the type who subtly dislikes being tied down. But if it was someone other than my brother, I would have drawn my sword without hesitation. I'm not interested in being the strongest sword, but I always think becoming stronger is the right thing. An excessively honest remark. As a result, Yangwu felt relieved. There was also a way to take only my equipment. Yes, I hadn't thought that wasn't an option. Well, even if you look like this, you're probably stronger than I would be with them. So, I chose to become the benefactor of your life. In other words, he didn't want to become a monster and chose to receive the protection of a monster. I may not empathize, but I understand what you're saying. Yang Wu, saying this, had recovered to some extent during that time. In other words, even if Jiangsu changes his mind now, there's nothing he can do about it. Of course, Yang Wu wasn't ready to fight other strongest swords or mutants right away. I'll need some rest during the journey until we arrive at the next area. Fortunately, thanks to Jiangsu getting a car, they could take breaks while moving. Jiangsu coming to find me is truly a stroke of luck. Maybe it's not my time to die yet. Yang Wu unconsciously looked up at the sky. Then, along with the clear sky, the timer that was hanging at the top of the field of view caught his eye. Time until advertiser's arrival. 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 11 seconds. A considerable amount of time had passed since he attached his body back together. It's almost in the 2-hour range. Tight schedule. At this rate, shortly after entering the next area, he would encounter the presence known as the advertiser. Can you continue driving? When Yang Wu slowly asked while getting up, Jiangsu glanced at the car and replied, Yes, of course. Where do you want to go? North. I mean, towards Seoul. Then we'll have to cross through places like Ikkian and Yeoju. As if drawing a map, Jiangsu gestured with his finger in the air. Meanwhile, Yang Wu searched the body of the deceased Shin Youngju, who lay with a hole in her chest. Surprisingly, she didn't have a single penny, but instead, oh my God, there was an epic equipment that could only be obtained by consuming legendary achievements. Swoosh! As Yang Wu picked up the problematic equipment, Jiangsu tilted his head. What is that, Hyungnim? It's a compass. That's a compass? It was a perfectly normal reaction. Even Yang Wu, looking at it, couldn't see how it could be related to a compass from the outside. Fearful cat, epic compass. Indicates a threatening target. Empty slot. The equipment that came out of Shin Youngju's left pocket was a small, 3-colored cat model smaller than a palm. It crouched down as if frightened, and its eyes were closed in its current inactive state. Does that mean there's no threatening target nearby right now? Yang Wu instantly figured out how the fearful cat worked. It was because he already had a similar device. Serpent of Greed, epic compass. Always seeks rarity. In the reset world, Yang Wu was one of the people who quickly encountered the new material. Thanks to the compass, Shin Youngju found me right away. Of course, at that time, it was impossible to know why the fearful cat perceived this side as a threatening target. I never had the intention of fighting from the beginning. There might have been conflicts due to merchant problems, but I still wanted to solve it through conversation. However, this was only Yang Wu's one-sided thought. Anyway, the result was that Shin Youngju died. So, wasn't Yang Wu a threatening figure? Yang Wu put the fearful cat in his pocket with an uncomfortable feeling. Then the Serpent of Greed, wrapped around his left wrist, turned its head with a flick of its tongue. Swoosh! The object it stared at was none other than the sword that Shin Youngju had been holding all along. It wasn't the supply-type sword stuck in the mountain of the sword, nor was it the early bird, which made Yang Wu curious. Is it a mutation equipment? The probability was high. If it was the current strongest sword, even if it couldn't use mutation equipment, it would have at least 2. One obtained from mutant, and one that the former strongest sword had. Thunk! Eventually, when Yang Wu pulled out the sword from Shin Youngju, a tooltip appeared in his field of vision. Ping! Underdog. Mutated one-handed sword. Power increases by 25% against targets larger than the usered. Oh! Compared to its relatively plain appearance, the special ability was outstanding. If this applies permanently against mutants, it would be good. If the build mentioned in the tooltip simply referred to height, it would be activated against the majority of adult males. Conversely, it would have no effect against smaller males and most females. Clang! Clang! Yang Wu pulled out the early bird from his waist belt and replaced it with Underdog. Jiangsu, who was watching this, let out a dry laugh. Even the strongest sword rummages through corpses after the fight. How did the world end up like this? There's no other choice. Even the Gangnam strongest sword probably goes around digging through corpses. Gangnam strongest sword. Yang Wu didn't have much knowledge about that side, but mentioning Gangnam gave the impression of a wealthy neighborhood, so it was half joking. Surprisingly, Jiangsu took this seriously. Come to think of it, there might be a Gangnam strongest sword. Or maybe just lump it all under Seoul strongest sword. I don't know. Listening to it, it made sense. Although both are cities, the population difference is staggering. The population of Cheongju is about 200,000, while Seoul has a population of 9.4 million. That's a difference of 47 times. So, logically, there should be more strongest sword for Seoul. For example, one for each district. Even so, considering the population, there could still be fewer strongest swords in Seoul. Seoul is divided into 25 districts. I don't know if there's really a Gangnam strongest sword. When Yangwu said this, Jiangsu spoke with an excited voice. That's right, isn't it? Hyeongnam, aren't you curious? Who hold a position like Gangnam's strongest sword? PR/N, it's PSY. He holds the position. Trust. Upper Gangnam style. For some reason, unlike the excited Jiangsu, Yangwu found it difficult to understand the other's emotions. Is it because everything still feels like a game or a dream? From the beginning, abandoning his former comrades abruptly and sticking with this side, giving up the opportunity to become strongest sword. Yangwu felt that Jiangsu didn't seem to take post-reset life seriously. Mr. Jiangsu, how do you plan to live from now on? From now on. Receiving Yangwu's question, Jiangsu made a face as if he hadn't thought about that far. Then, he once again let out his characteristic playful laugh. Moderately, I hope to travel and see the world without too much trouble. See the world? Yes. Isn't it fascinating how the world has turned out like this? Just a few days ago, you wouldn't have thought you'd end up getting stabbed by a judge's sword, right? But it became clear. Jiangsu regarded life, after the reset, as some kind of bonus. Otherwise, Hyeongnam, do you think I'm strange right now? Like a crazy person. As if reading Yangwu's mind, Jiangsu uttered a line that seemed to peer into Yangwu's thoughts. So, Yangwu didn't press the matter any further. Yes, usually, people are busy trying to survive or panicking. It's rare to find someone who wants to see the world in the midst of all this. I doubt there will be many more like you in the future. Haha, that's true. Because, for most people, the top priority is to survive. Jiangsu's forced laughter somehow sounded artificial. In contrast to his animated appearance, Yangwu found it difficult to understand the other's emotions. For some reason, Jiangsu's face, even with the fading laughter, appeared quite imposing, reminiscent of their first meeting. It didn't match the subsequent dialogue at all. Mr. Jiangsu, is survival not your top priority? Surprisingly, Jiangsu remained silent. His face, now lacking even a trace of smile, was unexpectedly intimidating. And then, the words that followed seemed completely incongruent. I didn't want to live, let alone survive. Originally, I should have committed suicide today. Yangwu, wondering if he heard wrong, tilted his head. Jiangsu, with a wrinkled nose, confirmed his statement. When I checked the fate record, today was supposed to be the day I die. If it wasn't for the reset, I would have really committed suicide as planned. And this means... Translator, night. Proofreader, gun. Are you saying you've been thinking about suicide even before the reset? Yes. What? Yangwu reflexively questioned. He couldn't understand it at all. Wasn't he a guy with exceptional physical abilities who looked like a dangerous person in this world? Of course, external appearance and inner circumstances are separate, but it was hard for Yangwu to easily believe in someone who seemed so strong. The reason, I'll tell you slowly later. It's not something to brag about. Seeing the shadow on Jiangsu's face, who always laughed so heartily, it seemed like he truly desired suicide. After all, it was written in the fate record, and if it wasn't for the reset, he would have truly died. So for now, since I'm not dead, might as well live, is that it? Well, something like that. And I have a bit of curiosity. The conglomerates are rumored to turn into dragons after they come back. Can you just ignore that? With his regained momentum, Jiangsu burst into laughter. Yangwu, finding it absurd, also laughed. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Having a bizarre conversation with a man with former suicidal behavior and bursting into fake laughter was only temporary. Soon, Yangwu had to continue searching for Shin Youngju's corpse. For some reason, the second mutation equipment didn't come out from her body. Could it be the one who defeated the mutant on the first day wasn't the strongest sword? It was a difficult thing to accept, but given the circumstances, there was no other way to think about it. Even the Serpent of Greed wasn't looking at the corpse anymore. Really, it's not here. Strange. As Yangwu, with a serious expression, continued to search Shin Youngju's pocket, Jiangsu asked, "Why? What's not there?" "Equipment. When you defeat a mutant, equipment usually comes out, but there's none. Any strongest sword should have had it." "Oh, really? Then maybe the former one didn't have it from the beginning." "Yeah, given the circumstances, it seems likely." Yangwu decided to stop searching for equipment at this point and stood up. Perhaps the missing mutant equipment was something consumable like a potion. For some reason, it felt unclear, but there wasn't much time left. "Can we still trade?" When Yangwu asked Kubu, who was looking in this direction from the empty air, the creature blinked its eyes. "Yes, it is possible. The commission fee remains unchanged, but the target of the trade cannot be changed as there is already a record of the transaction." As expected, Kubu's provided selection of trade targets was only available to Yangwu as a first-come, first-served basis. "I guess there's no other choice. Please proceed." As Yangwu nodded, Kubu blinked its eyes once more and recited a formal statement. "The intermediary commission for this transaction is 10%, included in the product price. The trade partner is the black market merchant in Chiok's Martial Arts Hall." Chiok's Martial Arts Hall. Learning about the opponent's origin, Yangwu unintentionally stared at the giant while trapped inside the Pillar of Light. Whether Chiok was a planet or another dimension, he didn't know, but there seemed to be a wheel like that there. "The product list is complete." Soon, Kubu rolled its eyeballs to inform that the products were ready. Then, blue spots appeared in front of Yangwu's eyes and began to take the shape of human characters. Slick. 1 A Executioner. Ancient two-handed axe. Destroys ordinary weapons. Significant decrease in power when used with one hand. 70,000 karma. 2 Smile's Crystal. Hero's Shield. Empty slot. Double effect of equipped gems. 116,000 karma. 3 Vanguard. Relic Helmet. This helmet does not get damaged. 310,000 karma. For Illusion. Unique Shoes. 30% chance of detection evasion. 630,000 karma. As expected, the fifth slot was empty. Shin Youngju, who had visited this place before, gave a legendary achievement and bought a compass. However, in the end, the item came to Yangwu, so he practically saved one legendary achievement. The rest are tremendous. Shin Youngju didn't deliberately leave some items behind. She just didn't have the cash to buy them. In comparison, Yangwu currently possesses 871,000 karma. The axe is now meaningless, and the shield is ambiguous. It's not that I can't use it, but it's better to use another sword. Therefore, the only things that Yangwu urgently desired were the relic helmet, Vanguard, and the unique shoes, Illusion. Especially for Illusion, the tooltip was not ordinary, just like its high grade. What does 30% chance of detection evasion mean precisely? Detection. In a literal sense, it means discerning the opponent's thoughts. Could it be? Yangwu blinked his eyes widely, taking a deep breath. Among the things he experienced in the post-reset world, the only thing somewhat similar to detection was the hologram guide provided by the sword techniques. If it's a 30% chance of detection evasion, does that mean 30% of my movements won't be captured by the hologram? For the first time, he considered it genuinely crucial for him, who had to fight with a stat disadvantage. The illusion costs 630,000. I have enough money, but I have to give up the helmet for now. After buying the illusion, the remaining money was 241,000. I can't afford to buy the Vanguard, which requires 310,000. Certainly not a small amount, but it wasn't a considerable sum either. I can earn that money by hunting a few more monsters, but I don't have any right now, so... Swoosh. Feeling regretful, Yangwu searched around, hoping he might find some remaining monster marks. Suddenly, he realized one thing. Ah. Then, turning his head to the benefactor of his life, who was observing this trade from a distance. Jiangsu. Coins. Jiangsu, who was looking at Yangwu with a surprised expression, quickly regained his composure as he grasped the situation. It was clear that the Guyong Buck's strongest sword in front of him was in a difficult situation due to a lack of cash. So, Jiangsu reflexively asked how much was needed, but quickly changed his words. Would you be surprised if you knew? I have quite a bit. As Jiangsu placed the backpack he was carrying on his back on the ground, an unusual sound was heard. Clang! The sound of coins clashing loudly inside the backpack. And the one most surprised by this was none other than Yangwu. In fact, 69,000 karma might be a small amount of money for him, but it could be a significant sum of money that could be a matter of life and death for most people. In addition, carrying such an amount of money in cash without investing it in stats was an unusual thing to do. How much is it? When Yangwu asked curiously, Jiangsu opened the backpack and showed him a handful of crimson coins. It's 114,000. The amount far exceeded the balance Yangwu needed. Wow, why do you carry so much cash? Because there's no guarantee when you might encounter a monster. So, I've prepared enough in advance. If I think I might have to fight a strong opponent, I can immediately use it on my stats. Then, do you lend it to others in case of emergencies? About 69,000. At Yangwu's request, Jiangsu chuckled with a slippery smile. It's quite a large amount. Would it be helpful if I lend it to you? I can buy one more piece of equipment. At Yangwu's words, Jiangsu shrugged his shoulders and took a few steps back from the backpack. It meant he could take as much as he wanted. Then, the golden goblin standing on Yangwu's footplate saw the coins in the backpack and twitched its body. Kite. Instinctively, the eyes kept going there because it was holding back without receiving the owner's command. Can you choose the coins you want? If you can, bring only 69,000 karma. Finally, Yangwu pointed to the backpack and ordered, and as soon as his words ended, the goblin jumped out, leaving behind a golden trace. Tadong! It was a movement at an incredible speed, as seen before. In the blink of an eye, it grabbed the backpack, opened the spatial pocket, and poured in the crimson coins. Chwark! At a glance, it seemed like it was pouring the coins without counting, but as soon as it emptied 69,000, it returned the backpack to its original position. Kit! The goblin's gesture seemed to say, check your balance. Indeed, Yangwu's cash total was now 940,000 karma, an exact amount that would leave nothing after buying the helmet and shoes. Thank you very much. Thanks to you. Unconsciously, Yangwu's gaze turned to the product list. 3. Vanguard Relic Helmet. This helmet does not get damaged. 310,000 karma. For Eye Illusion, Unique Shoes. 30% chance of detection evasion. 630,000 karma. Still, both pieces of equipment existed only in blue text. Acquired. As soon as Yangwu confirmed the purchase, a change occurred. Shua. A strange sound began to come from somewhere in the sky. Since it was a sound similar to when the early bird first fell, both Yangwu and Jiangsu looked up at the sky, and soon they saw it. Two very thin pillars of light were descending straight towards Yangwu. Startled, Yangwu crouched down, and, as the pillars of light passed by him, an immense heat emanated from them. Whirlit! Oof! Although Jiangsu, who was nearby, felt the heat to the point of taking a step back, Yangwu was unaffected. There was only a slight discomfort. From the moment the pillars of light passed, Yangwu felt a slight pressure on his head and feet. Having purchased equipment several times already, he quickly understood what had happened. Every merchant has a slightly different way of filling up equipment. As Yangwu touched his cheek, he felt the cold touch of metal. On his feet, he wore shoes made of a silvery metal, and contrary to appearances, they were so light that he could hardly feel the weight. If it's a unique item, it shouldn't tear even if I run, right? Looking at the shoes, practical concerns crossed Yangwu's mind. On the other hand, Jiangsu was observing the transformed appearance of Guyong Buck's strongest sword, now even more comical with the helmet and shoes. Hyungnim. Yes. Can't you hide your equipment like some kind of ability? Why? Does it look that strange? Yes, quite a lot. After scanning Yangwu from top to bottom again, Jiangsu shook his head. It was understandable, as Yangwu was now wearing a black cloak over the training suit he had on at the factory dormitory, with a rugged bronze helmet on his head. He even had a snake on one arm, a golden bracelet, and gloves. Adding an iron belt with 2 swords and silver shoes, it went beyond strange and looked downright bizarre. I now understand why there were skins in the game. Still, Shin Youngju was tolerable, but Hyungnim, you're a bit eccentric. I can't help it. I can't just wear less equipment to look cool. But isn't it better than being barefoot? Well, I don't know. With an expression that clearly indicated he didn't know, Jongsu moved towards the car he had brought. Anyway, you're done here, right? I don't want to keep staring at those guys all day. The guys Jongsu mentioned were the unknown alien merchant, who came from the Chiok and mediator Kubu. Regardless of their roles and origins, they both looked equally repulsive to Jongsu's eyes. Yes, let's go now. We've delayed enough time. After saying this to Jongsu, Yangwu bowed his head slightly towards the 2 aliens, bidding them farewell. In response, Kubu and even the giant will responded. May you continue to live. ZKRRK. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 5:56 p.m. While driving on the road for a while, the regional status window changed. The current area you are in is Yumseong. There is no strongest sword present in this area. Huh. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Oh, what's this? Both Yangwu and Jiangsu were surprised simultaneously. Just like in Chengju, the strongest sword was absent in Yumseong. Doesn't that mean another strongest sword has visited here? Jiangsu asked, and Yangwu nodded in response. Yes, it means the title of Yumseong's strongest sword has been absorbed into a different area. In other words, someone else was collecting titles while in a nationwide context. This might not have been uncommon. It was natural for a strongest sword to completely organize their assigned area and search for other anomalies while encountering and inevitably clashing with other strongest swords. Before disputes over who would defeat the anomaly, there were cases where a fight was initiated because the opponent's equipment looked tempting. In Yangwu's case, it was Chengju's strongest sword Shin Youngju who had done such a thing. Is the next area also negative? As the regional status window remained fixed on Yumseong, Jiangsu checked the sign ahead. No, we're on our way to Yeoju. It was just Yumseong in the middle, and not long after, the displayed area changed to Yeoju. The problem was, the current area you are in is Yeoju. There is no strongest sword present in this area. Both of them were astonished by the unexpected situation. What's going on here? Who's going around killing everyone? The laughter disappeared from Jiangsu's face. He had a premonition that from here on, it would be a series of unusual incidents. Yangwu also felt tension in the air, different from before, but he quickly regained his composure. Yumseong is in Cheongcheongbuk-do, and Yeoju is in Gyeonggi-do, right? Yes. Oh, right. That's correct. Then, it's possible that different people have visited each area. There could be both the Cheongbuk strongest sword and Gyeonggi strongest sword in different places. Wouldn't that be a more terrifying situation? Just looking at me being Gyeongbuk's strongest sword. It's likely to have happened. With eyes full of caution, Yangwu looked out the car window. He was a 4th-grade human by birth and not particularly specialized in combat compared to others. However, with a bit of luck and courage at crucial moments, he became the Gyeongbuk's strongest sword. What about others with different types of backgrounds? For example, unknown killers or powerful criminals not eliminated in the first screening phase or 1st-grade humans. Already, all the titles are taken from the outskirts, so there must be formidable individuals roaming inside. A sense of tension arose. The first day of the reset, when the surroundings were dangerous everywhere and there was no escape route, the image of the exchange station came to mind. Are we continuing? We'll soon enter Yeoju. After that, it's Ikkyan. Jiangsu asked for confirmation, and Yangwu brushed his hand against the 2 swords at his waist. We have to keep going. That's why I bought a lot of equipment. Yes. Then I trust you and will step on it, Hyungnim. As Jiangsu stepped on the accelerator, the scenery outside the window retreated even faster. Vroom! The highway to Yoju had almost no blocked lanes, and thanks to that, they could soon see a sign indicating the beginning of Yoju City jurisdiction. Oh, we're in Yoju now. Of course, the fact that they had arrived in the next area did not resonate yet, as the surroundings were just hills and mountains. There was only a small rest area that they had just passed by, the only building nearby. Wow, it's really desolate. Is it because everyone's been killed? As Jong-soo jokingly said this, a sudden noise erupted. GRR. It was a completely different, aggressive engine sound coming from behind. The sound direction was towards the rear. Oh man, it's a foreign car. Jong-soo, who quickly checked the rearview mirror, chuckled in disbelief. At this, Yang-woo also captured the foreign car mentioned by Jong-soo through the rear window. GRR. Are they crazy? Jong-soo wasn't just making nonsense. Indeed, two Audi convertibles were making a loud noise as they approached. Their colors were white and yellow, quite noticeable. Were they waiting in the rest area we just passed? What the hell is happening in this area? Jong-soo, with a quick glance at the rearview mirror, could see the foreign sports car that was rapidly closing in on them. At this moment, Yang-woo felt a shiver down his spine. The situation was getting dangerous. Hyung-nim, we're about to be overtaken. Jong-soo chuckled nervously, realizing the impending situation. The sports car accelerated and approached them rapidly. It seemed like they were about to overtake Jong-soo's car. That's right. Get ready. Yang-woo took out the epic-grade compass Fearful Cat from his pocket. Fearful Cat, epic compass. Indicates a threatening target. Empty slot. Then, he put the compass back into his pocket, signaling his partner. Stop the car. Let's fight now. A sudden chase on the road. Even before the reset occurred, it would have been a particularly tense situation for Jong-soo. However, he remained surprisingly calm as he engaged in a chase in this harsh world. Tick! He was so composed that he could even turn on the emergency lights to warn the car behind before starting to decelerate. Of course, a lot of credit for his calmness went to Gyeongbok's strongest sword sitting in the back seat. The probability of someone stronger than Gyeongbok's strongest sword was extremely low, regardless of the pursuer's identity. But what Jong-soo was more concerned about than that was nothing other than a rear-end collision. If he suddenly slammed on the brakes and the cars behind crashed into him, then I'll become a duck egg in the Nakdong River. Even aside from the fact that he could be seriously injured in such an accident, if he lost his means of transportation right away, unable to keep up with the mobility of the strongest sword, Jong-soo would naturally be abandoned. So, he was doing his best to ensure that the car did not suffer any damage. Virum, as Jong-soo turned on the emergency lights and decelerated, the two Audi cars chasing them also quickly slowed down. Squeak! One car passed Jong-soo and Yang-woo, blocking the direction they were heading, while the other one, as if indicating that it would block the exit, stopped closely behind. I've done this a couple of times before. Jong-soo alternately looked around and applied the handbrake. And in the meantime, people started getting out of the two Audi cars that surrounded the vehicle. Clang! The identity of the opponent who appeared from the wide-open doors was... Oh, they're kids. Jong-soo's statement was accurate. They were at most in their late teens. There were a total of 5 of them. Of course, each of them had a weapon, so it was insufficient to simply call them kids, but regardless, they were much younger than the two had expected. These little bastards probably don't even have a license yet. Is this really the end of the world, Hyung-nim? Jong-soo, who usually referred to him as Hyung-nim, couldn't just stand by quietly in the face of such bold delinquents. Clang! Sure enough, with a gleam in Jong-soo's eyes, he pushed open the driver's seat door. Trusting Yang-woo in the back seat was one thing, but Jong-soo, who was also a skilled individual among civilians, was also curious. But even if they were minors, were these guys who dared to commit vehicle robbery normal? Thud! Before Jong-soo could fully open the driver's seat door, a nimble boy jumped out and, using his body, pushed the door shut, blocking the road. Boom! Don't move, just stay still. The voice was as sharp as the appearance. Looking inside through the car window, even a sense of hostility emanated. What? This little brat. Eventually, As Jiangsu's original temperament began to show, he tried to push the car door back onto the road. But this time, a sharp gesture came from his side. Crack! Suddenly, the passenger side window shattered, and a long blade came in. What? Turning his head to the side, Jiangsu, who was already shocked by the approaching blade, was amazed to see the blade edge coming dangerously close to his neck. Thud! A hand that popped out from the back seat grabbed the blade. Then he simply broke the sword into pieces as if breaking a cookie. Jiangsu, who saw Yang Wu's skills, turned his head back. Even the kids surrounding the car had no choice but to turn their gaze to the back seat. Get close to the left, Mr. Jiangsu. But even anticipating that there might be a companion for today's prey, they never imagined that there would be a passenger who would wield a 5-meter-long black sword inside the car. Swoosh! The long blade extended from the back seat, targeting both the spear wielder and the shotgun-wielding co-pilot, creating a large arc as it swung, cutting them to pieces. Whoa! Fuck! The nimble boy saw his friend getting cut to pieces and staggered back. Thud! Jiangsu got out of the car, and with a swift motion, he struck the guy's thigh with the car door. Thunk! Ah! A flying teenager rolling on the ground. In perfect timing, Yang Wu also kicked open the backseat door, revealing himself outside. Whoosh! Unbelievable. They're all so young. It was 6:21 p.m. The newly improved form of Guyong Buk's strongest sword, Yung Yangwu 07, was shining oddly bright even before the sun set. It was because of the golden achievement gear and the silver-white illusion that reflected the natural light. Huh, what is this? In fact, just looking at the appearance, it was an utterly ridiculous sight, but no one could find it amusing after what had just happened with this monstrous warrior. Everyone was simply confused and frightened by the unexpected situation. Oh, sir, please spare us. We're sorry. Finally, the only girl among the bandits swiftly attempted to change her stance. She dropped the knife she was holding and knelt down. If you let us go this time, we promise we'll never do it again. Okay, starting with the girl's plea, the other two boys near Yangwu also knelt one after another. Sorry. Really sorry. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Although these guys also surrendered by dropping their weapons, Yangwu understood well. This means that they would never have shown mercy to the weak they had encountered before. Just looking at their attack method of forcefully pushing the spear into the driver's seat window is evidence enough. Moreover, the blade of the girl who first dropped her weapon was stained with blood and had a grim, eerie color. After confirming that the weapons of the remaining guys were also tinged with red, Yangwu sighed and said, "No need to apologize. You're villains too." Yes. The delinquent teenagers raised their heads in surprise at the unexpected answer. And soon, their comfort was disrupted by Yangwu's dry voice. Don't think of me as someone who goes easy on the young. You guys are going to die here. The three youths who had been kneeling with faces that looked like they were about to cry changed their expressions to a cold one as soon as they heard Yangwu's words. Then, they exchanged some kind of signal with each other. Swish! Very quickly, each of them reached for their weapons. Their intention was clear. All three simultaneously planned to attack Yangwu. But their opponent was not just anyone. As soon as they showed their hostility, a black trail split the air, and soon after, thud, 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 three adorable heads fell to the ground in succession. Of course, the only ones who witnessed this scene were Yangwu and Jiangsu, as well as the clever guy who was still clutching his thigh on the ground. Well, soon, Jiangsu, alternating between glancing at the last trembling boy on the ground and the three heads that had rolled away, murmured, though he still knew that these guys were villains and had tried to kill him. Witnessing the heads rolling weakened his resolve. Observing him closely, Yangwu tilted his head and said, "Surprising, Mr. Jiangsu. Haven't you been through all sorts of life-and-death situations?" "Well, that's true, but killing monsters and killing people are somewhat different, don't you think? It's more instinctive." Jiangsu chuckled. However, Yangwu wasn't laughing. No, rather, he looked perplexed as he glanced at the early bird Jiangsu was holding. "Are you saying you've never killed a person? Even if it meant not committing murder at the exchange station because of that knife?" The early bird, a special reward given to the first-come, first-served at the exchange station. In Yangwu's case, he made that comment because as soon as he received the sword, many people rushed at him. But this time, Jiangsu wore a puzzled expression. At the exchange station, in a situation where I held a sword first, could it have led to murder? From that moment on, if I faced a threat, it would be different. Hearing Jiangsu's words, Yangwu seemed momentarily at a loss for words, as if he had been hit in the back of the head. Well, it was only natural. Jiangsu was physically stronger than Yangwu, and much more imposing. That's why, once he got hold of the early bird, no one dared to challenge him. He didn't look easy to deal with at all. On the other hand, at that time, Yangwu, he felt a strange sense of defeat. He knew well that his facial expression wasn't being managed properly right now, but it was truly unfair. Even though the world had reset, not everyone had experienced the same world. So, have you really never killed anyone until now? Well, I've been in situations where a fight almost broke out, but there haven't been guys as crazy as this until now. Of course, this was just Jiangsu's one-sided story, highlighting his physical prowess. Since becoming Gyeongbok's strongest sword, Yangwu had to keep fighting challengers who underestimated him. Well, anyway, Hyungnim, it doesn't seem right to mindlessly kill them like this. It's not mindless. It's making them pay for trying to kill us. That's true, but it feels a bit different. Jiangsu let out a sigh, nervously stroking his chin. For him, killing was a tremendous burden, crossing a line that should not be crossed. In a way, Jiangsu seemed like a thoroughly normal person. If you can't do it, step aside. I don't plan to spare a single one of them. As Yangwu approached the last bandit, exuding an intimidating aura, Jiangsu twitched but eventually retreated. Then, the boy who had been listening to their conversation intervened, grabbing Jiangsu's thigh with desperation. Hi, Hyung. Please stop that, sir. We didn't know any better. Please. However, the boy's plea didn't last long. Without any hesitation, Yangwu swung his sword, and Jiangsu, who couldn't see the movement, eventually stepped back. What Jiangsu clearly saw was thud. In the blink of an eye, the head had fallen from the boy's body. Jiangsu shook his body unknowingly and stepped back, and the headless body fell to the ground with a twist in the air. Whoosh! Why is this really happening, Hyungnim? Jiangsu, with a somewhat destroyed tone, stared at Yangwu alternately, who was searching the dead man's pockets with composure. If you still don't understand, think about how many people these kids might have killed. Also, think about what those people might have felt just before they died. I've been through it a bit, so I might understand. Yangwu spoke after finishing his words, glancing briefly at the partially shattered Sonata. That won't roll anymore, right? Let's switch to a new car. He was talking about the Audi that blocked the Sonata from moving forward. Then, Yangwu opened his mouth again. If you want to be torn apart, this is your last chance. We have 2 cars now, so if you've changed your mind, leave now. Jiangsu alternately looked at the 2 autists at Yangwu's words about the opportunity to tear apart. Then, tightly gripping his facial muscles, he made a smiling face. Oh, where would I go? If it weren't for you, I would have died at the hands of those brats long ago. While saying this, Jiangsu looked at the 5 headless corpses with a grim expression. Since the world has changed, the way of survival has also changed. Still, I think you, Hyung, are the kindest among the strong. With these words, Jiangsu moved towards the white Audi. By the way, the yellow is too conspicuous, isn't it? I wonder what kind of guys are in Seoul again. Suddenly, Jiangsu, who had opened the driver's door, sat on the seat. Then, he started the engine, emitting a loud noise. Virum. The sound was so loud that it would be impossible not to notice if there were other bandits nearby. Upon this, Yangwu looked around and commanded the goblins to search the bodies around. Kit. As soon as the order was given, the goblin that popped out like an arrow returned with a loot of 8,000 karma. It was an absurdly insufficient amount to repay Jiangsu's debt of 69,000. They were much poorer than I thought. Was the profit from robbery not as good as expected? It was clear that the amount of cash they had was low compared to the number of heads, even though they could invest the money they took from others into their stats. Well, since the time for monster appearances has passed, there aren't many ways to make money. Maybe robbery or daily quests. Yang Wu's gaze naturally shifted to the quest log. Daily ration. Remove the petrified state of any food. 1,000 karma. Daily scout. Approach the monster until the distance is 10 meters. 3,000 karma. Surprisingly, the daily quests of the Lord were lower in difficulty than any other region seen so far. Scout seems to be fixed in any region, and the other one is chosen randomly. Now, instead of commuting to work at the company, everyone would continue their livelihood through hunting, just as the first day's prediction came true. The daily quest even seemed to induce a confrontation with monsters. Moreover, even if 10 meters were reached and the quest was completed, it was a distance that could not guarantee survival. But with a reward of 3,000 karma and only one opportunity per day, it's a job that can't be avoided. Current time, 6:36 p.m. As expected, there would be no more monster appearances today based on the pattern so far. In other words, Yang Wu, who doesn't need to avoid monsters, can't immediately perform the scout quest. Then what remains is... Yang Wu approached the waiting golden goblin and looked at it. Do you have any petrified food in your bag? I think I've collected quite a bit. When Yang Wu asked this, the goblin rolled its eyes and opened its right index finger, pointing to the sky. Cat. Then, letters with a blue light above its index finger appeared. Then, above the goblin's index finger, characters with a blue light appeared. It was none other than the status of items in the dimensional pocket. Food, 21. Tools, 13. Equipment, 11. Special, 1. Like a system window, the goblin had its own interface. 13 tools, including things like ropes. As Yang Wu examined the goblin's displayed inventory, he paused when he reached the last category, special. Special? What's this? When Yang Wu asked, the goblin took out a small black gem from the pocket. Kit. As the goblin raised the gem, a tool tip appeared in Yang Wu's view. Kekadite, heroic gem. Slot, mental resistance 10%. Kekadite. It was an item purchased along with this slave goblin. A kind of enhancement item that can be worn in an empty equipment slot. I've never seen mental resistance before, but I bought it just in case. Maybe I should use it now. Through the epic necklace antinomy seen last time, the existence of elemental resistances such as fire and cold was confirmed. The effects of those options could be easily guessed, as they were intuitive. However, it was different from mental resistance. There's no reference for this. It's not a commonly used concept in games either. Therefore, for Yang Wu, it was only a vague guess that it might be related to powerful mutants or aliens. Anyway, since there are quite a few empty slots, there's no reason not to use it. Yang Wu immediately opened the equipment window and selected items with empty slots. Pop. Furious Goblin Mutant Ring. Daily Strength Increase 100. Empty slot. Assassin's Finger Artifact Ring. 10% increase in stats in PvP. Empty slot. Fearful Cat Saga Compass. Indicates threatening targets. Empty slot. He currently had a total of 3 gem slots. Spacious. The problem was where to insert Kekadite. According to common sense in games, such enhancement gems were usually disposable, where you have to pay something when removing them. Since there was no specific guide on gemware, Yang Wu's speculation was that once you put in a gem, you can't remove or replace it. Considering the current situation, it was better to prepare for the worst. So, in the end, Yang Wu's choice was Ping, Assassin's Finger Artifact Ring. 10% increase in stats in PvP. Mental resistance 10%. It was the artifact ring called Assassin's Finger. While Furious Goblin might become useless someday, when the total stats reach tens of thousands, Assassin's Finger seemed like it would remain useful for a very long time since its effects were proportional to the possessed stats. Of course, Fearful Cat also had high potential for long-term use, but since it was an epic grade item, Yang Wu decided to put on hold. You never know, there might come a time when you have to dismantle high-grade equipment to obtain something or make a trade. This was intuition gained from playing numerous games during the era of internet broadcasting. Translator Night. Proofreader Gun. Hyung Nim, aren't you going? Timely, Jong-soo stuck his head out of the car window and asked. In response, Yang-woo took out 2 pieces of bread wrapped in plastic from the dimensional pocket and walked towards Jong-soo's white Audi. Do you have any money left? Let's eat this. What? Just as Jong-soo was about to ask, a palm-sized stone flew towards his forehead during the moment of his curiosity. Wait! Ouch! Startled, Jong-soo instinctively caught the stone, and Yang-woo faintly smiled as he spoke. It's good to have a simple snack before we leave. There's also a daily quest. Yes? What? It was only after hearing Yang-woo's words that Jong-soo realized what had just flown towards him. Come to think of it, he hadn't even had a single meal today, and Yang-woo, who had also been fasting, just found out about it as well. The hunger that had been felt for a long time was now piercing through their backs. What Yang-woo pulled out was a cream bread that filled one hand, and the price was a whopping 1,000 karma. 1,000. The bike was priced at 3,000, so does this make sense now? Up to now, on the second day of the reset, 1,000 karma was undoubtedly a large sum for the absolute majority. In other words, the prices were set unreasonably high. The reason the quest reward is 1,000 karma must be here. It means it guarantees just one meal. However, except for the scout quest, each region had different quests every day, so it was limited to guaranteeing one meal for today. Schwa. As Yang-woo released the petrification of the cream bread, a white smoke rose, revealing the original appearance of the packaging hidden beneath the gray crust. 1,000? The price is outrageous. Jong-soo, who had just released the petrification, also seemed dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief. I guess they want to squeeze out more money. When Yang-woo looked up at the sky, as if he had been waiting, the quest reward dropped down. Ping! A crimson coin corresponding to 1,000 karma. In the end, it's just breaking even. Yang-woo, whose entire fortune was now back to 8,000 karma, handed it over to Jong-soo. I'll repay the 8,000. So, there's 61,000 remaining, right? However, Jong-soo didn't accept it. Hyung-nim, I'll feel sick eating while you're repaying me. Just pay it back all at once later. Pay it back all at once. Yes, I don't really need the money right now anyway. After brief replies, Jong-soo quickly ate the bread, confirmed that Yang-woo got into the back seat, and stepped on the accelerator. Are we leaving right away? You said there's not much time. It seemed like Jong-soo was now thinking of entrusting his fate to Yang-woo as he rushed him forward. So, while tearing open the bread packaging, Yang-woo nodded his head. Yes, let's leave right away. We can eat while moving. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 6:40 p.m. Approximately 1 hour and 26 minutes left until the advertiser arrives. The white Audi carrying Yang-woo and Jong-soo continue to speed along the highway. That should be the downtown area of Yosu, but I don't see anything. Jong-soo pointed to the right side of the road and shrugged. Yang-woo turned his head towards Yosu, but there was no excitement or anticipation. There's no need to go there. The fact that there's a daily quest means a mutant has been caught. I didn't know that. Most people don't. The daily quest was one of the basic benefits that applied once a mutant was defeated on the second day. Therefore, even for someone like Jong-soo, who could be considered skilled, it was natural not to know such a fact. Do you only visit cities with mutants or monsters, Hyung-nim? Yes. For now, that's right. Since farming is the main objective. Then what about after all the farming is done? When the conversation reached this point, Yang-woo fell silent. It was doubtful whether there would be a point when farming for survival would end, and even from the beginning, he didn't know exactly how this world had changed. Even if the reset happened suddenly, no one explained the background of why extraterrestrial merchants suddenly started doing business. Moreover, in a while, he would meet an advertiser who came from outer space. An advertisement. Who? What? And why would someone use Earth as an advertising medium? He didn't know, but it might be related to the reset. It's a headache. I don't understand anything. Just as a real headache seemed to be coming, when Yang-woo was about to touch his forehead, Jong-soo mumbled from the driver's seat. What's that again? It had a subtly ominous tone, so Yongwu quickly stretched his head forward to look ahead. Swish! Then, boom, 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 boom. A powerful charge from the opposite side. A single cow appeared in their sight. A cow. And right after that, yeah, shouting and chasing behind the cow, around a dozen people also appeared. Seeing that the distance to the cow was not easily closing, it was clear that they were closer to ordinary people, and therefore what Yongwu and Jiangsu were seeing now was, Hyungnim, are those people hunting cows because they don't have food? Exactly. It's not that they don't have food, but they don't have money to release the petrification. But cows are living creatures, so they won't turn into stone. Understanding the situation, Jiangsu casually tapped his knees as if Can I help? Those people over there. Jiangsu asked, pointing to the cows approaching. His right hand had already reached the early bird at his waist. If Yongwu agreed, he would get out of the car and hit the cow on the head. With just that one guy, wouldn't all the people rushing over there right now be able to fill their stomachs? In response, Yongwu looked at the cow with a discerning look and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Let's do it and gather information about the situation nearby. Yeah. As soon as Yongwu's approval came down, Jiangsu opened the driver's seat door and got out. Thunk. Then the people chasing the cows hesitated and slowed down. It was not common to see a moving car, and now someone came out of it with an early bird, making them scared. Even the cow fleeing felt an unusual energy from Jiangsu and turned its head towards the edge of the road. Snap! A rough movement that showed the intention of hitting the forehead if it continued to interfere. However, Jiangsu, being no ordinary guy, did not step back. Rather, wait! Running towards the cow at an angle, he grabbed the early bird with both hands and swung it down vigorously. Schwack! A creepy sound echoed as the cow, rushing like a tank, crashed to the ground. Thud! It was also the moment when the large head of the creature bounced up into the air. It had just been severed by that blow. At this scene, the people chasing the cow realized that Jiangsu was no ordinary skilled person. It would have required tremendous strength and endurance to stop a cow in full sprint. Of course, Yongwu knew this fact well, so he was actually worried about Jiangsu. Handling that level of attack would not be easy with ordinary stats. Isn't it too reckless? It was a thought that Yongwu, who had steadily built up his stats and grown, could afford. Ugh. Jiangsu's face twisted with considerable burden on his arm, but it didn't seem like his elbow was broken or anything. Are you okay, Jiangsu? Yongwu asked, sticking his head out of the car window. Jiangsu clenched and loosened his hand repeatedly, smiling. Yes. Stronger than I thought, this guy. Jiangsu looked at the fallen cow with a pitiful expression. Then he waved his hand towards the people standing far away who couldn't approach. What are you doing over there? Come here. Upon seeing this, people glanced at each other, then one by one approached Jiangsu and the cow, each carrying weapons such as knives and axes. A total of 11 people. Not only were there many of them, but each had a weapon like a knife or axe, but there was no threatening feeling at all. It was because there was no feeling of the energy typical of strong individuals emanating from their eyes. The energy emitted by someone who has experienced success in this world is a momentum derived from expectations and hopes that, given any opportunity, they can achieve something again. In simpler terms, it can be called confidence. However, the 11 people who had chased the cow showed no sign of that. On their faces, there was only a sense of defeat and worry. Perhaps it was because the prey they had been chasing for their survival was unexpectedly taken away by a predator that suddenly appeared. As always, they had failed this time as well. What is happening? Finally, one of the 11 gathered the courage to speak. They hadn't even imagined that the person facing them would have killed the cow for their benefit. Based on experience, those with an early bird did not treat others as equals unless they were in an equal position. In response, Jiangsu looked at the blood splattered on his clothes, then pointed the tip of his knife at the cow's head, which had rolled far away. Swish! Weren't you trying to eat it? That Han Wu. That's why I helped. Almost simultaneously, the 11 opened their mouths wide. And by this time, Yang Wu, who had been sitting in the car, opened the rear door, and set foot on the road. Squeak! The unique sound of his shoes touching the asphalt echoed strangely. Thanks to this, the attention of the 11, which had been focused on Jiangsu, shifted to Yangwu all at once. And, gasp! As if by agreement, all 11 dropped the weapons they held in their hands to the ground and prostrated themselves flat on the ground. What's happening all of a sudden? Jiangsu, looking perplexed, sheathed the early bird, and Yangwu also questioned the unexpected welcome. "What are you doing now?" When Yangwu asked, the one lying at the forefront of the 11 lifted his head slightly. "Aren't you guys from Seoul? If we happen to meet, we were told to do this." "By whom?" In response to Yangwu's question, the other party raised his head a little more and uttered a very strange line. "By those who have met people from Seoul." Translator, Knight. Proofreader, Gun. People who have met people from Seoul. As Yangwu pondered over this bizarre sentence, Jiangsu asked a question on his behalf. "What on earth is a person from Seoul?" Well, only then did the 11, from their heads to their upper bodies, finally lift themselves up obliquely. It was only now that the two men in front of them realized that these two were not people from Seoul. Come to think of it, the direction they had come in the car was not Seoul, but the outskirts of Gyeonggi Province. "Oh, you're not from Seoul?" In response to the lame remarks of the 11, Yangwu and Jiangsu could only make blank expressions. Why were people who had never directly encountered those from Seoul so frightened even at the mention of them coming and going? "Are you not going in that direction?" Yangwu said, pulling out the fearful cat. According to this compass, there was still no threatening presence around. But why Seoul? Are people from there coming down to cut and stab you? When Yangwu put the compass back into his pocket and asked, the 11 individuals just stared at Yangwu without saying a word. It was as if people from Seoul were indeed coming down to commit violence. Is it really true? Are they just randomly killing anyone they see on the road? Yangwu expressed disbelief, and a representative among the 11 cautiously spoke up. "There's nothing good about getting in their way. We know that those who hinder monster hunting are all dead." Yangwu immediately grasped the bizarre situation upon hearing the term monster hunting. "So, people from Seoul are meddling with the monsters in Gyeonggi Province, and they kill those who might pose a threat." Pointing to the crowd in the square, Myonggi asked, and Shin Youngju's expression coldly changed. "They are people who are not implementing even minimal safety measures. When their money runs out, they have no choice but to die. Would they accept it willingly? Those people wouldn't be strange if they turned into robbers at any moment. Of course, there were some people performing daily quests, but that alone was not enough," Shin Youngju added. It was not a big problem for now, but only solving daily quests wouldn't address issues beyond room and board, taxes, and fees. For example, the problem of food. It's been almost 2 days since the reset started. In other words, most people have been starving for 2 days already. So how is Chungja managing food? Aren't there food supplies in places like supermarkets or department stores? This question was thrown by Yangwu, likely due to witnessing people fighting in front of a mart in Gumi earlier. In response, Shin Youngju's gaze lifted to the sky. "There's nothing to manage. Everything, including marts and whatnot, was looted during the chaos of the first strongest sword era." As Yangwu sighed, Shin Youngju gave a wry smile. "However, even if you have food, you can't eat it without karma. In the end, you have to bring it out through the market. But even petrified food can be traded with karma. So those who looted during the first strongest sword era would have benefited the most, right?" At Yangwu's remark, Shin Youngju squinted her eyes. "I don't want to admit it, but that's the truth. It's a realistic limitation. However, even if we forcibly collect all the food owned by individuals, it would cause even greater chaos. Perfect collection is impossible from the start. Anyway, it was a flaw that Shin Youngju couldn't deny. And in reality, she wanted to talk about something else. Well, shall we end this conversation here? Since we've arrived at the square, if you're okay with it, let's go see the merchant right away." With these words, Shin Youngju opened the back seat door, and the bustling sounds of the square rushed into the vehicle. "Are we really parting ways like this? I feel a bit unfair. Turning around with a voice that seemed to express awkwardness, Jiangsu looked back. In the meantime, Yangwu followed Shin Youngju out of the car. As they did, Myongo quickly got out of the car and bowed towards Yangwu. Thank you for everything. Is there something to be thankful for? It hasn't been all good, and I'm also indebted to Mr. Myongo and your mother. By the way, would it be okay if Mr. Jiangsu is not with you anymore? He seems like someone who would go his own way sooner or later. Yangwu glanced at Jiangsu, who was just getting out of the car, and said so. Myongo, in turn, awkwardly smiled. I think it'll be okay here. Besides, Mr. Jiangsu is ultimately a stranger after all. It was a relationship that couldn't last long anyway. Then, Myongo's gaze shifted inside the vehicle. Seeing Yangwu turning his eyes in that direction, on the back seat, Myongi bid farewell silently. Mother, take care. Thank you for your help. This was probably the last conversation shared with the Zhang family. Yangwu greeted Myongi politely and then hurriedly followed behind Shin Youngju, who was already a few steps ahead, heading towards the direction of the black pillar of light. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 4:52 p.m. Not long after leaving City Hall Square, Yangwu sensed something strange. Thump, thump. Shin Youngju, who was running ahead, didn't match the pace on this side and was moving at her own pace. Of course, now, there were no other companions, and there were only two people with the status of the strongest sword, so it made sense for them to move at high speed. But still, no matter what, as an outsider and formerly a guest, is it okay to run ahead so recklessly? So, in Yangwu's thoughts, this couldn't be seen as anything else. Could she be trying to gauge my abilities? Given the situation, that seemed to be the only interpretation. And if that were the case, Yangwu was making it clear that his abilities were significantly lower than those of strongest sword. If Shin Youngju increased her speed a bit, he would easily fall behind. Is it too fast? Almost there. Shall we slow down a bit from now on? Shin Youngju, looking back for a moment with a worried tone, asked. In response, Yangwu forced a smile and looked at the black pillar of light that had already come a few steps closer. No, it's okay. We're almost there now. As he looked around, he felt that there were no people near them, unlike the surroundings near City Hall. Perhaps the area near the merchant was a kind of restricted zone where even people trying to catch monsters couldn't approach. Well, merchants only sell products on a first-come, first-served basis. It wouldn't be surprising if a restraining order was issued with the authority of the strongest sword. So why did Shin Youngju readily allow a foreigner to do business with a merchant? So, Shin Youngju had stopped a little way ahead. When Yangwu caught up with her, he couldn't help but notice the unique discomfort in the air. Shoo! Finally, the feeling of discomfort specific to the merchant spread through the air, and the view that had been hidden by large and small buildings suddenly opened up. They had finally arrived at the intersection where the merchant had settled. And at the right moment, Shin Youngju, who had been running ahead, stood firmly in place. Tap! Then, she raised her hand and pointed towards the pillar of light in front. Perhaps this is also the reason why there is no strongest sword in Yoju. Currently in the area of Yoji, there is no strongest sword in this area. It's a power struggle. The world has come to this already. It made sense, as everyone's lives were directly at stake. Getting stronger meant an increased chance of surviving encounters with any kind of being. How is Seoul doing anyway? Yangwu glanced briefly in the northwest direction where Seoul was. Then he gestured to the Gyeonggi province residents to get up. Anyway, we are not from Seoul, so there's no need for you to act like this. We were just curious about what was going on. In Yangwu's what was going on, everything, including the cow lying on the ground with spilled blood, were also included. Have a good meal, anyway. For some reason, Yangwu felt uneasy, and he retreated into the Audi like taking a step back. Then, after a while, Jiangsu came to the driver's seat, sat down, and checked his complexion in the rearview mirror. Hyungnim, should we leave like this? Do you need more water over there? In response, Yangwu, hesitating while glancing around, looked with a bitter gaze at the people who were subtly gathering near the Hanwoo. Would they really cut up and eat the meat like that? They've never seen people from Seoul in person. Even if you ask more questions, you won't get proper answers. Yes, that's true. Let's just go up quickly. We might be able to meet someone or something, whether it's people from Seoul or whatever. The current time was 6:54 p.m. The outside of the car window was already getting dark. Therefore, those people who luckily solved their meals for today needed to hurry. They should find a room before complete darkness and abnormal weather arrives. Of course, it was the same for Yongwoo and Jongsu. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Virum. The two continued to drive the car northwest. And just like before, they saw 3 more groups of people chasing cows. It seemed like the cows had escaped from some nearby ranch. Anyway, the sight of people wielding knives and chasing animals was still eerie, no matter how many times they saw it. It's probably just for a moment, right? Those who can't pay taxes today will all die immediately. Jiangsu had not mentioned helping those chasing cows since a while ago. It was because they had realized that those running around at this point were likely to die within a few days. Tax collection at 10 p.m., abnormal weather at 11 p.m. Even if someone managed to survive unnoticed by monsters and mutants, they still had to overcome at least 2 more survival hurdles. And that had to be done every day. However, could those who didn't have the money to secure food immediately, nor the ability to run faster than cows, overcome such challenges? Moreover, it was rumored that now people from Gyeonggi province couldn't even touch monsters in their own area, as people from Seoul were preventing it. Betting their lives had become impossible. The world has become a place where once you fall, it's hard to get up again. Yongwoo thought, gazing at the darkening sky. If this wasn't hell, what else could it be? If things continued like this, only superhumans would remain on Earth, facing mutants falling every day. Wait a moment. Lost in various thoughts while looking out the window, Yongwoo suddenly blinked as something occurred to him. Come to think of it, what about other countries? The reset. According to the announcement on the first day, the reset was an extraordinary measure applied to the entire human race. This means that the majority of humans had become hostile towards humanity, and accordingly, the reset function was forcibly activated. In other words, it wasn't just happening in Korea, Japan, China, even places like the United States or Africa might be experiencing the same situation. Oh my God! As horrific scenes flashed through his mind, Yongwoo, in the midst of trying to shake off those thoughts, noticed a faint message appearing in his field of vision. An advertiser will visit in 1 hour. Prepare gifts for the guest. Advertiser, a mysterious presence summoned by the certificate Yongwoo purchased from an extraterrestrial merchant. Of course, Yongwoo didn't summon the advertiser willingly. Following the advice of the Serpent of Greed, he did purchase the certificate, but the fact that it would summon something from another world was not disclosed anywhere. Morningstar, ancient scroll, activated in the open door state. Moreover, the certificate was used automatically, unrelated to Yongwoo's will. Through this, all Yongwoo could know was that this world was currently in a door-open state. So naturally, no, is he coming unilaterally and asking me to prepare a return gift? Yongwoo couldn't help but feel unjust. He was a bit scared and annoyed. In 1 hour, the advertiser will visit. Prepare a return gift for the guest. Considering the system's instruction to prepare a return gift, it was clear that the advertiser, unlike the extraterrestrial upper-class Yongwoo, could meet with basic welfare, was something different from the beginning. And above all, this isn't part of the regular reset procedure. Whether it's bad luck or not, it's something close to an accident. The visit of the advertiser would not have happened if Yongwoo hadn't purchased the ancient certificate. Therefore, unlike when he first encountered the extraterrestrial merchant, this meeting might not be protected and mediated by the system. Fuck. With a situation like this, the instruction to prepare a return gift felt more like a warning than guidance. Jongsu, calling his partner in a somewhat subdued voice. Yongwoo looked back as Jongsu held the steering wheel. Yes, Hyungnim, someone might come in an hour, and there's a bit of a problem. Yes. Momentarily, Jongsu stepped on the brake, causing the car to jerk. Suddenly, well, not exactly sudden. Only now did Yongwoo, scratching his chin apologetically, start explaining about the advertiser. The certificate that broke in Yongwoo's hand when Jiangsu first joined was the one summoning the advertiser. It came from across the vast universe to this place. No, Hyungnim, why are you telling me this now? Sure enough, Jiangsu furrowed his eyebrows and raised his voice. However, the next line was completely different from what Yongwoo expected. That's what I'm saying. An extraterrestrial is coming to sign an advertising contract with you. Hyungnim. The more I think about it, the more exciting it gets. Jiangsu's eyes twinkled. He was excited, probably in a good way. There's no guarantee when the dragon he so eagerly wanted to see might come, and the extraterrestrial advertiser is said to arrive within an hour. Is he really out of his mind? Looking at Jiangsu's excited shoulders as if possessed, Yongwoo mumbled, "But we need to prepare a return gift." A return gift? Like, welcome to Earth is this kind of thing. Well, something like that. Anyway, if they're really an advertiser, we're in a position where we have to sell. Even as he said this, Yongwoo didn't feel the reality of what he was saying. Meeting an extraterrestrial and making an advertising contract in the midst of this chaotic world? I just can't adapt to this world. However, if it's an advertising contract, there must be some compensation. After all, the reason this started was because of the serpent of greed that looks at rare things, so there must be some rare compensation. A return gift. What would an extraterrestrial coming for an advertisement want? Jiangsu pronounced the seemingly crazy words seriously. Like a souvenir, shouldn't we give something like a specialty product unique to Earth? A specialty product? Yes, something that the advertiser aristocrat can't get anywhere else. We also buy souvenirs when we travel abroad. Well, that makes sense. Yongwoo nodded in agreement with Jiangsu's opinion. It seemed like a reasonable suggestion. From the other party's perspective, they might be on a business trip overseas. A souvenir unique to Earth. As Yongwoo looked out the window, the dim outside scenery overlapped with the inside of the vehicle. Inside the car was brighter than the dark outside, as the sun had set. And it was only now that Yongwoo realized that the vehicle he was driving was quite high-end. Swoosh! Turning his head to look at Jiangsu in the driver's seat, the Audi emblem gleamed in the center of the steering wheel, radiating a presence. Upon this, Yongwoo said, as if enchanted, "How about an Audi? Huh? As a souvenir. What if we give them this Audi?" Oh! Upon hearing Yongwoo's words, Jiangsu made a bewildered expression for a moment, then nodded. It wouldn't be bad, surprisingly. It might look fascinating to an extraterrestrial. Isn't this some kind of craft work? That's right, and we've been driving it ourselves. Depending on the perspective, it might be a used item, but on the other hand, couldn't it be considered a Gyeongbok's strongest sword edition? Yongwoo's unconventional thinking was greatly influenced by the meeting with the intermediary Kubu. Greetings to the human of Earth, Mr. Young, Yongwoo 07. The strongest in Gyeongbok. Before Yongwoo could introduce himself, Kubu had already defined him as the strongest in Gyeongbok. In other words, he already knew where Yongwoo stood in this world. Which means, the advertiser probably knows who they are contracting with. So, if the opponent highly values the position of the Gyeongbok's strongest sword, there was a good chance that the value of the item the Gyeongbok's strongest sword used would also be high. But if we give this as a gift, we might have to buy a new car. Jiangsu, looking disappointed, caressed the Audi emblem with a regretful expression. However, Yongwoo wasn't particularly interested in foreign cars. Yes, next time, let's switch to a car with better fuel efficiency. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It could be seen from the moment they entered the vicinity of Ikian that the advertiser was by no means a trivial existence. Goo! Suddenly, a sound like a cry was heard, and the sky over the Ikian area began to ripple. Due to the darkening sky, it appeared as if the entire sky had become turbulent like the sea. What is this? Only now did Jiangsu, scared, look at the sky with an anxious gaze. However, not long after, he had to avert his gaze. It was because he felt an unbearable eeriness. It was like seeing a giant silhouette pass under you while swimming in the sea. Grah! Translator night. Proofreader gun. This time, a sound slightly different from before scratched the inside of the sky. Perhaps it meant that the advertiser was getting closer. And around this time, the local status window changed. The current area is Ikian. The strongest sword in this area is Kim Byeonkyol 139. Rank 2, 6 defenses. Kim Byeonkyol 139. There was a strongest sword in Ikian. As the status window changed, both Yongwoo and Jongsu widened their eyes. Oh, Hyungnim. Yes, I saw. Yongwoo met eyes with Jongsu through the rearview mirror and then shifted his gaze outside the window. Although the stay area had changed to Ikian, the landscape was still filled with rough mountains and fields. After passing through Ikian this time, where's the next destination? In response to Yongwoo's question, Jongsu looked up into the sky and answered, it's Yongin, and then it's Songnam. If it's Songnam, it's right below Gangnam, so practically they would be on the outskirts of Seoul. However, as they entered Gyeonggi province, the number of abandoned vehicles on the road significantly increased, causing the actual travel distance to extend much longer due to the need for evasive maneuvers. Squeak. Just now, Jongsu was sweating profusely trying to avoid the zigzagging cars. Do you think we can reach Yongin by 8 o'clock? In response to Yongwoo's concerned question, Jongsu grinned. Well, I'm not sure. If the road continues like this, we might be late. Current time, 7:26 p.m. In about 30 minutes, the advertiser would arrive. And an hour after the advertiser's arrival, the lodging would begin. It's getting ambiguous. If we don't go into the city, we'll have to secure a room near the outskirts to handle the lodging problem in time. It's decision time. Should they continue past Yongin, or should they meet with the advertiser near Ikian and then deal with the rental issue more stably? Still, it would be better to meet the advertiser in a less populated area, so let's try to get as close to Yongin as possible. Ultimately, at the moment when Yongwoo's mind leaned towards Yongin, Kwagwang, a thunderous roar from the sky, followed by a crimson pillar of light shooting down. And this was right in the middle of Ikian. Surprised, Jongsu slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a stop, and Yongwoo also looked at the formidable pillar of light with a perplexed expression. Go! From the sky, a deafening noise rang out, and a crimson pillar of light descended. It was undoubtedly the arrival destination of the advertiser. Is that the advertiser? Seems like he already decided on the location himself. He'll be arriving soon. After taking a deep breath, Yongwoo made a quick decision. Well, we can't help it. Let's go to Ikian. All right. Although there was a problem of how to handle the Ikian's strongest sword, Jongsu didn't insist on making a detour. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Not long after entering Ikian along the central road, Yongwoo and Jongsu saw cars rushing out, blaring their horns. Bang, banning. They were all cars leaving Ikian. In other words, evacuation vehicles. Startled by the untimely pillar of light, they were leaving the city. This is causing tremendous inconvenience unintentionally. As Jongsu mentioned, the fact that Yongwoo was passing by Ikian at this particular time was a significant disaster for the citizens. Moreover, the lodging was about to begin soon. Leaving the city at the moment when they needed to secure a room was akin to risking their lives. Banning. Another vehicle from the opposite side approached, honking its horn. And this time, Yongwoo noticed that the face of the other driver was stern. But it was unlikely that they were carrying their family in the back seat. Just the sight of the sky heaving like the night sea was enough to instill fear. Karung. Thunderous sounds reverberated loudly from somewhere above the pillar of light. Then, people on bicycles appeared in a line this time. Floating in an orderly manner, they were also leaving the city. Bicycles are the last resort. Running won't get them to the next city on time. Yongwoo turned back to look at the procession of bicycles, already far away. At most, only 3 groups had left by car. Those on bicycles were not even in their 20s. It meant that everyone was struggling with financial difficulties. Hyungnim, we're almost in downtown Ikian now. As Jongsu said this, a ticking sound came from inside Yongwoo's pocket. Kigik. It was the epic grade compass, fearful cat, making a noise. Surely, Yongwoo took out the compass from his pocket, and there, a crouching tricolored cat with open eyes was visible. Somewhere nearby, there was a threatening presence, and the direction was as expected. Quaya, a crimson pillar of light, was spreading in the center of Ikian City. Yang Wu confirmed the fearful cat, pointing to the advertiser's mark, and hardened his expression. Fearful cat, epic compass, indicates a threatening target. The empty slot. According to the tool tip of this item, when there is a threatening target nearby, the cat wakes up and points to the target. It probably means to be prepared for a threat. But what exactly does the term threat mean in this context? Generally, it would refer to a strong target or someone with aggressive intentions. But based on Yang Wu's experience, this item didn't operate on such a simple principle. Just looking back to when he encountered the original owner of this item, Shin Youngju, it is clear. At that time, Yang Wu had no intention or ability to fight against Shin Youngju, who had been continuously wary of him. However, when the fearful cat pointed him out as a threatening target, the situation changed. Eventually, Shin Youngju, who had been constantly vigilant against Yang Wu, carried out a surprise attack, and in the end, I survived and Shin Youngju died. However, if she hadn't attacked first, Yang Wu would never have drawn his sword. Far from harming the opponent, he even felt admiration for Shin Youngju, who had supported the city of Chengju. In other words, at that time, if this compass hadn't pointed at Yang Wu, Shin Youngju might not have suffered any harm. Of course, in the end, Yang Wu killed Shin Youngju. So from a consequential perspective, the fearful cat was right. No, it turned out right. Qua. A sound resembling a roar echoed from beyond the sky, covering Ikian City. It was clear that the advertiser had come even closer. And around this time, another group of cyclists passed by Yang Wu and Jiangsu along the edge of the road. Some of them glanced at the conspicuously white foreign car, but most fixed their gaze forward as if eager to get out of here as soon as possible. We're almost there, Jiangsu murmured quietly, scanning the rear seat through the rearview mirror. In response, Yang Wu looked through the car window at the crimson pillar of light, signaling the advertiser's arrival. Go! A mark incomparable to the creatures like monsters or mutants, but more like a tornado than a light pillar this time. Ikian's strongest sword might be around here. So, if you see anyone suspicious, stop the car early. It was not only a matter of security on this side, but also a concern that the car, which had to present a gift to the advertiser, might be damaged. Then, Jiangsu turned around with a face that seemed impossible. Even if it's the strongest sword, wouldn't they have run away after seeing that? It was a fairly reasonable opinion. Unlike monsters or mutants, this time, the enormous mark appeared without warning, and only Yang Wu could see the timer. In other words, from the perspective of Ikian citizens, including the strongest sword, it was a situation where an unknown giant mark fell on their heads. Whether mutants would appear in the place where the mark fell, or something even more ominous, was unknown. Therefore, it was natural for humans to instinctively take cover and watch. However, Yang Wu's thoughts were a bit different. We saw on the way here, right? The strongest swords have all disappeared. Oh yes, that's right. Jiangsu nodded after a moment. Since leaving Chengju, they had passed through two regions, Yumxiang and Yosu. But in both places, the strongest swords had vanished. They had either lost their titles to the strongest swords from other regions or had been killed by the strongest swords who came down from Seoul to find mutants. But here, the strongest sword is guarding the place perfectly. Moreover, this is the closest city to Seoul among all the cities we've seen so far. All right, Jiangsu finally nodded. Whether the strongest sword had been deprived of their title by the strongest swords in other regions or killed by the strongest swords coming down from Seoul, Ikian was unable to do anything about it. Maybe the Ikian strongest sword is not an ordinary person. Yang Wu said this while looking at the fearful cat. Perhaps what this fellow is pointing at is not the advertiser, but the Ikian's strongest sword. And if that's really the case, keying. Before Yang Wu could fully form his thoughts, Jiangsu abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop. He then leaned against the tightly gripped steering wheel, closely observing the scenery ahead. Hyungnim, isn't that? Jiangsu uttered uncertainly. This was understandable, as the number of people who had entered their sight was in the hundreds. due to the wind blowing the advertiser's mark right in the middle of an apartment complex. Numerous people were fleeing in a panic. This excluded only the two individuals standing near the apartment entrance. And precisely these two were the cause that prompted Jiangsu to hit the brakes. Swoosh! Jiangsu instinctively reached for his sword hilt, and Yangwu tapped the driver's seat. Why draw your sword? Not even other strongest swords could touch those two. WL. Jiangsu, please wait here. I'd like to resolve this peacefully through conversation. Of course, Yangwu wasn't entirely sure about his words. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Qua. Once again, the red sky flashed, and the residents who were evacuating shouted in terror. They would probably never return to Ikian. Whether swept away by abnormal weather on some national highway or arriving safely in another city, it didn't matter. What the hell is going on? 44-year-old Kim Byung-cheol was dismayed. He couldn't find any trust in the eyes of the residents passing by. No matter how much of a strong sword he was, it was clear that he couldn't handle the situation. And there was quite a reasonable diagnosis for such a conclusion. Even Byung-cheol himself had no idea what was happening right now. It's probably mutants, right? There's nothing else that could come again, is there? Seeing Byung-cheol's face stiffen, the man next to him spoke in a polite tone. This man in police uniform was 28-year-old Kwon Tae-young, a rookie officer at Ikian Police Station. In the original profession of Kim Byung-cheol 139, the strongest sword being guarded by this rookie cop was also, I can't do police work anymore. Ikian Police Station Chief, Superintendent Kim Byung-cheol. He intentionally wore a police uniform and worked to show that law enforcement still existed to the citizens. But just like the uniform that had quickly torn apart due to the fierce battles, the law enforcement he tried so hard to preserve became meaningless in just 2 days. What was the meaning of having police in a city without citizens? Moreover, even if he searched for a new city, if such incidents could happen any time in the future. As Byung-cheol gazed up at the crimson pillar of light with a disheartened expression, Tae-young, who had been surveying the surroundings, opened his mouth in surprise. Chief, what's going on again? In fact, there was nothing more surprising than the city disintegrating in midair. Translator Night. Proofreader Gun. Turning his head following Tae-young's gaze with a puzzled expression, Byung-cheol soon wore a similar expression to the rookie cop. In the distance, a man covered in gold from head to toe was getting out of a white Audi. No way. Although it looked quite different from what they had imagined, the end was coming in any case. Byung-cheol, turning away from the swirling crimson pillar of light, stared at the bizarrely dressed man in his 30s approaching from the other side. Upon seeing this, Tae-young placed his hands on his belt and spoke with a voice tinged with fear. Doesn't he have a lot of equipment? Yeah, this guy feels different this time, Byung-cheol said, wrinkling his nose as he took a deep breath. Right now, he was looking at the outsider who had the smallest physique among those who had visited this place, yet was adorned with the most equipment. How many people has he killed? And even the strongest swords. In this world, there are 3 main ways to obtain equipment: defeating mutants, killing those who have defeated mutants, or accumulating a large amount of karma and meeting a merchant. However, since merchants had only appeared less than a day ago, the only option for someone to have such a large amount of equipment was to defeat the strongest swords. And even then, a few wouldn't be enough. And in reality, this guy deliberately came to Ikian, not staying in his territory. It was certainly not a mistake. He could easily check the regional status just by turning his eyes a bit. Currently staying in the area of Ikian. The strongest sword in this area is Kim Byung-cheol 139. Rank 2, 6 defenses. In other words, even this time, a strongest sword came to kill me. Although it was a situation that could instill fear, Byung-cheol had a corner of belief. That was his trusty companion slung diagonally on his waist, a .38 caliber revolver. Not a fake one, but a real pistol. Unsealing cost, 1 million, bullet cost, 200,000 each. To acquire this deadly weapon, he had spent almost all of the 3 million rewards obtained by defeating mutants. He had even bought 2 guns, giving one to the rookie officer Quan Tae-young. This was a gesture of respect and a token of trust to the rookie cop who had returned to the station on the first day of the reset. Of course, it was a fact that a partner with sufficient firepower was needed. "Do you still have a bullet left?" Byung-cheol asked without taking his gaze off the golden outsider, and Tae-young quickly nodded. "Yes, I have one bullet left. I only have one bullet left now, too. So, we have to shoot carefully. When the time comes, aim precisely." "Yes, yes. Of course." The original 5 rounds of live ammunition were now reduced to just 2, thanks to the numerous powerful individuals, including the strongest swords, who had invaded over the past 2 days. Fortunately, the majority had retreated upon seeing the unsealed guns, but for the very few who stubbornly challenged them, using expensive bullets became inevitable. Whether it's a strongest sword or not, if it's a human being, you can't avoid bullets. And that applies to you too. While firmly grasping this reality, Byung-cheol slowly pulled out the revolver with his right hand. Once again, he hoped the opponent would retreat peacefully. If a new mutant appeared from behind the glowing pillar, he might have to use bullets on him. The metallic footsteps of the golden outsider began to be heard. The distance between them and the Ichian police improved, and both sides' shooting accuracy increased. The distance gradually shortened to about 15 meters, and at this point, Byung-cheol aimed his gun at the opponent and shouted, "Stop moving! If you take another step, I'll shoot." Tae-young also moved along the diagonal to aim at the opponent, reducing the evasive angle. It was a tactic to limit the evasive angle, a kind of pincer movement. However, with a somewhat surprised expression, the golden outsider, Young Yongwoo 07, slowly raised both arms. "Are you the police? It seems there's a misunderstanding. I didn't come here to harm anyone." During Yongwoo's dialogue, a chilling roar echoed from the sky, sounding like the cry of a giant beast or the creaking of a ship. Everyone raised their gaze to the sky. Simultaneously, their pupils dilated, tinged with iridescent colors. Finally, the red sky opened, and dozens of gigantic heads descended, coiling around the glowing pillar. These heads were connected by neural networks emitting iridescent light, and each emitted an indiscernible sound, screaming in their own ways. "Oh, what is that?" Byung-cheol muttered, unable to comprehend the spectacle, and Tae-young, who had been standing on the diagonal, suddenly vomited. His brain couldn't process the situation and malfunctioned. "Ugh, Tae-young!" While Byung-cheol was calling out to his startled partner, the golden outsider, who had been standing on the diagonal, opened his mouth. "I think I unintentionally caused a lot of trouble. That is my advertiser." "What is? What?" How many people could instantly connect this situation with the word advertiser? Byung-cheol, who didn't immediately understand Yongwoo's words, mumbled with his gun tightened even more. "What are you saying now? Explain properly." "That's an advertiser. They came to visit me to make an advertising contract." Yongwoo slightly moved his chin to indicate the extraterrestrial being on the other side. Of course, that was an advertiser who came from outer space, and the other party was likely well aware of it without needing an explanation. An advertisement? Byung-cheol, who finally clearly understood Yongwoo's line, made a more complicated expression. "Huh." Meanwhile, the advertiser, who had almost completely wrapped around the pillar of light and descended, began to make noise. "You." The first few times, it was a sound at the level of an unintelligible roar. "Young." As time passed, it became inevitable to think that it was trying hard to pronounce something, at least as much as Yongwoo. Could this be? Chills ran down Byung-cheol's spine, along his spine. And by this time, the advertiser had completed the problem sentence and spoke. "Yongwoo. Yongwoo." The pronunciation was clear enough to evoke the letters Yongwoo in the mind, even for someone who didn't know the name Jong Yongwoo. The monster had been practicing human speech. "What?" Realizing this fact belatedly, Byung-cheol turned around as if possessed. Then, "Yongwoo." He shouted the word Yongwoo again, as if confirming that he pronounced it correctly. Damn it. Finally, cold sweat began to form on Byung-cheol's forehead. It was due to the uncomfortable fear of the fact that the monster with dozens of heads entwined like a rosary had learned human speech. However, the unpleasant experience did not end here. Zhang Yangwu, the advertiser, who perfectly learned the two letters Yangwu, pronounced the last letter Zhang in one go. Zhang Yangwu. Perhaps he had grasped how to make human sounds. The radio that had only made noise had finally found the correct frequency. Zhang Yangwu, Byung-Chiol, sensing that the sound the monster had been practicing was a person's name, turned his gaze back to the golden foreigner. Didn't that thing say it came to meet you earlier? Then that must be. As much as Byung-Chiol's trembling voice, the muzzle of the gun was also shaking. Yangwu, in response, stared at the muzzle and slowly moved his lips. Yes, I am Zhang Yangwu. Finally, the name of the foreigner was revealed, and simultaneously, the advertiser thundered with a voice like thunder. Zhang Yangwu. Contract. For us came. Although the intonation was a mess, the sentence he pronounced was quite intact. It had been only a few minutes since he arrived on Earth, and he had already learned the language here. Come to think of it, without an intermediary, Yangwu realized that the being in front of him was something different from the extraterrestrial beings he had encountered so far. Even just looking at the beings who came to Earth as traders, communication was possible only through intermediaries. They could only convey heat, noise, and breathing directly, without the need for an intermediary. On the other hand, this advertiser, Zhang Yangwu, for the contract, we came. Not only did he facilitate this meeting without the intervention of an intermediary, but he was also self-correcting awkward intonations. We, Byung-Chiol, who had been listening to the monster's sounds, turned around with a face of realization. Then, he aimed his gun at the extraterrestrial being entwined in the pillar of light. He judged that the monster descending from the sky was more dangerous than Zhang Yangwu, who was from the same species but had come alone. Right. He didn't come alone. Yangwu also carefully observed the being's appearance at the word we pronounced by the advertiser. Thud. The giant organism firmly wrapped around the glowing pillar was a form with dozens of heads adorned with iridescent light. Each head looked so different that one might think they belonged to different species, not to mention different planets. Some heads resembled rocks with undulating membranes on the surface, reminiscent of fish, while others looked strangely eerie with numerous eyes, resembling Earth's animals, but without eyes. What on earth is that? Byung-Chiol, who found a head similar to a human among the colorful heads, made a sound as if he were about to cry immediately. The head with strong cheekbones, a large nose, and a sharp bandit beard was rolling its protruding eyeballs, looking down below. There was another species similar to humans. Yangwu also quickly found the bandit head, but was not as shocked as Byung-Chiol. It was because he had already met a trader similar to humans before. During the bidding for the trade, the wandering trader's Volthak, who had revealed the breathing sound, had talked about it. Then are dozens of advertisers gathered here. As Yangwu approached to get a closer look at the advertiser, Byung-Chiol shouted, aiming the gun at the extraterrestrial being entwined in the pillar of light. What's going on now? We need to send that thing back quickly. To do that, they had to proceed with the advertising contract first. Yangwu, glancing at the young policeman still struggling on the ground, passed by Byung-Chiol and headed towards the advertiser. Clank, clink. As Yangwu made a metallic sound and approached the pillar of light, the dozens of heads, each looking elsewhere, all turned their gaze towards him. Then, "Awa!" they all exclaimed at once, as if they were saying he was suitable for the model they desired. Zhang Yangwu. The advertisers shouted Yangwu's name once again. It seemed as if they were confirming whether the person standing in front of them was indeed Zhang Yangwu. So Yangwu said Yes, I am Zhang Yangwu 07, the strongest in Gyeongbuk, the human of Earth. He recited the lines that the intermediary Kubu had mentioned to him sometime, a phrase that was likely the universal greeting at that time. The probability was high because Kubu had done something called the universal greeting back then. Then, to prove his identity, he tapped his left chest and displayed his title. Gyeongbuk's best sword. A title interface bestowed by some kind of system overseeing the reset. I don't know, but wouldn't advertisers from outer space also trust the reset system? Translator night. Proofreader gun. Now what's next? As Yangwu waited for reactions while scanning through dozens of heads one by one, heads with eyes soon rolled their eyeballs. Nice to meet you. Zhang Yangwu 07, the human of Earth and the strongest in Gyeongbuk. Their intonation had become much more natural by now. We are Dogo. We heard the call of Morningstar first. When Dogo and Morningstar were pronounced, waves of intangible vibrations could be felt in the air, and each time, Yangwu could clearly understand the meaning of those words. Dogo, although it was a proper noun he heard for the first time in his life, Yangwu could grasp the meaning as if he had known it for a long time. It wasn't just a name for one person, it was Dogo. Dogo, a galactic weapons brand and a joint stock company with multiple shareholders. In other words, Yangwu was now standing in front of the shareholders of a galactic weapons company. So, am I supposed to become the advertising model for a weapons company? Yangwu was taken aback by the unexpected identity of the advertiser. But why? Why would a galactic weapons company advertise on Earth, overlooking other planets? Just as Yangwu's skepticism began to rise, Dogo started uttering strange lines. A confusion. Civil war on Earth. Will Dogo be destructive even on this world? What? We will investigate the outskirts of Earth, together with Zhang Yangwu 07. Oh my goodness. Yangwu unknowingly touched his forehead. Considering the sequence of lines, this seemed to be an advertising concept. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Promoting Dogo, a galactic military company that supports the outskirts of a planet where civil war has erupted. Understanding this far, Yangwu had another question. Anyway, if it's an advertising contract, there must be conditions, right? Like using only weapons supported by Dogo or exposing the brand name at specific moments. For now, I understand that this is a brand advertisement. So, what exactly am I supposed to do? When Yangwu asked this, the shareholders of Dogo instantly straightened up. Then, simultaneously, a system message appeared in Yangwu's view. Dogo requests access to data for Zhang Yangwu 07. Will you approve? Requested data. Unique code. Language used. Quest slots. It was a situation similar to when Yangwu first dealt with the intermediary Kubu. The only difference was that Kubu had requested only unique code and language data, while Dogo added quest slots to the request. After a moment of contemplation, Yangwu approved the data access. With that, Dogo's contract proposal was conveyed through the system message. Contract, Dogo 49523, II_2-2 ND tier. Required. Utilization of Grade 2 advertising space. The logo of the headquarters will be printed on the trajectory of the weapons. Before major battles, you must publicly announce that you fought with Dogo support. Required. Grade 3 exclusive quest. Receive bonuses for achieving exclusive quests. Optional. Grade 2 exclusive quest. Receive ad fees only through achieving exclusive quests. The total ad fee executed will increase approximately 40 times. Hashtag basic ad fee. Estimated 10 million karma per week. Hashtag basic contract period. For weeks. Crazy. This was truly an interstellar advertising contract. While the utilization of advertising space seemed reasonable from an Earthling's perspective, the crucial parts, such as the payment method for advertising fees and the scale of additional executions, were beyond expectations. The basic ad fee is estimated to be 10 million karma per week, and they even offer up to 40 times. Of course, in this case, Yangwu had to perform the quest designed by Dogo to receive the ad fees, so it might be a tricky clause. But still, 40 times. In simple karma conversion, it was 4 billion. And that was a weekly payment of 4 billion. If the quests are too difficult and I can only do 1 out of 10, it's still 4 times the ad fee. This is worth a try. And from Dogo's perspective, wouldn't they want the model to survive as long as possible for promotion? Therefore, Yangwu didn't think of it as an impossible clause that would stab him in the back. Let's give it a try. It's worth a shot. I will make the most out of it. In the worst-case scenario, he would simply go around announcing the support from Dogo for free for about a month. Yangwu blinked his eyes a couple of times, then shouted loudly towards Dogo's shareholders. I'll accept the contract, including the Grade 2 quest. Good. Grade 2 quest. The shareholders of Dogo seemed satisfied with Yangwu's acceptance of the contract. Then, they drew a string of characters in a form that Yangwu had never seen before, illuminating their bodies in the air. Swat. These characters, arranged like scattered wedges, were the signature of the intergalactic weapon brand Dogo. Ah. In other words, the shareholders of Dogo had signed the contract. Pang. Following that, Dogo's signature soared into the sky, and a new system message appeared in Yangwu's view. Contract, Dogo 49523. II_2, Tier 2 has been concluded. An advertising contract between a planetary resident and a cosmic-scale corporation, executed in just 2 days after the reset. As Yangwu made a shocked expression, the shareholders of Dogo, wrapped in a pillar of light, began to weaken. Finally, they seemed to be leaving this place. Of course, one more procedure remained as announced earlier. Return the favor, waiting for you. Dogo requested a souvenir in their unique, alien-like tone, and Yangwu only now worried about Jiangsu's safety. Even here, it seemed like not a single police officer could breathe properly. Swoosh. As Yangwu looked at the white Audi parked on the other side, Byung-cheol, who was pointing the barrel toward the sky, widened his eyes. What's this now? Before sending the advertiser back, you have to give them a gift. A gift? Byung-cheol made another puzzled expression. But anyway, it was a relief that they would be leaving soon. Then let's quickly give it and send them off. Hurry up. While Byung-cheol said this, Detective Quan Tao's labored breathing was coming up from the ground. In response, Yangwu nodded and raised his hand. Jiangsu, as if waiting, the white Audi started rolling. Virum, approaching under the red sky, a 4-seater convertible glided smoothly on the Ikian City Road. As Yangwu and Byung-cheol stared blankly at the strange scene of a foreign car sliding under the red sky, Jiangsu's head popped out from the Audi that had just stopped in front of the two. It seems to have been resolved through conversation. I was curious about what was happening. Jiangsu's gaze, saying this, was focused on the gun that Byung-cheol was holding. On the other hand, Byung-cheol was bewildered by Jiangsu's completely unshaken appearance in front of the gun. Who are you? Byung-cheol asked Yangwu, while keeping the gun at the ambiguous point between the sky and the ground. He's my partner. Yangwu gave a brief reply while looking at Jiangsu. Unlike the young detective wandering around on the ground, Jiangsu was in a state where not even a single breath was disturbed. Is it simply because he's bold? Or perhaps, was it because of the original fate that was supposed to die today? Even though the original fate was reset, Jiangsu himself had often talked about the nuance that he was living as an extra. Therefore, he might be more immune to various fears compared to others who are strongly attached to life. Now is the time to present this. Finally, Jiangsu stroked the steering wheel, and his eyes sparkled. Yes, I don't know how to convey it. If we park in front there, won't they just take it themselves? As Yangwu pointed to the apartment parking lot in front of the advertiser, Jiangsu's head lifted into the air. It was time to observe the appearance of the advertiser who would soon receive the souvenir. With a gulp, Jiangsu's Adam's apple moved noticeably. Even if he didn't know, facing such a giant creature must have been frightening. Of course, Yangwu had no intention of sending Jiangsu alone. Don't worry, I'll go with you. As Yangwu opened the passenger seat door and sat on the seat, Jiangsu smiled with a relaxed face. Indeed, you're loyal, sir. Rather than loyalty, it's my deal. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The distance from the point where Yangwu and Jiangsu were to the advertiser was about 140 meters. Although it would be a distance that they could reach in the blink of an eye by stepping on the accelerator, Jiangsu almost drove at a constant speed. By the way, how do we let them know that this car is the souvenir? We can tell them verbally. The contract was practically done through conversation. If there was a problem, it would be whether the other party would like the gift or not. Virum, While the two were having a brief conversation, a heavy shadow was cast over the white Audi. Finally, they arrived in front of the strange-looking advertiser again. Why on earth is something like that here? Wasn't the reset supposed to end among humans? While Jiangsu swallowed another heavy spit and looked up at the advertiser, Yangwu looked around with a troubled expression. Shit, what's the matter, brother? All the cars around here look the same. Yes. When Jiangsu, who was absent-mindedly looking out the window, heard Yangwu's words, he belatedly slapped his knee. That's right. It's a parking lot. Currently, the two had placed the Audi in the underground parking lot of an apartment. Therefore, it was natural that there were vehicles everywhere. Although they were all turned into stones, in the eyes of the extraterrestrial visitors, they would all look like similar objects. I should have chosen a yellow car back then. Even if it's just a noticeable color, it might have looked special. While Jiangsu mumbled awkwardly like this, something crossed Yangwu's mind. Jiangsu, yes, sir. Does this car have ambient lights? Ambient lights. Indirect lights inside a vehicle. And for Mercedes-Benz, a competitor, the illumination crossing the front side of the car interior was once a signature. An Audi, too, Yangwu knew, had introduced a similar form of mood lighting. He was well aware of this because a YouTuber he used to follow enjoyed driving an Audi. Of course, there was a high probability that the person was now somewhere in the lineup for mutants. Ambient lights? Well, I don't know much about Audis. Jiangsu scratched his cheek, fiddling with the control panel. Then, after a while, oh, this seems like it. With Jiangsu's line, a vibrant neon sign-like lighting along the curves inside the car increased. Pop. Translator night. Proofreader gun. No. It's just right. Open the roof in this state. With these words, Yangwu opened the passenger door and stepped outside. Soon after, the ceiling of the white Audi folded backward, and a purple light spilled out as if a treasure chest were opening. It's my souvenir. Yangwu pointed to the Audi with his palm, timing it perfectly. The current time was 8:23 p.m. The Audi convertible, with the roof fully open and the lights shining brightly in the darkening twilight, looked quite precious. At least enough for a weapon manufacturing company from outer space to find interest in it. What is that? That. Virum. As dozens of shareholders began to tighten the light pillar to get a closer look at the souvenir, Yangwu debated whether he should explain more. He then remembered that when the other party introduced themselves, they mentioned the unique noun dogo. This is Audi, a special means of transportation. With Yangwu's words, the shareholders echoed in unison with fluent pronunciation. Audi. Perhaps now Audi could also be considered a cosmic brand. On Earth, we move with this. As you can see, we are small in size and move slowly. While Yangwu pretended to walk slowly in front of the shareholders, he thought that to them, it might look like a single ant wriggling around. Anyway, whether Yangwu's efforts were virtual or if the Audi emitting a mysterious light pleased them, the shareholders gave positive feedback. Audi good. Then, suddenly their bodies twitched. That's a characteristic scene when those guys are touching something. Yangwu felt a chill down his spine and shouted, Jiangsu, come out right now. His intuition told him that the shareholders seemed to be attempting to take the souvenir. Hurry! As Yangwu urged with a scream, Jiangsu, who was staring blankly at the advertiser enveloped in a glow, hurriedly jumped out of the car. And then, Kit, the golden goblin hiding in the back seat, leaped agilely, and almost at the same moment, a laser beam descended from the sky, striking the Audi. Swoosh! Pong! Gasp! The pitch-black surroundings suddenly became as bright as daylight, to the extent that the dark sky appeared in broad daylight. Those guys indeed possessed tremendous physical force. See, crazy. It was like the spectacle on the first day of the reset when lives were flying, amplified thousands of times. Unconsciously, Yangwu took a step back. Zhang Yangwu 07. Voices of shareholders echoed in the bright, white view. Just as Yangwu was about to respond, shoo, the excessively bright view returned to its original state in an instant, and everything disappeared. The Dogo shareholders, the crimson light pillar, the enormous laser beam, and the Audi, all gone. Ugh. As he exhaled the breath he had been holding, Yangwu noticed Jiangsu sitting on the ground, rubbing his buttocks. Are you okay? Yes? Ah, yes, I'm fine. Jiangsu blinked his eyes, looking at the clear night sky as if it had become clear just now. Gone, right? They're gone. Jiangsu's eyes seemed to plead, wishing it to be true. Yangwu looked at his partner, then shifted his gaze to where the advertisers were. There, something faintly remained in the place where the crimson light pillar had been just a moment ago. At first, he thought it was an afterimage due to the intense light he had seen, but what is that? Seeing Jiangsu discover the same thing, it seemed not to be an illusion. Clearly, something remained. Be careful. Hyungnim. Gradually, as Yangwu approached the mysterious entity, Jiangsu also stepped to the side, drawing his sword, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. On the other hand, Yangwu was thinking, what on earth is this? Completely captivated by curiosity, he continued to approach the unidentified entity. With each step he took, the outline and color of the target became clearer. This felt similar to the first day of the reset, when he could recognize the currency exchange assigned to him. Dogo must have left something for their advertising model. In other words, this might be a return gift for the souvenir. Finally, when Yangwu took a step right in front of the entity, the problematic object turned dark. Srook, and as the color rose, the size of the revealed object was much larger than expected, since the height of the object had already exceeded Yangwu's stature. Even Yangwu, who belonged to the bold group among humans, was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming sense of unease emanating from the situation. Shortly after, even Byung-cheol, who was observing the scene from afar with a gun in hand, rushed over. What on earth is happening now? Because, Shwat, the shape of the object, which emitted a fierce steam as if it had completed its mutation, was undeniably an egg. Despite the shiny surface, it was a gigantic pitch-black egg that gave an inexplicable chill. Hyungnim. Jiangsu alternately looked at Yangwu and the egg with an expression of astonishment, and Byung-cheol, with a shaky gun barrel, couldn't figure out where to aim. And in the midst of this chaos, squeak! The souvenir left by the extraterrestrial munitions company began to crack open. What's this again? Byung-cheol, holding a gun, shouted with a face that seemed about to cry right away. No wonder, considering that things beyond the common knowledge of the solar system were happening one after another. Crack! Even in the midst of this, black cracks, large and small, continued to appear in the jet-black egg. Could it be hatching? As Yangwu opened his eyes wide, something flickered between the cracked surface of the egg. It emitted a biological vitality in abundance. Srip! Something massive wriggled inside the dark shell. What is this? Yangwu, who knew well that this was a souvenir left by advertisers, was still perplexed. Being a weapon manufacturing company, he expected equipment items, not throwing some creature, especially of this size. Moreover, why is it so big? As Yangwu took a few steps back to properly gauge the size of the egg, a significant change occurred in the souvenir that had only shown signs of hatching until now. Squeak! Long cries accompanied black steam spraying from inside the shell. Just in case it was a toxic substance, all three people stepped back, and in doing so, an unexpected presence pushed its way into the space created. Chug! It was none other than Squeak, a large iron horse, about 2 meters tall, belonging to the mammalian order Perissodactyla, a livestock horse that had coexisted with humanity for thousands of years. PR/N. The name Perissodactyla means odd-toed. This group of ungulates includes horses, tapirs, and rhinos. The name of their order derives from the fact that their middle toe is larger than the others, and the plane of symmetry of the foot passes through it, a condition called mesaxonic. However, it couldn't be confirmed whether it truly belonged to the Perissodactyla order, given its black iron-plated exterior and the black smoke emanating from its nose. Could it be a horse? Jiangsu asked Yangwu, while awkwardly holding an early bird. And around that time, Chug, the iron horse, approached Yangwu, crushing the road surface with its steel hooves. Squeak! The cry still sounded unfamiliar. Due to the high stature of the iron horse, it exuded tremendous intimidation just by looking at it, but Yangwu was relieved to see the Dogo's wedge pattern engraved on its exterior. It seems to be Dogo's product. I don't know if it's a real creature or a robot. Although its appearance resembled Earth's horse, it couldn't be known why Dogo left it as a gift. Maybe this gift was a means of transportation, and that's why they sent a similar type of gift. Schwick! As the iron horse took another breath, black smoke spewed violently from its nostrils. Was that also a stage performance to mimic a horse, or was it really a breathing animal? Seeing the iron horse approaching and standing quietly by his side, Yangwu slowly raised his hand to its long neck. Tap! The creature's body, once touched, was surprisingly warm, like Earth's warm-blooded animals. However, the tool tip that appeared afterward clearly indicated that this existence was definitely not of earthly origin. Negwig, unknown grade. Adapts to any planet. The Negwig. As Yangwu muttered the name written in the tool tip, the iron horse Negwig fluttered its iron ears, gleaming with purple pupils. Squeak! That creature's name was indeed Negwig. Unbelievable. Jiangsu, who belatedly realized that the iron horse was a gift to Yangwu, sheathed his sword and breathed a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Byung-Cheol, as soon as he grasped that the situation was under control, felt an overwhelming anger welling up within him. No, damn it. It was because he realized that Ikian City had been sacrificed for the absurd business of that golden foreigner. Hey, you son of a bitch. Why did you have to come here of all places? Whack! The gun, now without direction, aimed precisely at Yangwu's head. But the trigger wasn't pulled. Before committing murder, Byung-Cheol, formerly a police officer, needed a justifiable reason. But did the foreigner in front of him have any charges worthy of that? Crimes like disturbing public safety by invoking the existence of space, rebellion, obstructing official duties. There was no way to define it. Moreover, there were no direct casualties from this incident. This damn world. In the end, Byung-Cheol reluctantly lowered the gun. He couldn't find a reason to harm the other person beyond being angry. Seeing him hesitating, Yangwu, who had been silently watching, bowed slowly. I'm sorry. I try to find a place with as few people as possible just in case something like this happened. It's fine. Everything's already messed up. After spitting out a bitter breath, Byung-Cheol shifted his gaze to Officer Quan Taeyong, who was cautiously walking over from the other side. Taeyong, Captain. Taeyong also held a gun, but seeing that Byung-Cheol wasn't in a combat stance, he let the gun hang loosely on the ground. It seems the situation is over. Are you okay? Yes. It's very good to be alive. Taeyong said this while still looking at Negwig with an unbelieving gaze. Anyway, what's going to happen to us now? Taeyong's vague question almost perfectly represented the situation of the two police officers. In an instant, their foundation of life, the city that made them exist as police officers, was lost. On the first day of the reset, Taeyong returned to the police station immediately, as he had no family to take care of separately. Byung-Cheol, having been separated from his wife, naturally continued his police duties. Ironically, only those without anyone to take responsibility for were carrying this social obligation. To be faithful to one's work, to uphold the law. Of course, now even the place to fulfill these obligations has disappeared, but still, the two men remained police officers. Taeyong, let's go to Seoul. Yes? Seoul! At the mention of Seoul, an instinctive fear flashed in Taeyong's eyes. Until now, not only lawless individuals from the provinces, but also looters from Seoul had invaded Ikian, and all of them were ruthless in both skill and character. Yes, Seoul. What are we going to do by staying here? Are we going to become robbers starting tomorrow? That's not it. Taeyong made a dreadful expression. Both Byung-Cheol and Taeyong were inherently not likely to become villains. Translator night. Proofreader gun. That's why they continued to protect the police station even after the reset. Then, let's go and see how fucked up it is there. Byung-Cheol said this while opening the revolver's cylinder to check a single bullet. Click! Taeyong also had only one bullet in his gun. In other words, entering the lawless zone that was Seoul while continuing to be police officers was practically suicidal. At this, as Taeyong tightened his grip on the gun, trying to put on a resolute expression, Yangwoo interjected into their conversation. "You're going to Seoul? How is the situation there?" Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Seoul, the largest city in South Korea with a population of 9.43 million. Considering commuters from Gyeonggi province and elsewhere, the actual population staying in Seoul would be much higher. Moreover, the time when the reset occurred was around 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the time when the population in Seoul was at its peak. What exactly happened in Seoul at that time? The currency exchange center tore people apart, completely ruining the situation. An uncontrollable panic situation must have occurred. According to Byung-cheol, the appearance of the currency exchange center made people leave their places they were guarding, in other words, their workplaces, changing everything. The social structure that had been maintained, at least in form, was destroyed in one fell swoop. Afterward, through the looting battle at the currency exchange center, morality was broken, and most conflicts were resolved through duels between the parties instead of police calls. Probably seeing people in police uniforms turning into robbers, everyone realized the end has come in the worst possible form. Taeyong, staring into empty space with a vacant gaze, was describing the scenes he had personally witnessed yesterday. The sight of his police station colleagues threatening citizens and robbing them. Even though the population of Ikkian is only 220,000, there were incredible events. Children organizing robbery gangs. Well, they weren't much different from the adults. Saying this, Byung-cheol habitually searched for his cigarettes in his pocket, then made a bitter expression. Even if everything didn't turn to stone, it wouldn't have turned into a lawless land so easily. Just as the military has a deterrent effect on war just by its presence, law enforcement also has a deterrent effect on crime. However, due to the all-encompassing petrification phenomenon, all deterrent forces disappeared. There were no CCTV cameras anywhere, and even if a murder occurred on the street, it couldn't be reported to the police. In other words, the deterrent forces that operate in the majority of situations have become solely dependent on individual morality. In fact, only the area near City Hall and Terminal is managed here. We don't know what's happening in the reservoir area below. So how serious could the situation be in Seoul, which is much larger and more complex than Ikkian? I heard that they dominate even the monsters from the Gyeonggi region in Seoul. I also heard that they might harm people. When Yangwoo subtly brought up the rumors he collected while passing through Yeoju, Byung-cheol showed a hint of recognition. Yes, I went there once too. They even gave themselves new names. What was it? At this point, Taeyong, who had been listening, chimed in. Hunters. Oh, right. Hunters. Probably named because they hunt monsters. So, in essence, we should consider them as criminals who happen to be strong enough to avoid punishment. Byung-cheol's forehead wrinkled as he recalled the memory. Even though they were able to make those guys turn around peacefully thanks to the guns, the unpleasant glares they received were not easily forgotten. So, are you going to Seoul just to punish those so-called hunters? As Yangwoo alternately examined the two guns, each holding only one bullet, Byung-cheol cleared his throat. We need to see the situation in Seoul first. If really absurd things are happening, we have no choice but to suppress them with force. While saying this, Byung-cheol added that there might be police officers like them in Seoul. People who are trying to maintain order in any way possible. We need to let them know that law enforcement still exists. That way, at least some form of deterrent will be established. But can they survive even a day in Seoul with just 2 bullets? Yangwoo felt both respect and sympathy for the other side. Then, suddenly, his vision flashed, and a new quest appeared. Tang. Dogo, strong tiger's early appearance. Engage in 0 out of 2 duels with targets with a total ability score of 3,000 or higher. 5 million karma. You must disclose the fact of Dogo's support in this duel. It finally came. Dogo's exclusive quest. Reading the quest content with half expectation and half concern, Yangwu paused at the part where the total ability score of the dual targets had to be 3,000 or higher. A total ability score of 3,000 means that the target has acquired at least 3 million karma. In other words, it referred to the most strongest swords who monopolize the rewards for mutations. Either a strongest sword or someone at the strongest sword level, I have to fight twice. And as far as Yangwu knew, there was only one place around here where such a mission could be quickly accomplished. That was none other than... I'm also going to Seoul. When Gangbuk's strongest sword, Zhang Yangwu 07, said this, the expressions of the two police officers who had decided to go to Seoul became inevitably complicated. It was because of the particularly special identity of the opponent. Gangbuk's strongest sword. Byung Cheol cautiously scanned the golden-haired outsider's head, which he had overlooked due to the shock of their intense first meeting. The existence of the strongest sword in this world was almost always a gangster or a murderer. Structurally, there was no other way. Becoming the strongest sword meant either boldly committing a murder on the first day of the reset to catch the system's eye, or assassinating an established strongest sword. The process of becoming a local strongest sword was already treacherous enough, so how would it be to unify a large region like Gyeongbuk? But why would such a person go to Seoul of all places? In the eyes of Byung Cheol, a police officer, it looked like a massive bomb was rolling down the powder keg, ready to explode. Ahem. Byung Cheol, try and maintain a calm face, asked the usual question. Excuse me, but why are you going to Seoul? Well, Yangwu scratched his chin and looked at Iron Horse Negwig. If he answered that he was going to fight against high-level experts with a total ability score of over 3,000, it would complicate the situation. So, Yangwu's chosen answer was, I'm going to spread money. What? The expressions of the two police officers twisted at once. They completely did not understand what Yangwu was talking about. What is that? Didn't you choose the exclusive 3 million karma when you caught the mutant? When Yangwu asked this, Kim Bangcheol 139, the strongest sword, widened his eyes. No way. Finally, he realized what the outsider was talking about. Much less than choice, reward much greater than. 3 million karma. Or, grant 30,000 karma to all residents in the area. A dilemma quest, quantum choice, in which only the one who defeats the mutant receives the reward. Byung Cheol, the strongest sword, had faced this choice before and, after much consideration as a police officer, ultimately chose the exclusive 3 million karma. He judged that it was better to grab a large sum for himself and establish order, rather than giving money to citizens whose ratio of villains was unknown. Of course, underneath that judgment was the survival instinct that wanted to live first. After all, wasn't Byung Cheol a person before being a police officer? Yes, I chose 3 million. Byung Cheol deliberately straightened his chest to hide his conscience. Yangwu nodded, as if to say that it wasn't a bad choice. Not a bad choice. Of course, I suffered a bit because I couldn't do that. At Yangwu's words, Byung Cheol made an expression of disbelief. You chose 30,000? More precisely, he couldn't believe that Yangwu became the strongest sword even after giving up 3 million karma. But the truly unbelievable statement was next. Yes, for times so far. For times. As Byung Cheol echoed Yangwu's words as if possessed, he noticed Yangwu's strange attire and shut his mouth. He soon realized that his current appearance was the result of an incredible feat. What happens if you choose 30,000? Byung Cheol, who decided to believe the outsider's statement, asked vaguely. However, since Yangwu had no remaining commemorative coins and no way to show his achievements, it was best for him to point towards Seoul and say this. Golden rain falls. It's faster to understand when you see it yourself. Ah, golden rain. It was a natural occurrence, but it was a sight that Byung Cheol had never seen in his entire life. But the strongest swords in Seoul probably wouldn't want to choose 30,000. Strongest swords? Yangwu, hearing Byung Cheol express strongest swords in the plural, asked again. Are there multiple strongest swords in Seoul? Each district has a strongest sword. Of course, someone could be the strongest sword in Seoul, like you being the strongest sword in Gyeongbuk. Oh, then there might be a Gangnam's strongest sword. Jiangsu, who had been listening to the conversation, chimed in. It turned out that the story he had jokingly shared with Yangwu before was true. Seoul, consisting of 25 districts. With each district having a larger population than most provincial cities, it wasn't surprising that there was a strongest sword in each. Oh, so if there's a strongest sword in each district, there might be mutants too. Adding to Yang Wu's statement, Byung Chial continued. Mutants would probably be scattered in each district. Incredible. 25 mutants falling from the sky every day, and 25 strongest swords waiting for them. Hyungnim, Seoul might be more terrifying than you think. Jiangsu shivered, recalling a dreadful scene. Yangwu also felt a chill in his spine when he imagined 25 red pillars of light shooting down. But what was even more concerning was, if mutants fall 25 at a time, assuming that no one dropped the golden rain, it means 75 million karma is released every day under the assumption that everyone receives 3,000 karma. Of course, there is also the possibility that the city could be destroyed by a large number of mutants and monsters. Yangwu never thought that way, though. From what I see, it's unlikely that mutants and monsters are targeting Seoul from the Gyeonggi region. Currently, Seoul is digesting the allocated amount for themselves. In other words, some of Seoul's strongest swords likely secured an enormous amount of karma. If you're really going to Seoul to spread the golden rain, Mr. Yangwu, you're in for a tough time. Byung Chial chuckled. It was a self-deprecating remark, as his own situation wasn't much different. In response, Yangwu shrugged his shoulders. So what I'm suggesting is, swoosh. As Yangwu stroked Negwig's lower back, he raised his head and his eyes lit up. Because we are both in a position to be hated in Seoul. How about joining forces? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Union with Gyeong Buck's strongest sword, Zhang Yangwu 07. In reality, for Byung Chial and Taeyong, who only had 2 bullets, there was no reason to refuse this proposal. At least, Zhang Yangwu, who showed no animosity towards them, seemed better than the unknown rogues in Seoul. Of course, it was uncertain how vicious the outsider would become if a conflict of interest arose. Rather than being slaughtered as soon as we get to Seoul, it might be better. It's a compromise instead of the worst-case scenario. What was even more worrying was, current time, 8:49 p.m. Translator night. Proofreader gun. The grand lodging service is about to begin in approximately 10 minutes. Isn't this next to Yongin? As long as we finish checking in before 11 p.m., we should have enough time to reach Yongin. Even though there are no more vehicles available for travel, there is Negwin from the advertiser. Why not take this opportunity to test its performance? As Yangwu was silently observing Negwig, Byung Chial, who was still uneasy about something, asked him, Is there another issue? No, it's not that. It's just that it might be difficult for all 4 of us to ride. Where? Oh, you mean that? Byung Chial pointed at Negwig and spoke. Then, with a horrified expression, he turned his head. We have a patrol car to ride. As Byung Chial said this, they could see a patrol car parked in a corner of the parking lot. It was obvious that everyone would pay attention to the conspicuous car, which they planned to take to enter Seoul. Rumors will spread quickly. There will be rumors that strange people have arrived from somewhere. Yangwu's eyes blinked widely. It seemed that they were going to take the horse for another spin this time. Feel free to do as you please. The important thing is to get into Seoul by tomorrow afternoon. 1 p.m. It was the time Yangwu empirically learned for the appearance of mutants. Of course, it was unknown whether this law would apply to Seoul, which consisted of 25 districts. At 1 p.m., we'll need to move quickly. Byung Chial had encountered mutants as a strongest sword before, but this was the first time he was going to find mutants in a different region. Moreover, it was Seoul, not any other area. Therefore, the strongest swords of Seoul were likely to be more significant obstacles than the mutants themselves. Anyway, should we head straight to Yongin? Byung Chial asked Yangwu, and in the meantime, Taeyong started running towards the patrol car. Yes, it seems safer to find accommodation around Yongin. Besides, there won't be any mutants appearing today. Got it. By the way, Yangwu, are you really going to ride that thing? If it's slower than a car, it could be a disaster. Byung Xiao expressed his concern while pointing at Negwig. Indeed, it was a mature concern. In response, Yangwu looked at the legs of Iron Horse Negwig, made of gleaming black steel. Well, I don't know. Is the patrol car full of gas? You might have to step on the gas all the way to Yongin. Haha, is that so? Yang Wu's playful remark made Byung Xiao laugh, but soon after, he solidified his expression and instructed Taeyong to check the remaining gas in the patrol car. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The lodging service has started. From now on, all buildings classified as residences will be affected by the lodging system and become inviolable. At 9 p.m. sharp, a terrifying sound from Yang Wu's wristwatch announced the start of lodging, followed by consecutive messages. Anyone can occupy a desired residence by paying karma for a certain period. During the lodging time, access to the space can be controlled, and accommodating guests is also possible. The content was the same as what he saw last night. Therefore, it was expected that similar events would unfold tonight. People knocking on others' doors because they didn't secure a residence in time, and in the end, the extraordinary climate sweeping away those who couldn't enter anywhere. By the way, today's nighttime weather is a heat wave. Be cautious of severe sunburn. A heat wave, the weather information appeared, and by this time, Yang Wu and his party, fully prepared to depart, stood side by side on the road connecting Ikian and Yongin. Yang Wu and Jiangsu were on the back of Iron Horse Negwig, while Byung Xiao and Taeyong were in the patrol car. But what if this guy really isn't as fast as the old man said? What do we do, Hyungnim? Jiangsu, who was sitting closely behind Yang Wu, alternately looked at the patrol car and Negwig, expressing his concern. Despite being from outer space, could this creature, in the form of a horse, run faster than a car? Of course, it should be fast. Unlike Jiangsu, Yang Wu had no worries at all. If this thing couldn't run faster than Earth's means of transportation, Dogo wouldn't have engraved their logo on it. It's probably indirect advertising even at this moment. Advertising? Who's looking at this now? While Jiangsu shrugged his shoulders and looked around, the sign to start from the patrol car finally came. Go ahead. We'll catch up with your speed. A road of approximately 30 kilometers from Ikian to Yongin. On this road, a horse from outer space and a patrol car from Earth started running side by side. Snort! As they looked at the road ahead, Negwig, too, seemed excited, emitting a sharp neigh. And then, shirk! Suddenly, it spewed out a narrow band from its side, wrapping tightly around the lower halves of Yangwu and Jiangsu. Whoa! This thing, firmly fastening the rider's legs around Negwig's waist, was probably... Could this be a safety bee? Just as Jiangsu was about to declare the identity of the band, Negwig shot out at a bullet-like speed. Phew! The driving force of Iron Horse Negwig was truly tremendous. Just the sudden acceleration alone made both Yangwu and Jiangsu unable to control their bodies properly, especially Yangwu, who was a person with superhuman physical abilities. How fast is he running right now? As Yangwu, who barely stood his upper body upright, turned around, he saw a dimly lit road extending beyond Jiangsu's shoulder, who was screaming with closed eyes. And at the edge of that road, something small was shining. It was none other than a patrol car approaching with its headlights on. All this distance was covered in such a short time. Moreover, the distance between the patrol car and them was continuously increasing. Can he possibly increase the speed more than this? Yangwu, wanting to test Kang Ho's abilities a bit more, stopped as he heard Jiangsu's screams continuing. Hyungnim, can't you slow down a bit? Let me look for it. Just hold on a moment. Upon Jiangsu's request, Yangwu groped Kang Ho's neck and head to find what seemed like a brake mechanism. Then, squeak! A part of the iron plate that wrapped around Kang Ho's muzzle extended downward, instantly creating reins. Quite innovative, the reins, like Kang Ho's outer shell, were made of black metal, but the texture and flexibility were like leather. Is this used to control when pulled? Thinking so, when Yangwu slightly pulled the reins, Kang Ho's head lifted, and along with it, the guardrail, which looked like an afterimage, began to follow his movement. He had really reduced the speed. Phew! Jiangsu breathed heavily, as if finally relieved. And as a little more time passed, the sound of sirens was heard from a distance. When they turned around, a patrol car with its siren on and lights flashing was approaching at high speed. As Yangwu disappeared from view, the sirens sounded, indicating to stop. Mr. Yangwu. Finally, from the patrol car that approached right behind Kang Ho, Bang Qiao's startled voice echoed. Even if it's like this, shouldn't we be able to confirm each other's location? Bang Qiao looked around the dark surroundings with vigilant eyes. In contrast, Yang Wu calmly spoke after confirming that everything was fine with the fearful cat he took out. It was much faster than expected, but now that I know how to control it, there should be no problem. Swoosh. As Yang Wu showed the reins, Bang Qiao's expression became complicated again. It was because he felt awkward knowing that reins were attached to that strange iron horse. A rather uncomfortable valley. How can he ride around on such a thing so casually? Are only those kinds of weirdos able to adapt to this world? Bang Qiao was in bitter admiration when he saw Yang Wu preparing to leave, loosening the reins again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 9:26 p.m. The surrounding scenery was still only fields and makeshift buildings, but according to the regional status window, it was now Yongin. The current area you are in is Yongin. There is no strongest sword in this area. As expected. Is this also the work of people from Seoul? Hyungnim? Probably. Yangwu looked west, which was likely the direction of Yongin City. To know more, he needed to narrow down the distance, but there were no visible pillars of light so far. In other words, there are no mutants or monsters, and yet the strongest sword has disappeared. It seems someone cleaned up and passed through. Most likely, someone from Seoul. The second possibility is that it could be the local strongest sword that started patrolling early. If the conflicts between mutants are fierce enough for someone to come all the way from Seoul to here, wouldn't it be better to settle down here for a while? Yangwu thought this while taking out the fearful cat. The cat continued to close its eyes. At least there was no threatening presence in this area. As they went further in, traces of a rather intense battle appeared. Torn plastic greenhouses, completely collapsed warehouse buildings. The surroundings indicated that it was not a result of a fight between superhumans, but rather the aftermath of monsters wreaking havoc. It meant that monsters had survived in this area for a long time, causing extensive damage to the city in all directions. The Yongin strongest sword might not have been that strong. Was it a situation similar to what happened in Gimchin, where the succession of a strongest sword was happening in real time due to the lack of suitable candidates? As Yangwu, gazing at the devastated outskirts of Yongin, Jiangsu in the back seat asked him, Hyungnim, yes. Buildings that are once damaged like that can't be restored, right? Jiangsu pointed to a building in the distance. It was a 4-story small building, but 2 floors were completely crushed, rendering the building practically useless. Probably not, right? Such places probably can't even be rented out. Ugh. Then, isn't it more important to prioritize protecting buildings over other things? Jiangsu pointed out a fairly important aspect. With the continuous influx of mutants and monsters in the future unknown, residential areas, essential to spending the night safely, were gradually disappearing. That's right. No matter how strong the strongest sword is, they can't simultaneously block multiple places. Therefore, continuous damage to residential areas due to monsters is inevitable. In the end, in areas with strongest swords, buildings might be the only things left. Of course, that area was likely to be Seoul with a high probability. Even now, many cities in the provinces have lost their strongest swords. They'll probably turn into ruins by tomorrow. In other words, for everyone to survive, they have no choice but to find a city where the strongest sword is active. As they continued with the sound of Negwig's hooves, more buildings appeared in the inner part of Yongin than in the outskirts, and the number of damaged buildings also increased. And finally, people could be seen. A monster! People started running and screaming as soon as they saw Yangwu. Save us! Aya! It was a natural reaction for them. Yangwu's appearance on iron horse in the darkness was unmistakably that of a mutant or even a monster. What to run away like that? Jiangsu, who was startled by the strong reaction, opened his mouth wide. Since Yangwu was already causing trouble for the second time today, he quickly stopped Negwig and surveyed the area. It will cause a commotion if we go further inside. If possible, we should find a good place nearby. While Yangwu was saying this, a police patrol car from Ikian approached from behind. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Byung-cheol, who stretched his head outside the passenger seat with a puzzled expression, asked, "What's going on?" Now that they were entering the city, why did they stop? It seems there are still many people in Yongan. It will be better for us to find a room around here without causing unnecessary trouble. Ah. Byung-cheol, hearing Yangwu's words, understood the situation without any further explanation. After all, he was probably the first person to be terrorized by Yangwu. How many rooms do we need? We should sleep separately, right? Byung-cheol's, we refer to himself and the patrol officer Quan Taeyong. Yangwu glanced at Jiangsu in the back seat before looking back at Byung-cheol. For now, I can sleep alone. So, it's probably best to get 3 rooms. If that's difficult, Jiangsu and the Ikian police station officer might have to share a room. Since it was the opinion of Yangwu, the strongest in the group, the remaining 3 couldn't express their discomfort but couldn't object either. Well, regardless of the number of rooms, it's good for us to be close to each other. We should check out villas or apartments. Byung-cheol attempted to change the mood, and soon Jiangsu found a building that met the criteria. How about there? Swoosh. Jiangsu pointed to a motel in a corner across the road. Another motel. Yangwu's expression wrinkled. It wasn't a pleasant place for him. However, he couldn't completely rule out motels in the future. Yes, let's go check there. So, in the end, Yangwu agreed to go to the motel. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Luzu. The name of the motel was Luzu. Except for the scattered vehicles in the parking lot next to the entrance, there seemed to be no issues with the appearance. 2, 3, 5, it's about 6 floors. There should be vacant rooms if we're lucky. While Jiangsu was counting the number of windows on the building, a patrol car approached from behind and stopped. Motel. How much is the usual accommodation fee? Byung-cheol asked, as if Yangwu would naturally know. Coincidentally, Yangwu had the experience of staying in motels after the reset. If it's a small room, it should be around 3,000 karma. 3,000? Much cheaper than an apartment. Is an apartment more expensive? Yes, for an 18 square meter apartment, they charge around 8,000 karma. New information. Paying 8,000 for one night might not be budget friendly. Of course. So usually, trustworthy people pool their money and share a room. I see. Yangwu nodded. Conversely, for those living alone without trustworthy people, it means they have to find motels or boarding houses for financial reasons. But that's only possible if motels continue to exist for a long time. If residential areas keep disappearing like Jiangsu said, later on, we might have to stay together forcibly every night. Do they all know this fact? Yangwu quickly scanned the seemingly sophisticated motel exterior and then dismounted from Negwig with a clatter. Click! Seeing both of them land, Negwig, who observed them, suddenly squatted in place. It hit its head, arms, legs, and tail inside its body, transforming into a giant oval shape. Clorp, as if it were an egg. Oh, It was unexpected, so even Yangwu looked at Negwig with surprised eyes. What is this? Is it some kind of parking mode? Jiangsu made a plausible inference. Since they were in front of a building that served as their residence, Negwig might have automatically switched to parking or waiting mode. If that's really the case, does it mean it won't be affected even in abnormal weather? This was still Byung-cheol's question, who was riding in the patrol car. Since they might spend the night here today, he was curious about what would happen to the patrol car. Of course, Yangwu didn't know the extent of the application of abnormal weather. Well, who knows? We'll have to check it out tomorrow after parking and coming out. Today's abnormal weather is scorching heat. People outside would naturally be scorched to death. But what about the items that were purchased with karma? Let's first check if there are vacant rooms here. We'll have to move again if there are no rooms anyway. As Yangwu spoke, he attempted to open the motel entrance. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind the opaque glass door. For Yangwu, it was an unsettling sight. As expected, I don't get to see anything good in motels. Sure enough, as he quickly stepped back, the glass door split wide open, and a blood-stained man jumped out. Crash! The man who came out of the motel with a loud noise was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 50s. His body was covered in bruises, as if something harsh had happened inside the motel. Nevertheless, despite falling to the ground, he quickly tried to get up and flee. And then, thud! He collided headfirst with a patrol car that had stopped right in front of him. Oops! His condition, indicating a lack of awareness. Are you okay? As Byung-cheol hastily got out of the car, the man opened his eyes wide. He saw the police uniform worn by Byung-cheol, but strangely, the emotion in the man's eyes was not relief, but fear. What's going on? Yang-woo, who saw the man's eyes, tilted his head in confusion. Encountering the police on the way out of the motel after a rough incident seemed to make him more frightened. Although it could be due to encountering corrupt police officers frequently, there seemed to be a different reason. Stop right there. Soon, armed women poured out from the motel. Oh, everyone calm down. While the two panicked officers were unable to even take out their guns and were waving their hands around, the man covered in blood attempted to run away again. Thump! The women angrily shouted. Oh, he's running away. Catch that guy. Yang-woo, who had been observing so far, sensed something strange. The emotions of the women were too intense, and the movement of the man, whom he thought was the victim, was surprisingly fast for a civilian. Bang! Total stats, 1,600. Having lower stats was just a comparison with other strongest swords, but as soon as he moved, everyone in the room was surprised. It took less than a second to catch up to the middle-aged man, trying to escape. Caught by the back of his collar in an instant, the middle-aged man, without confirming who his captor was, struggled to free his arms. Let go of this. Those girls will kill me. Yang-woo couldn't help but ask, why are they trying to kill you? What? Well. The middle-aged man, who could only widen his eyes, couldn't answer Yang-woo's question. At that moment, Yang-woo looked at Bong-hee in the shaking opponent's eyes. It was his roommate who had suffered and disappeared due to a rape charge when the reset began. There's something fishy. The gaze he had seen when he clung to save him at that time was now glimpsed in the eyes of the middle-aged man in front of him. Quietly follow me. As Yang-woo dragged the middle-aged man along, the enraged women quickly regained their composure. What's going on with these people? They seem to be real police officers. And only then did they realize that the identities of the people surrounding the motel were not ordinary. One of the officers was the strongest sword, and the one bringing the middle-aged man now had an abundance of equipment. Thump! Phyuk! Eventually, Yang-woo approached the middle-aged man near the patrol car and inquired of the women, "Who are you? And what's going on with this man?" Yang-woo's gaze shifted between the women and the motel. 7 women had rushed out from inside the motel, apparently occupying the Luzu Motel. And indeed, we are the Women's Alliance. Women's Alliance? According to their claims, the group Yang-woo and his companions were facing was the Women's Alliance organization in Cheongu, Yongin City. In response to the absurdly increased difficulty of survival after the reset, women decided to join forces. They hunted monsters, even if it meant sacrificing 3 for 5, and those who survived for 2 days were now standing here. Oh my goodness! Yang-woo naturally wondered why they went to such lengths to gather only women, but soon he understood the reason. Slurp. Another group of women dragged out 3 men's corpses from inside the motel. Observing this, Yang-woo got a sense of what had happened at the motel. The middle-aged man must have been involved in the incident. As the checkout time approached, they must have seen the women as they rushed into the motel. They thought they could somehow subdue them with their ability, even if the numbers were against them. However, what they actually encountered is not a group of powerless women, but a combat organization made for a single gender. Of course, since the fighting power of the middle-aged man he had seen earlier was formidable, There were probably quite a few corpses of the female allies inside the motel. That guy is the last one. Hand him over and go your way. A woman who had identified themselves as the Women's Alliance pointed at the middle-aged man as if stabbing him, indicating they would proceed with the execution. Upon hearing this conversation, Byung-cheol, who had been quietly listening, made a surprised sound. What are you talking about now? This is strictly illegal, private sanctions. However, Byung-cheol couldn't finish his sentence. To properly intervene in this situation as a police officer, they needed to punish the middle-aged man for the murders and attempted robbery/rape before dealing with the Women's Alliance. But what evidence did they have? Oh. Byung-cheol recalled the fact that the judicial system of South Korea had also disappeared along with the reset. If the police immediately punished a crime they witnessed, it was practically the same as private sanctions. It meant imposing punishment without official legal grounds or judgment. In other words, in this crazy world, Byung-cheol functioning as a police officer was an impossible scenario from the beginning. As Byung-cheol's face contorted beyond description, Yang-woo, who had been staring at him, casually lifted the middle-aged man with one hand and handed him over to the Women's Alliance. Handle it as you wish. It looks like self-defense to me. Yang-woo dared to exercise judicial authority in front of the police. Nevertheless, Byung-cheol and Tae-young could only silently watch as one criminal was handed over to another. I guess we won't find a place to stay here. Let's try looking elsewhere for now. As Yang-woo spoke to calm down the bewildered two officers, the woman who had been discussing the matter until now interjected. Translator, night. Proofreader, gun. If you don't plan to go to the city center, you won't find a room in time. Most of the buildings around here are used by our people. Is the Women's Alliance that big? Originally, the world was half women, right? It was an argument that couldn't be easily refuted. Seeing Yang-woo neither affirming nor denying, the woman looked around and made a bold suggestion. I can give you 2 empty rooms. Sleep here for now. It's repayment for helping us. 12 Women's Alliance members were already outside the motel. Most people, in such a situation, would have left to find another place. However, Yang-woo didn't hesitate. He sensed that the other party had offered hospitality for a reason. The question was whether they were doing it because they thought that if they left here and started raiding other buildings, there would be casualties to their colleagues there. The woman who heard Yang-woo's words was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. You're quite perceptive. Is that why you're still alive? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Entering the Jumnam district, the Luzu Motel. As they followed the woman, passing the counter strewn with glass shards and blood, a lively noise came from the direction of the stairs leading to the second floor. It seemed that the 12 people Yang-woo saw outside earlier were not the only ones staying at this motel. How many people are there in here? When Yang-woo asked this, the woman smiled. I don't know when or how we will meet again in the future, so wouldn't it be right to keep our information a secret? She then gestured to the women blocking the way to the second floor. In response, the women, who had been watching Yang-woo's group with wary eyes, gradually stepped back, lowering their weapons. Are you the leader here? You've been asking a lot of questions since earlier. Who are you anyway? I am Earth's human, the strongest in Gyeongsangbuk province, Jong Yang-woo 07. Yang-woo reflexively thought of a cosmic introduction, but erased it. He felt there was no need to reveal everything when they might meet again under different circumstances. I am Jong Yang-woo. Bland. The woman who had been pushing through the crowd heard Yang-woo's response, smirked, and turned around for a moment. I'm Song Yerin. Then she added, next time, I might become the strongest sword, so remember me well. Strongest sword? You probably won't be able to become one in Yongan now. That's why you need to leave here quickly. Yerin spoke with a rather fierce tone. Securing the strongest sword was essential for the Women's Alliance to defend against external threats. However, the problem was that by now, all the strongest sword titles in other regions probably had owners. In other words, they had to fight and take it away. It won't be easy to kill them with a simple barrage like against the monsters. Yang-woo now saw Yerin as a potential future corpse. You can use 2, here and there. Yerin, who was guiding Yang-woo's group, stopped her steps when they reached the fourth floor. The rooms she pointed to, 403 and 404, were shining in a similar bluish hue to the Riverside Motel they visited yesterday. Which room is larger? We'll have 3 people in one of them, Jiangsu said, looking at Yangwu for a cue, and Yeren pointed to 404 with her hand. 404 is larger. Oh yes, thank you. Jiangsu nodded appreciatively at Yeren's guidance, and Yangwu stood in front of room 403. Tap! As he did, the doorframe of the room started to glow a shade bluer, and an interface for the rental service appeared in the middle of the door. Do you wish to use the rental service? Luzu Motel Room 403. Space, small. Facilities, bathroom. Rental fee, 3,000 karma. Duration, until 10 a.m. the next day. Fortunately, the price was the same as the Riverside Motel in Gumi. It seems the cost of living isn't higher just because it's in Gyeonggi Province. How many people are planning to stay? Please enter the number of guests. It was Yangwu's chance for a solo stay since the reset. He briefly glanced at room 404, which seemed busy with dividing the rental fee, and then reached out his hand to the holographic keypad. Beep. One room 403 was surprisingly spacious. In the room, which seemed to be about 8 square meters, there was a queen-size bed, a makeshift dining table, and a built-in vanity. Underneath, as always, the mini refrigerator emitted its distinctive mechanical sound. Another notable feature was the mirrors installed on 3 sides of the walls around the bed. Huh! Yangwu, surveying around the bed, chuckled when he saw his reflection in the mirror. Due to the various equipment haphazardly placed, his attire looked quite peculiar. It seemed as if children had imitated night attire in a playful sword fight. Swoosh! Taking off the helmet that tightly encased his head, he finally felt a sense of relaxation spreading throughout his body. Oh man. Next, he removed the cloak, belt, and shoes one by one, placing all the gear on the table. The golden goblin looked at him with a face expressing incomprehension. The creature still didn't understand that this place was a safe zone. You should take a break too. You've been running around all day. Yangwu said this to the goblin and tossed his training clothes in front of the bathroom. He then opened the opaque glass door of the bathroom. Surprisingly, there was a bathtub. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Although it was a narrow bathtub that required folding both legs, it was a satisfying half-body bath. After finishing all the preparations, Yangwu lay on the bed with only a gown on. Thump! Then, while Yangwu was bathing, the goblin lying on the bed suddenly sat up. Kit! He couldn't loosen up too much in front of his owner. Of course, that was clearly part of the show. Ironically, when Yangwu was in trouble against the Chengju's strongest sword, this goblin had fled without a word. Still, Yangwu gestured for him to relax. Then, lying on the bed, he looked at the ceiling. Oh, there was a mirror on the ceiling too. Why are there so many mirrors here? The Gyeongbuck's strongest sword in his gown was clearly reflected. The goblin on the next bed had entered relaxation mode with both hands clasped, and the pocket of the empty space he always held was placed next to his head. Key! A sluggish sound, unfamiliar from him, flowed out. Has he fallen asleep in the meantime? With an unbelieving look, Yangwu checked the desk clock on the bedside table. The current time was 9:57 p.m. Surprised, Yangwu got up from his seat, and the goblin, who had been asleep, also sat up abruptly. Kit, it's almost time for tax collection. Upon checking the wristwatch for cross-verification, the minute hand, which was 57 just a moment ago, moved to 58. 2-1-58. It was indeed approaching 10 p.m., which meant anyone who hasn't paid their taxes yet will die. As Yangwu swallowed dryly, a system-wide announcement appeared. Tax collection is scheduled to begin shortly after 10 p.m. The basic tax amount is 1,000 karma, and whoever doesn't pay taxes will be immediately extinguished at the time of collection. Shortly afterward, there was a commotion outside the door. What's going on? When Yangwu opened the door, he saw Women Alliance members lining up in the motel corridor. However, unlike the last time he saw them, Each one now held a crimson coin instead of weapons. Are they conducting a head count? Try to prevent people from dying because they can't pay taxes? If that were true, it would be a surprisingly systematic approach. Even though it was only the second day after the reset, and although they were all people gathered in the Cheongu area, they were still strangers to each other. Moreover, in a world like this, being a stranger practically meant being a potential. What are you doing there? Before Yongwu could finish his thought, Song Yaren's head popped up from one side. Oops. Startled, Yongwu took a step back, and Yaren lightly tapped the barrier blocking the door. Why are you so surprised? Now that I see it, you're a person too. You looked like a real monster earlier. Ah. Hearing Yaren's words, Yongwu suddenly realized that he was still in a gown. On the other hand, Yaren, who hadn't drawn her weapon, was in full combat gear. Her work was not yet finished. Is that a head count? As Yongwu pointed down the corridor while adjusting his gown, Yaren nodded, showing a crimson coin. Yes. In case someone doesn't have karma right now, the leader might lend it to them. Lend it? Yes. They can repay it by participating in monster hunting the next day. Yaren explained that those who didn't participate in monster hunting despite being physically able wouldn't be accepted as alliance members in the first place. Well, they might die before repaying the karma, but even that is worth the value of the karma. It was a surprisingly tough statement. Yongwu couldn't help but be surprised again. How many alliance members were staying in this motel? Just looking at the number of people in the corridor on the 4th floor, there were at least 10. With a total of 6 floors in the building, a simple calculation suggested that close to 60 combatants were living according to their own rules. But they said they occupy half of the nearby buildings. At least several hundred. In this fragmented era, being able to mobilize several hundred personnel was truly an incredible strength. Beep beep. Finally, the alarm on Yongwu's wristwatch rang, announcing 10 p.m. Simultaneously, tax collection is now in effect. As the system announcement appeared, a strange phenomenon occurred. Pop pop. The crimson coins held by the Women Alliance members began to disappear one by one. Yaren's coin, which was standing outside room 403, soon vanished without a trace, followed by others. SSHD. Something came to Yongwu as well. It felt as if the wind was passing through his entire body. Then a series of texts appeared in his vision. Basic tax, 1,000. Deduction item, single household. Determined tax, 500. It was a tax notice. Translator night. Proofreader gun. The discomfort he just felt was the moment when the determined tax was deducted. Is everyone okay? Please check the head count again from the back. Meanwhile, in the corridor, they were busy verifying whether there were any changes in the number of people before and after tax collection. Yongwu, watching people in the corridor complete the check and disperse, asked Yaren, "What is the purpose of this alliance? There must be a reason for such organization and order." Upon hearing this, Yaren stared at Yongwu. "If you're asking out of genuine curiosity, I hope you'll listen without prejudice." "Yes, I'll do my best. If you imagine encountering a robber on the street and losing in a fight, in the worst case, the probability of you, Mr. Yongwu, dying is high, but generally, that's not the case for us." The muscles around Yaren's jaw flexed. Right? Yongwu could easily understand the other party's words. She was talking about the potential sexual violence that could follow the duel. "Yes, of course, Mr. Yongwu, you probably know what I'm talking about. But that's as far as it goes. So, you're saying I can understand and imagine up to a certain extent." "That's right. If, by any chance, Mr. Yongwu has experienced rape or a similar situation, the story would be different. But generally, that's not the case. It's not a bad thing. It's simply unavoidable. Yes, it's unavoidable. So, that's why we don't actively recruit men. We can make you understand our situation, but we can't make them empathize with us to the point of asking them to risk their life and fight with us." At this point, Yongwu had nothing more to say. While he couldn't fully empathize with the 2 layers of fear they felt, he could understand perfectly why this alliance had to be composed of a single gender. Our goal is to avoid death or anything worse. To achieve that, we need a very strong force, and we've organized ourselves for that purpose. By the time Yeren finished speaking, the corridor was eerily empty, as if it had always been. Is that a sufficient answer? Yeren scanned the empty corridor with her eyes. Come to think of it, she hadn't directly participated in the head count on the fourth floor. The only thing she did here was talk to me until the head count was over. Yangwu finally realized that the reason Yeren came here was to monitor his group. They were the only male group in this building. Is she much stronger than she looks? She covered for the strongest sword of her city alone. Yangwu tried to scrutinize Yeren's equipment status, who seemed quite ordinary, but she gave him a cold look. Is there anything else you're curious about? No, it's nothing. As Yangwu spoke, Yeren disappeared from his sight the moment. She, too, had finished her task for the day. I don't know what all this is about, but it's incredible. Yangwu glanced at the now truly empty corridor and closed the door. Returning to the bed, he lay down, looking at the mirrored ceiling. So, are these people going to stay here and gather karma continuously? Thinking about Yeren's words that hinted at becoming the strongest sword in the future, he wondered if they were waiting here for the mutation to happen tomorrow. If they monopolized 3 million by killing the guy, it would be a significant advantage in the eventual duel with the strongest sword. Hundreds of female warriors gathered under the red light pillar. Just 2 days ago, it would have been an unrealizable fantasy, but not anymore. But the strongest swords are getting stronger every day. Yangwu felt his eyelids getting heavy, recalling the recent battles with the mutants. It felt like it had been months since those events, even though it was just a few days or even hours ago. All those events had brought intense fatigue, both mentally and physically. Halfway into a doze, Yangwu let out a long exhale, as if a whale briefly surfaced above the water. And again, he tried to exhale with a fu, but suddenly his body shot up. Or at least, that's how Yangwu felt. As he opened his eyes wide, he saw it. Shot. Heck. Reflected in the ceiling mirror, there was a red eye-shaped icon above his left eye. This was probably the mutant rank cornea effect, the one-eyed sentinel. But before Yangwu could recall it, Jiangsu burst in. Hyungni Thiam. He screamed as if hitting his ears. Hyungnim, something big has happened. Yangwu felt discomfort as he watched Jiangsu nonchalantly pass through the door. Swiftly checking the table clock. 10:07. 10 o'clock? No way. This time, Yangwu's head turned in the opposite direction. Suddenly, a bright light seeped through the window frame. It wasn't night, it was morning at 10 o'clock. Yangwu had slept for a whopping 12 hours without even hearing the morning call from the rental system. Because of this, with the ownership rights to the room having expired, Jiangsu could freely enter without any restrictions. Oh my goodness! Sensing that something was seriously wrong, Yangwu hastily put on the equipment on the table. Chayuk. While doing so, he realized that the fearful cat was wide awake. Fearful cat, epic compass. Indicates a threatening target. Empty slot. This signifies that there is a considerably powerful and threatening presence nearby. And then, Tong. Gunshots resonated from outside the motel. Crazy. Upon hearing the gunshot, Yangwu felt chills running through his entire body. The bullet that just fired was not an ordinary one. It was worth a whopping 200,000 karma per shot. Moreover, they only had 2 shots combined. Current time, 10:07 p.m. Why did the authorities start firing just 7 minutes after the release of the private room service? What's going on downstairs? Yangwu asked while putting on the last piece of equipment, the artifact helmet called Vanguard. Then, Jiangsu replied with a gasping tone. I don't exactly know. Someone madly came looking for Guyong Buk's strongest sword. What? Unexpectedly, Yangwu was momentarily speechless at the unexpected culprit. He suspected an attack from the Women Alliance to secure Guyong Buk's strongest sword for their territorial expansion. It wouldn't be strange for them to attack right after it entered their area. But seeking Guyong Buk's strongest sword so pinpoint, Yangwu, fully armed, rushed out of the room, suddenly recalling something. Oh, no way. He realized that there must be someone who could find Guyong Buk's strongest sword without any difficulty. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Fuck. I haven't even set foot in Seoul yet. Ikian's strongest sword, Kim Byung-cheol 139, clenched his teeth. These guys were fast. Just 5 minutes ago, he was sunbathing in front of the motel, waiting for Jong Yong-woo to wake up. Thanks to that, he was the first to encounter the man who walked out from the other buildings. Captain, someone is coming this way. What? Until then, he hadn't even thought that the man might have come here at 10 a.m., the time for the end of the private room service. There were no titles above his head, and his footsteps seemed very leisurely. Yet, the reason the two guards remained vigilant was, what's that? A sword, maybe? It was because the object in a man's right hand looked suspicious. A weapon reminiscent of a giant thorn. It was difficult to see it as a typical sword because the boundary between the blade and the handle was ambiguous. It was more like a form close to a spear. Anyway, it wasn't standard issue equipment, so the probability of the person being strong was quite high. And in this world, strong individuals were the majority. Dangerous. When Byung-cheol's face hardened, Tae-young, who was standing next to him, asked cautiously, "Should we stop him? That person?" "No. There's no need to cause a disturbance." Soon, Byung-cheol's head turned sideways. It wasn't because he didn't want to provoke first while wearing a police uniform, just because the opponent looked dangerous. It was an unpredictable situation. Moreover, our side is much stronger. If he attacks, he'll be the one making a mistake. Byung-cheol reminded himself that Gyeongbok's strongest sword and about 60 women alliance combatants were in the 6-story motel right behind him. In other words, the person entering the danger zone was the man in front of them. Oh, there are police officers here. Finally approaching within about 10 meters, the man, who had come, seemed surprised when he saw Byung-cheol and Tae-young's attire. Then, the man stared intently at the title Ikian's strongest sword above Byung-cheol's head. Oh my! Byung-cheol's expression sank as he met the gaze, recognizing the ruthless look of a relentless plunderer, the same look he had seen when playing the role of Ikian's guardian. And even before this, Byung-cheol finally realized, could this guy be his strongest sword too? Some strongest swords could conceal their titles. Didn't Gyeongbok's strongest sword, Jong Yong-woo, possess such an ability? Probably in his mid to late 20s. Ordinary build, featureless face. Can't tell if he's a strongest sword, though. While thinking this, Byung-cheol unconsciously moved his right hand closer to his... When Byung-cheol asked with a stern look, the man, after briefly glancing at Tae-young this time, let out a strange laugh. "I'm looking for someone. Doesn't seem like you guys are the ones I'm looking for, though." The man's gaze shifted back to the Motel Luzu. Then, he pointed at the motel entrance with his finger, abruptly asking Byung-cheol, "Excuse me, how many people are in there? I thought they would have all come out by now. The lodging service is over, right?" "Yes." Caught off guard by the irrelevant question, Byung-cheol reflexively turned toward the motel, and at that moment, the man lunged at him. Thunk! It was a too obvious ambush, but it seemed sufficient for the man to exploit that momentary gap. Ah, Ikian's swordsmanship. Before Byung-cheol, warned by Tae-young, could return his head to its original position, the enormous thorn pierced his throat. Schwit! A short whimper escaped through Byung-cheol's clenched teeth. "Captain!" While a shocked Tae-young quickly pulled out his gun, the man's voice stopped him from firing. "If you shoot, the captain dies too. Do you want to risk your life unnecessarily?" In other words, not shooting meant he wouldn't harm them either. Breathing heavily with extreme tension, Tae-young looked at the man with a complicated expression. In essence, he indirectly negotiated with this murderer. "You're wise. Good." Soon, the man pulled the long thorn from Ikian's strongest sword's throat. As a result, Byung-cheol, with blood oozing out, fell to the ground as if kneeling. Kirip. Until now, he had been holding his breath. "Captain." However, before Tae-young could support him, he breathed his last. Pat! The title Ikian's strongest sword that had been floating above his head disappeared. It was evidence that the basic succession mechanism of the strongest sword title, murder, had been activated. However, even though Byung-cheol had taken his last breath, no title appeared above the man's head. What the? Seriously, a fact that the young officer realized belatedly, just as his superior had long ago. This man was also a strongest sword who concealed his title. Translator Knight, proofreader Gun. At that moment, as Taeyong was about to call another strongest sword in the vicinity, Zhang Yangwu. Kwajik. A group of people walked out of the motel Luzu entrance, stepping on glass shards. What's going on? Captain. They were none other than Jiangsu and around 10 members of the Women Alliance. With the lodging service fully expired, everyone had started coming out. This bastard, Jiangsu, was the first to draw his sword, having discovered Byung Xiao's corpse. Then, one after another, swish, swish, the female combatants, making loud noises, unsheathed their weapons. Even before the guest's death, the fact that someone with murderous intent had entered their territory was a significant problem. Wow! Looking at the people with weapons as sharp as the ones in their hands, the man expressed admiration. Almost all women. How was the world turning? Then, he added a meaningful remark. Could Gyeongbok's strongest sword be a woman too? At this comment, Jiangsu felt the hairs on his body stand up, while the Women Alliance members, who still didn't know Yangwu's true identity, growled and surrounded the man. What the hell is this lunatic saying? He found a wrong place on his own. Despite the tense atmosphere, the reason for not immediately engaging in a fight was clear. Ikian's strongest sword was lying dead on the other side. In other words, this unwelcome guest was powerful enough to single-handedly kill Ikian's strongest sword. Where's the leader? One of the women surrounding the man whispered to her nearby colleague, asking about the leader of this area, Song Yerin. Through this, Johnson sensed that the gathered individual's combat power wasn't very high. We're in trouble. Hyung needs to come. Even though it was well past 10 o'clock. Could he still be lying on the bed? As Jiangsu, with a face indicating internal turmoil, glanced at the motel, the man, noticing it, menacingly held a needle and said, "There are more." The seemingly relaxed expression of the man turned icy cold. The reason was simple. He wanted to clean up the situation before more enemies arrived. Sensing the danger, Jiangsu jumped into the motel first, shouting, "He's here! Oh ho!" As if understanding the situation, the man turned his body toward the motel entrance. Then, just as he had done to Ikian's strongest sword, the Women Alliance members surrounded him with their weapons raised. Motel lobby, Ikian District Police Officer Kwon Taeyong finally fired his gun. Tom. And with this signal, all the combatants in the audience rushed at the man. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Thud. When Yangwu arrived on the first floor of the motel, the lobby was already chaotic. Inside the motel, Women Alliance members who heard gunshots were trying to rush outside. On the other hand, those who were initially fighting outside were attempting to flee into the motel. Hey, make way. Just go outside if you're not going to fight. What are you doing here? The ones outside wanted to enter the motel because there were more allies here. It was better to run into the motel, filled with dozens of comrades, than risk being stabbed in the back in the open. What's happening right now? Soon, Song Yerin came down to the lobby and furrowed her brows upon seeing the crowd at the narrow entrance. But was that the only problem? Beyond the crowded lobby entrance, a man's voice came through. Move! With terrifying sounds piercing flesh, people attempting to escape into the motel began falling rapidly. The man began clearing the way himself. Act up! In an instant, several people fell forward with holes all over their bodies. Seeing this, Yangwu, who threw the early bird to stop him, pulled out his sword. Although it was at a remarkably fast speed, he threw it expecting the opponent to block it. If he was truly the strongest sword, he wouldn't fall for such an obvious surprise. But inevitably, phew, the man casually deflected the early bird and looked at Yangwu. Then, with an excited expression, "Who are you looking for?" As Yangwu took a few steps forward and asked, the man wiped the blood on the needle onto the ground. Schwick, Gyeongbok's strongest sword. It was not Yangwu, but the Women Alliance and Song Yerin who were surprised at his words. They had only thought of Ikian's strongest sword as a guess so far. They didn't know there was another strongest sword among the group. Moreover, Wait, if it's Gyeong Buk's strongest sword. As Yeren tried to grasp the meaning of the word Gyeong Buk, Yongwu took another step towards the man. Now the distance between them was about 6 meters. If he wanted, he could start a full-fledged fight. So Yongwu checked the quest message attached to his left field of view in advance. Dogo, strong tiger's early appearance. Engage in 0 out of 2 duels with targets with a total ability score of 3,000 or higher. 5 million karma. You must disclose the fact of Dogo's support in this duel. Engage in 2 duels with targets with a combined power level of over 3,000. This time, he might be able to complete one of those 2 duels. So Yongwu, drawing the black sword from his waist, cautiously opened his mouth. The battle will be conducted with the universal weapon brand, Dogo's support. What? I am a human from Earth, the strongest in Gyeongbuk, Jong Yongwu 07. What? What the fuck is he saying? Is this guy crazy? The sudden introduction of Yongwu's sponsor surprised not only the men, but also everyone in the motel lobby and on the stairs. What did he just say? The universe? The crowd in the motel lobby and on the stairs buzzed with confusion. Yongwu's previous lines had been so extravagant that it seemed like a mistake. Of course, it was true that extraordinary events were happening in the world due to some massive force resetting the Earth, events that would not happen in the original reality. But still, did he just say he's getting support from aliens? Yongwu's claim, as Yeren's words suggested, was absurd. In fact, some in the audience thought Yongwu was insane. A universal what? What nonsense is this? Have you read too many fantasy novels? The man in question ridiculed Yongwu. Then, tapping his left chest, he spoke with a triumphant tone. You claim to be the strongest in Gyeongbuk, but soon, I'll be the one taking your place. Thud! A radiant light began to gather above the man's head. And then, he immediately displayed a title. Gyeongbuk's strongest sword advanced. Yongwu widened his eyes upon seeing the title. Although he had anticipated it to some extent, seeing the advanced title for the first time was surprising. Someone is actually tracking me. The special title, Gyeongbuk's strongest sword advanced, could be obtained by collecting 3 or more positions of the strongest sword in the Gyeongbuk region. The unique feature was the ability to know the real-time location of the Gyeongbuk's strongest sword. I heard he's Gyeongbuk's strongest sword, and honestly, I was a bit scared, but I didn't think he'd be a crazy old man. The man mocked, adopting a stabbing posture. In response, Yongwu shifted his gaze to the pile of corpses behind the man. It's not something a lunatic who kills people like that should say. This bastard. The man, angered by Yongwu's words, sneered and spoke in a spirited voice, tapping his left chest. Soon, I'll be the one taking your place. Thud! A brilliant light gathered above the man's head. And then, a kind of settlement message appeared in Yongwu's field of vision. Strength has permanently increased by 100 due to the effect of the furious goblin dot. The use of the pumpkin-colored whistle has been recharged dot. With the passage of a day, the goblin ring and talisman had resumed functioning. Now I can call Yandi again. As Yongwu unconsciously smiled at this thought, the Gyeongbuk's strongest sword, advanced, looked puzzled, unaware of the situation. What the fuck is going on again, you bastard? Then, swoosh, he immediately attempted a sharp stab. He didn't know what it was, but it felt unpleasant, so he wanted to kill him quickly. At that moment, a golden flash activated, absorbing the man's senses. However, the sensation value has temporarily increased from the original 101 to 240 dot. What? The sensation value Yongwu absorbed through the golden flash was a whopping 1,140. In other words, the opponent's sense value was in the 2,000s. Crazy, that's why he's so confident. Yongwu felt a chill down his spine as he narrowly avoided the opponent's stab. My total stats are barely 1,700. In contrast, the opponent's sense value alone exceeds 2,000. Then how high were the other stats like strength, stamina, and durability? Swoosh! Another stab came at him. At the same time, the holographic guide of the Gyeongbuk's swordsmanship instructed him to twist his body instead of extending the sword. It implied that the opponent was not someone to be dealt with by strength alone. This is bad. A sense of defeat crept in. It might be a premature judgment, but fights at the level of the strongest sword could be a matter of life and death within a tenth of a second. In the end, while narrowly avoiding the opponent's sword, Yang Wu shouted into the air, "Everyone run!" Those who had been watching with fascination, sensing the superiority of the current strongest sword Yang Wu, were startled when they heard the command to run coming from Yang Wu himself. He's losing. The challenger is stronger. If Zhang Yangwu dies, who's next? Everyone quickly grasped the situation and began to react, and it took less than a second. In the meantime, the two strongest swords were already in their 8th clash, and everyone except Jiangsu started running outside the lobby. Ta-da! Most of the people here already had skills surpassing ordinary levels. As skilled as they were, their movements were quite fast, but it was still ridiculously inadequate to avoid the strongest sword's attacks. "Where are you going?" The eyes of the man who was close to Yang Wu glared at him, and soon a golden wave emanated from his body. Whoosh! It was one of the privileges of the strongest sword, aura of the strongest sword. Whoa! Ugh! The wave swept through the battlefield terrifyingly, causing those who were fleeing to freeze in their tracks. None of them possessed the momentum or mental strength to confront the strongest sword. Only Song Yeren, the leader in this area, managed to move with effort and spat out curses. Fuck, what is this again? Encountering the battle stance of the strongest sword for the first time, she felt utterly helpless. Just by displaying it, he could hold everyone in place? What kind of ridiculous power was this? Wait right there. I'll kill this guy first, and then I'll make holes in all of you. With a malicious remark, the man tried to attack Yang Wu with even more intense force. Yang Wu continued to evade the attacks as he had done so far, but his limits were approaching. The opponent's attack speed was faster than his actual dodging ability, probably because the opponent's strength was much higher. Without the support of Gyeongbok's swordsmanship, he would have been defeated much earlier. My concentration is gradually breaking down. At this rate, swoosh! As Yang Wu felt the attack barely brushing against his ear, he checked for elements that could create variables. Firstly, Yangdi, pumpkin-colored whistle, legendary necklace. Summon a friend. Yangdi, a whistle that could summon a mutant friend with whom Yang Wu successfully shook hands. Translator Knight, proofreader gun. He could summon the friend up to 2 times a day, and the summoning count was fully charged at the moment. The second and last element was the blue blood, a mutant potion. Strength increased by 30% for 10 minutes. Usage count, 4. A kind of doping potion, the blue blood. Although his pure stats were not high, the practical effect was considerable, especially since his strength was the highest among all stats at 700. Are these the only 2? If he had to mention one more, there was the golden punishment, which inflicted pain on the opponent if his attacks landed. But it's difficult even to avoid, let alone land an attack. Yang Wu twisted his body once again with a feeling of despair. Swoosh! However, his body had already started to feel sluggish, and blood oozed from the waist where the opponent's blade had grazed. Good grief, not even 3 years, but 3 days. Yang Wu made a self-deprecating joke. Originally, according to fate, he would have died at the hands of a guest in 3 years, but thanks to the reset, he had died much faster than that. Ah, damn it. Finally, Yang Wu also emitted a golden wave from his entire body while filling his pupils. Whoosh! Oh! At that moment, the man flinched momentarily, and Yang Wu took advantage of this to leap backward. Thud! What? He just escaped after making a big fuss. The man who easily shrugged off Yang Wu's aura of superiority followed with open mockery. In the meantime, Yang Wu, swish, swiftly pulled out the blue blood from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. By the way, crunch, cough. The elongated glass bottle shattered in his mouth, tearing apart his tongue and flesh, but Yang Wu had no time to even open the lid. Qua! Intense pain struck to the point where his face crumpled, but the wounds inside and outside his mouth soon healed, thanks to the slime's core attached to his body. Slime's core, mutant bracelet. rapid increase in regeneration ability. Of course, those who didn't know about these circumstances, including Gyeongbok's strongest sword, advanced, and the Women Alliance, considered it a mysterious event. This guy, what is he doing? What was that just now? Gasp. However, the miracle wasn't just Yongwoo's insane regeneration. Following that, swoosh, Yongwoo pressed the whistle against his mouth. Because of what they had seen earlier, everyone in the room, including the man, was overcome with an ominous feeling. Pyre-eyeing. When the sound of the whistle actually echoed, everyone screamed in unison. Friend, Yangdi answers your call and is summoned. An alert for summoning appeared for Yongwoo, causing the voice of mutant Hong Yangti resonated faintly from somewhere beyond the ceiling. Could it be? Yongwoo reflexively raised his head to look at the tightly sealed ceiling. Then, crackle, crackle. Irregular cracking sounds gradually approached, getting closer and closer. It was probably breaking through the ceiling and floor of each floor in sequence. And finally, crack. Hong Yangti, a mutant friend with the body of a giant and the soul of a human, appeared by breaking through the lobby ceiling of the first floor. Yua. Yangti smashed the lobby floor with his fur-covered buttocks, and then, with his large hand adorned with sharp claws, he felt around his waist. And then, Yua, as if realizing belatedly that he had been summoned, he opened his long snout and looked surprised. Why? No. He realized that he had landed in a motel lobby full of women. The next moment, Yangti, the mutant friend, discovered his summoner Yongwoo. Oh, Yongwoo da. The tone seemed to ask why he was in such a place. In response, Yongwoo pointed his sword at the man on the other side. Get yourself together. That guy over there is the enemy. He's extremely strong, so help me out a bit. What? Yangdi was so surprised that Yongwoo, who had defeated him, would call someone strong. Yangdi, still taken aback, turned his snout to look at the man. In the meantime, the man also looked puzzled, as he was staring at a fallen beast from the sky. What is this? Even the man's dialogue conveyed a sense of fear. It's understandable. Yongwoo's friend, Hong Yangdi. Above Yangdi's head was a tag that nobody except those involved could understand. Being able to summon a mutant was mind-blowing enough, but friend? Where and what on earth was happening? What the fuck is this? As the man alternated his gaze between Yongwoo and Yangdi with widened pupils, the air of authority he had been emanating momentarily faded away. Seemingly shocked, he couldn't maintain his authority. Then, swish, dozens of Women Alliance members in the room were released from their restraints, and almost simultaneously, Song Yerin let out a scream filled with malice. Full-on attack. It was a simple command without further elaboration, yet everyone rushed towards a single target as if it had been planned. She, directly towards Gyeongbok's strongest sword, advanced. The man with thorns clenched in his hands grimaced as he saw female Alliance members disregarding even the mutant and rushing towards him. You crazy bitches. But this wasn't anger towards the Alliance. It was fear of the situation. He had collected titles from the Gyeongbok region and been through all sorts of battles, but facing dozens of furious female swordsmen, a mutant falling from the sky, and fighting against the current Gyeongbok's strongest sword simultaneously was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Damn it. Finally, the man threw himself out of the lobby to escape to the open ground. Thud. Instantly, the mutant Yangti cast a huge shadow and chased after him. Wait. Friend was a presence that had to set up a ball and return within a limited time to receive a reward. So Yangti's wait wasn't a threat, it was genuine. Way it. Of course, this time it was a threat infused with emotions. In an instant, Yangti's eyes seemed to glow red, and he leaped at tremendous speed. Sheeing, a sound like an airplane passing overhead. Wow. As the man looked up, he saw the bulky mutant landing on the other side, blocking his escape route. Crazy, but there was no time even for astonishment. Wayak. This time, a heavy sound came from the direction of the motel room. It was Yongwoo, who had been chasing from behind, thrusting his elongated black sword up to 5 meters. This bastard. The man gritted his teeth and decided to block the black sword first with his thorns. Due to the dozens of female alliance members rushing towards him, it was difficult to recognize the hologram in front of him, so it was entirely his own judgment. Kang! The two strongest swords clashed after a while. For the first time, the man faced Yangwu in a proper duel, his eyes flashing with surprise. What's this guy? He's nothing. The opponent's strength transmitted through the thorns was pathetic. But as dozens of combined attacks poured down despite this pathetic strength, the situation changed. Yeah, he's dead. Don't hesitate. Swoosh! The flashing blades flew like arrows, and the man was overwhelmed trying to dodge Yangwu's attacks, mixed among the dozens of blades. Even so, well, something's odd. The man didn't know it, but during Yangwu's attacks, 30% of them didn't affect the hologram. Illusion, unique shoes. 30% chance of detection evasion. This effect, called illusion, included the hologram of regional swordsmanship, just as Yangwu had hoped. So in the end, isn't that too cowardly? Let's have a one-on-one duel. Unlike inside the motel, where he had become increasingly defensive, the man now proposed a 1-1 duel. Of course, Yangwu had no reason to accept such a proposal, and the mutant rapidly approaching from the other side wouldn't allow it either. Merit! Thud, thud, thud! Yangti fiercely charged towards the man, showing his back to Yangwu. There was nothing in his mind now except the thought of killing that guy before his return time, so he could receive recognition and put something more in his room. If I go back empty-handed, I'll really go crazy. Commonly known as the Ritternees room. It was a small, white room that filled Yangti's daily life, with no entrance or windows, just waiting until Yangwu blew the horn to call him back. Of course, he had received his first reward for his previous stay. It was nothing more than a forearm-sized hourglass. It didn't have any special functions. It just allowed him to watch the sand falling, which was better than staring at the white walls endlessly. Yet, it didn't make the waiting time enjoyable in any way. On the contrary, waiting became even more agonizing. Once he confirmed that the environment improved when contribution was made, the urgency for the call became even stronger. One might call it a form of psychological torture. Hiya! Finally, Yangdi arrived behind the man and swung his large hand. Then, a tearing sound echoed, and the man's field of vision was filled with shattered holograms. Fuck! When did... The man, foreseeing a dog-like future, gritted his teeth. It was because he could already see blurry fingertips in the corner of his vision. Isn't this cheating? Thud! As the man shouted in frustration and swung his thorns, Yangti's fingertips broke miserably. Crack! What? Oops! The man's strength was much stronger than Yangti's endurance. And just as the man realized this, at the moment he was about to smile with satisfaction. Die! Get in! Dozens of female alliance members relentlessly attacked without giving him a chance to rest. I need to figure out how to deal with these guys first. Once again, seeing the holograms entangled, the man realized he needed to reduce the number of opponents first. Although the holographic guide of regional swordsmanship showed unreasonable performance in one-on-one duels, it became more of a hindrance when there were multiple enemies, giving too many warnings. Back off! After adjusting his strategy, the man began swinging his thorns towards the female alliance members, prompting Yangwu to instruct immediately. Find a way to restrain him. He is trying to reduce our numbers. There was urgency in Yangwu's voice because a miracle was indeed necessary. He knew from past experience that the summoning time of friend wasn't long. And if Yangdi fell now, then we have no chance. We'll all die here. As Yangwu rushed towards the man with clenched teeth, Yangdi also attempted a tackle, deliberately aiming to force evasive maneuvers rather than clawing with his thorns now that the opponent knew he could break through them. However, the opponent's response exceeded Yangdi's imagination. You idiot! Did you think I'd dodge you if you came straight at me? Instead of dodging, the man firmly planted his feet and thrust deeply towards Yangti's chest. He chose a direct breakthrough. It meant he was confident in the power of his thrust. And indeed, squish! With a dreadful sound, Yang body was torn apart. Grrggh. Thunk. Yang let out a desperate scream and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the man was advancing towards Yang with momentum. Thud. The opponent's movement was so fast that only an afterimage remained visible. Yang thought the guy was going to stab him again, and sure enough, the hologram of the Guyong Bucks, Sword Law, warned him of a stab ahead. A needle thrust rapidly toward Yang neck. Swoosh! At that moment, Yang made the biggest gamble since the reset. Swish! Instead of clumsily dodging or retaliating, he boldly stepped forward, leaning his head forward. It was only for a moment, but the man realized that Yang was acting out of the ordinary, so he could have switched to a defensive stance if he wanted. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. But, you fool. He was convinced that his thrust would pierce through Yang head, along with the shabby helmet surrounding the Guyong Buck's strongest sword. Swish! The needle continued its trajectory without changing course. Sensing this, Yang thought there might be a miracle, because the helmet Yang has just begun to have thorns prickling its surface. Crack. Vanguard Relic Helmet. This helmet does not get damaged. It. Finally, the thorn that failed to pierce through the Vanguard slid sideways along the gentle surface of the helmet. Then, he's down. Yang slammed his forehead straight into the man's face. So this was a headbutt? The female Alliance members were astonished by the brute attack, and the man, who was hit in the face with a bronze helmet, groaned and staggered backward. This fucking. However, despite the impressive attack, the damage the man suffered was minimal. His endurance was too high to have his face shattered by a headbutt, and Yang strength was low. However, it was enough of an attack to trigger the pain infliction effect of Golden Punishment. As the man tried to laugh, but suddenly grimaced in pain, Yang sensing this, swung his sword. Swoosh! It was a terrifyingly fast attack, but the man, even now, managed to see through it and raised his thorns to block. Clang! But that was as far as it went. As the crossed blades met, the man begged for mercy as the sword hovered around his neck. Wait. Let's stop here. It was a sign that he couldn't guarantee the next bout. Without even bothering to respond, Yang swung his sword immediately. Swoosh! Oddly enough, even at the moment the attack pierced through, the man's thorns didn't move along the smooth trajectory of the helmet. Shing! Finally, the man's head soared into the air along with the sharp blade, leaving behind a trail of iridescent light following the spiral trajectory of the sword. Second-grade advertisement space utilization. The company's logo will be printed on the weapon's trajectory. Absurd as it was just as stated in the contract. They really utilized Yang weapon trajectory for advertisement. Wait, who would really see this? As Yang looked around after beheading his opponent, he seemed like a madman to anyone who saw him, even from a distance. Hey. Even Song Yeren couldn't get close and stood at a distance. Only after Jiangsu appeared late and notified that Yangdi's return was imminent did Yang regain his senses. Hyung, it seems like our friend. As Yang was initially puzzled, he immediately realized that Yangdi's body, which had been helping in the battle nearby, was fading. It meant that the creature's summoning time had come to an end, just like last time. Yang eyes widened as he noticed that Yangdi's body was completely torn apart. This was a clear indication that he had contributed to this battle. In response, Yang barely raised his hand, waved at his partner, and opened his long snout and laughed. Call me again, please, da. Seeming joyous enough to forget even the pain, Yang dissolved into thin air with a bright smile. And in the place where he had disappeared, only the decapitated body of a young man remained. Asterisk. You have merged with Guyong Buck's strongest sword. The effect of the Guyong Buck's strongest sword title becomes stronger. As the title interface appeared in Yang vision, the title attached to the headless body disappeared. The titles the man had been holding were now passed on to Yang Have reached 1 title from Gyeonggi Province. Own 1 title from Cheongbuk Province. Possess 7 titles from Gyeongbuk Province. The current Gyeongbok's strongest sword is Jong Yongwoo 07. Rank 1, 3 defenses. Despite the lengthy statements that seemed to celebrate an achievement, Yongwoo could not bring himself to relax his stern expression. Have reached one title from Gyeonggi Province. Ikkian. This time, the loot included the life of Kim Byung-cheol 139, the strongest sword of Ikkian. He was a rare, virtuous person in the reset world, but he died without even setting foot in Seoul. If it weren't for Yongwoo, Byung-cheol would never have encountered Gyeongbok's strongest sword. So, Yongwoo felt a considerable responsibility for Byung-cheol's death. What about the other inspector? When Yongwoo asked about Taeyoung's whereabouts, Jong-soo turned his head towards the motel direction. Fortunately, he's alive. I confirmed it on the way here. But Jong-soo's expression was not bright. Yongwoo could easily guess the reason. But before comforting his colleague who lost someone, there was something else he had to do first. That was swoosh, searching the corpse. As Yongwoo sat down with one leg bent in front of the corpse of the young man who had once been his challenger, a golden goblin that had been hiding far away suddenly rushed over. Keep. And at the same time, the female alliance members scattered around surreptitiously gathered. They were all curious about what would happen after the battle between the strongest swords. But would there be much difference just because they were strongest swords? The only slightly better thing was that Yongwoo had a relic-level slave, so he didn't have to search the body himself. Keek, the goblin, for some reason sounding excited, rummaged through the corpse and soon laid out the loot in front of Yongwoo. Shrewer. The first was 12 crimson coins, so it was 12,000 karma. He wasn't the type to carry a lot of cash with him. As Yongwoo nodded his head, the goblin threw the coins into the pocket of the non-dimensional bag. Keet. The second item was Clang. It was the problematic weapon that pierced through Ikkian's strongest sword and numerous female alliance members. Ashen Thorn, Mutation Spear, significantly increases stabbing power. It's really thorny. PR/N, no shit bruh. It was practically a weapon dedicated to stabbing. As Yongwoo, who committed his first murder with a stab, couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. My weapons are increasing. The mutation one-handed sword, Underdog, obtained as loot in Cheongju, and Dullahan sword, also a mutation one-handed sword, commonly known as the Black Sword. And now, the Ashen Thorn had been added to them. Even excluding the early bird, he now had 3 main weapons to use. I wish there was a way to combine or sell equipment. As Yongwoo looked at the goblin while holding the Ashen Thorn, the creature showed the next loot with one hand. Heat. The identity of the small item that even a goblin with not a large build could hold in one hand was, is this also equipment? It was a very ordinary-looking fountain pen.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.